Slavoj Žižek and Dialectical. Materialism. Edited by Agon, Hamza and Ruda. Introduction, The Absolute. Revisited Slavoj Žižek and Dialectical Materialism. Agon, Hamza and Ruda. The concept for this book emerged after the publication of Slavoj Žižek's Absolute Recoil, Towards a New Foundation of Dialectical Materialism. The initial aim was to gather a series of responses to the book in the philosophical journal Crisis and Critique that we both co-edit. We envisaged bringing together scholars who begin from different perspectives to seriously engage with the concept of dialectic in the work of G.W.F. Hegel and Jacques Lacan as presented and systematically developed by Žižek in Absolute Recoil. But when we started putting this together, it became clear that the initial idea had to be expanded beyond the frame of a journal issue and required a properly systematic realization in the form of a book. The present volume therefore became far more ambitious than the initial project. As the title of this book suggests, the volume you are about to read undertakes a critical and systematic investigation into the concept of dialectical materialism developed in the work of Slavoj Žižek. The main focus of this volume lies on his Less Than Nothing, Hegel and the Shadow of Dialectical Materialism and his Absolute Recoil, but the essays gathered here do not limit themselves to these two works. They also address elements and aspects of Žižek's thought from different books and, often, do so in a more general manner. The latter can also be regarded as being fully legitimate, as one can argue that dialectical materialism has been exercised and has marked the practice of thought that manifests in Žižek's oeuvre, beginning with the most sublime hysteric Hegel with Lacan, although the term itself explicitly appears only from a certain moment on in the unfolding of Žižek's intellectual enterprise. To gather thinkers on the topic of Slavoj Žižek and dialectical materialism implies a specific perspective on how to enter into and deal with Žižek's work. The articles assembled here therefore neither present an investigation of all aspects of his system, example they do not elaborate upon the role and function of examples, jokes, and so forth in his thought, nor should they be taken as chapters of an introductory book to the philosophical system of Žižek. They all situate themselves within the very specific conceptual framework of the concatenation of dialectics and materialism, and the volume as a whole seeks to bring forth its implications, consequences, and potential impasses, as well as its possibly revolutionizing character for contemporary philosophical thought. The contributors to this volume are ardent readers of and commentators on Žižek's work. Some of them may be called or may refer to themselves as Žižekians. Others are either interlocutors or critical commentators of his work. This said, none of the contributors engages in a simple defense of Žižek's work, none in a simple rejection. All of them work with his work, and work through his work, and all of them do commit to the principle that his thought must be taken absolutely seriously, so seriously that one needs to investigate, discuss, criticize, and elaborate upon the most crucial conceptual and systematic dimensions it implies. What you are about to read is therefore not a simple work of propaganda for the renowned thinker Slavoj Žižek, but a performative plea for reading him as seriously as any true philosopher should be read, to the letter. Agon, Hamza and Ruda, Pristina, Berlin. Materialism without. Materialism, Slavoj Žižek and the Disappearance of Matter. Adrian Johnston. Slavoj Žižek's two most recent major philosophical works, Less Than Nothing, Hegel and the Shadow of Dialectical Materialism, and Absolute Recoil, Towards a New Foundation of Dialectical Materialism, both strive, as their subtitles indicate, to reinvent for the 20th century the Marxist tradition of dialectical materialism. Although this philosophical label is closely associated with such names as RST and foremost, Friedrich Engels and V.I. Lenin, Žižek seeks to develop a permutation that deviates markedly from the classical Engelsian and Soviet versions. As is to be expected, he pursues this via his characteristic blend of German idealism and psychoanalysis, utilizing the work of G.W.F. Hegel and Jacques Lacan in order to creatively update dialectical materialism. In particular, Žižek openly adopts two manifestly anti-Leninist approaches to the reinvention of dialectical materialism. First, in diametrical opposition to Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism, he enthusiastically celebrates the disappearance of matter that is purportedly observed in quantum physics, as well as, more recently and dramatically, string theory. Second, inverting the emphasis on ending materialism within idealism in Lenin's remarks on Hegel's Science of Logic in the former's philosophical notebooks, Žižek insists, implicitly echoing the RST of Karl Marx's theses on Feuerbach, upon the urgent need to infuse materialism with idealism, especially transcendental and post-Kantian varieties of the latter. Of course, Žižek's anti-Leninism at the level of theoretical philosophy is somewhat striking in light of his politics as staunchly Leninist, to a certain extent, at the corresponding level of, as it were, practical philosophy. That said, in this intervention I argue that, 1. Žižek deviates too far in an idealist qua non-materialist direction in his anti-Leninist revisions of dialectical materialism and, 2. His own Hegelian, Lacanian dialectical materialist negotiations of such relations as those between Natur und Geist, as per Hegel, and the real and reality, as per Lacan, not only raise crucial yet to be answered questions, they also contain dangerous ambiguities that, at times, bring Žižek's materialism into disturbing proximity with certain of those contemporaneous materialisms he explicitly and correctly denounces as pseudo-materialist. Žižek opens absolute recoil by calling for an imminent critique of materialism and empirio-criticism. It is well known that Lenin's overriding concern in this text is combating idealist exploitations by multiple philosophers and scientists of the then new revolutionary upheavals in physics that overturned Newtonianism. For the author of Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, such scientistic, ideological exploiters seek opportunistically to take advantage of a crisis in the natural sciences so as to attack, whether directly or indirectly, precisely the sort of materialist positions he sees as integral to Marxism überhaupt. Žižek's concisely damning verdict, conveyed in the opening lines of his sequel to his magnum opus, Less Than Nothing, is that in striving so vehemently to defend the uncompromisingly robust realism of materialism, Lenin falls far short of a criterion for materialism that both he and Engels uphold. In chapter of his Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, invoking Engels' claim that materialism has to change its form with each new scientific discovery, Lenin applies the point to Engels himself. Žižek continues. Today, in turn, we should apply this motto to Lenin himself. If his materialism and empirio-criticism clearly failed the task of raising philosophical materialism to the level of relativity theory and quantum physics, neither can it help us grasp other breakthroughs such as Freudian psychoanalysis, not to mention the failures of 20th-century communism. Materialism and empirio-criticism, given its conjuncturally prompted preoccupation with abruptly striking down moves to provide pseudo-scientific support for anti-materialist and anti-realist stances, ignores the dialectical materialist potentials arguably latent within post-Newtonian physics from its very inception, of course, both in Less Than Nothing and Absolute Recoil as well as in earlier works. Žižek engages in efforts to interface quantum physics in particular with his hybrid German idealist/Marxist/Lacanian philosophical framework. Lenin addresses such physics only insofar as it functions as a misappropriated weapon in the hands of his theoretical and ideological adversaries. Moreover, this materialism of Lenin is so crude in its polemical aggressiveness, although this, arguably, is a carefully calculated crudeness on the part of a shrewd political and ideological tactician, as to exhibit no serious traces of dialectics. In other words, this treatise appears not to put forward, in its frontal assaults upon its opponents, a genuinely dialectical materialist alternative to the worldviews it hotly contests. Given these limitations, Žižek indeed is justed in stressing the need to repeat Lenin, philosophically as well as politically, to move beyond him specifically by performing in the early 20th century, just over years after materialism and empirio-criticism, the same gesture with respect to him that he recommends enacting vis-a-vis Engels. Although materialism and empirio-criticism does involve a mixed encounter between philosophical materialism and quantum physics, what is more, as Žižek persuasively charges on a number of occasions, the materialism of this work is even guilty of being contemplative, qua insufficiently historical and dialectical, in the precise sense critiqued in Marx's thesis 1. A bit of devil's advocacy on Lenin's behalf might be appropriate nonetheless. To begin with, Lenin does not intend for materialism and empirio-criticism to stand as a complete, self-sufficient statement of his theoretical materialism in its entirety, let alone to address such topics as communism per se and/or Freudian psychoanalysis. A standard, Soviet, line going back to Nikolai Bukharin, among others, is that Leninist dialectical materialism is, or should be, constructed on the basis of a combination of the dialectics of Lenin's philosophical notebooks and the materialism of materialism and empirio-criticism. One would have to concede to Žižek that the philosophical notebooks certainly do not return to the topic of the new physics. But it is a historical fact, one meticulously and soberly documented by Lauren R. Graham especially, that many philosophers and scientists in the Soviet Union, pushing off from a dialectical materialism fundamentally informed by a combination of materialism and empirio-criticism and the philosophical notebooks, seriously practiced and interpreted the sciences of quantum mechanics, relativity theory, and cosmology and cosmogony, not to mention chemistry and the life sciences over and above physics. I would contend that, while numerous radical leftists rightly protest noisy ditchings of the idea of communism, to employ Alain Badiou's phrase, in the aftermath of the fall of the Berlin Wall and related occurrences during the late 20th century, they have tended to overlook and remain silent about the quiet trashing of the products of the labors of the aforementioned Soviet natural scientists and dialectical materialist philosophers of science. That is to say, while contemporary Marxists have mightily resisted the vulgar anti-Marxist gesture of indefensibly equating Marxist politics tout court with the gore of Joseph Stalin, they appear, for the most part, to have fought less earnestly, if at all, against equally vulgar reductions of Marxist theory qua the Engelschian, Leninist dialectics of nature, with its unique Soviet legacy, to the lone gore of Trom Denisovich Lysenko. In my view, lamentable scientific and philosophical casualties, as well as disastrous, catastrophic political, ideological ones, arise from the collapse of really existing socialism in the USSR and its satellites, this being another sad instance of what Walter Benjamin talks of in Theses on the Philosophy of History, wherein he warns that even the dead will not be safe from the enemy if he wins. And this enemy has not ceased to be victorious. I fear that Žižek's swift dismissals of materialism and empirio-criticism risk inadvertently heaping even more obscuring dirt on the burial sites of these unjustly unmourned losses. What is more, I believe that both his materialism specifically and a newly resurrected dialectical materialism generally would be net in intellectual, historical as well as philosophical and political depth from revisiting the multidisciplinary ideas and debates centered upon nature dialectic in the Soviet Union from Lenin's time onward. Admittedly, at one point in Less Than Nothing, Žižek refers approvingly to Soviet dialectical materialism and creatively recasts the distinction between historical and dialectical materialisms, ontologizing this distinction as reacting a parallax gap, a real antagonistic split internal to human beings themselves in their natural and socio-historical incarnate existences. This innovative gesture implicitly contests the early George Lukács's mobilization of a historical materialism of mediated human practices contra a dialectical materialism of immediate natural processes with history and class consciousness and related texts arguing that, for a proper Marxist as a historical materialist, nature and the natural sciences must always be treated as nothing more than ideologically compromised and socially structured artificial configurations. This is in opposition to the condently unqualified naturalism and realism of the Engelschian dialectics of nature and its offshoots. This implicit contestation is explicitly confirmed later in Less Than Nothing when Žižek pleads against the young Lukács, and his many Western Marxist descendants, for the urgency of resuscitating Hegelian nature philosophy and Marxian nature dialectic. And, to cut a well-known story short, a story to which Žižek alludes in Absolute Recoil, the Lukács of history and class consciousness, with his playing off of historical against dialectical materialism, establishes what has since become a denotative difference between Western European and Eastern/Soviet Marxisms. Much like Alfred Schmidt before him, Schmidt's The Concept of Nature in Marx, although originally a dissertation supervised by Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, themselves quite generally Lukácsian apropos the empirical, experimental sciences of nature, represents a voice of partial internal dissent within the Frankfurt School, at least as regards naturalist materialism. Žižek attempts to strike a delicate balance between, on the one hand, the historicist social constructivism of historical materialism and, on the other, the realist, quasi-naturalism of dialectical materialism. As Žižek puts it in an interview, not everything is cultural. Although you cannot pinpoint a moment which is pure nature, which is not yet mediated by culture, in spite of this you must not draw the conclusion that everything is culture. Otherwise you fall into discursive idealism. This stipulation is echoed in Absolute Recoil. If, 1. The distinction between nature, as real, and culture, as imaginary, symbolic realities, is internal to the latter and, 2. An anti-idealist materialism is to be affirmed nevertheless, against, for example, the early Lukács' version of historical materialism, discursive idealism, and the like, then, it might be concluded, what is required is a metadialectical materialism that delineates the dialectics between the domains covered by dialectical materialism, i.e., the real as nature, and historical materialism, i.e., imaginary, symbolic realities as culture. Put differently, if, as Absolute Recoil has it, the limit that separates the real from the symbolic is simultaneously external and internal to the symbolic, then a certain amount of dialecticalness will be demanded of a materialism striving to walk any line between the scylla of each and every non-dialectical materialism and the Charybdis of all idealisms, including pseudo-Marxist ones. As I already have hinted here, Žižek insinuates that the materialism of the Lenin amounts to a regression behind Marx circa, going back to the contemplative stance of Ludwig Feuerbach and his 18th-century French materialist predecessors. However, Marx himself is not left unscathed by Žižek's recent push for a contemporary reworking of dialectical materialism. Not only is Lenin criticized via Marx, Marx in turn is criticized via Hegel. In Less Than Nothing, Žižek asserts that today, one should return from Marx to Hegel and enact a materialist reversal of Marx himself. Additionally, he engages in some Althusserian-style indictments of the young, Marx for being too Aristotelian as well as for assuming the potential effective existence of a thoroughly non-alienated human nature. I would suggest reading this just quoted assertion alongside Žižek's thesis, central to Absolute Recoil, that the only way to be a true materialist today is to push idealism to its limit. In this instance, the only way to be a true Marxist historical/dialectical materialist today is to push Hegelian absolute idealism to its limit, something Žižek hints Marx himself, in his mature work, starts doing specifically in relation to the structures and phenomena involving real abstractions. He later expands upon this thesis, using concepts and language borrowed from the Badiou of Logics of Worlds. The predominant philosophical struggle occurs today within materialism, between democratic and dialectical materialism, and what characterizes dialectical materialism is precisely that it incorporates the idealist legacy, against vulgar democratic materialism in all its guises, from scientist naturalism to the post-Deleuzian assertion of spiritualized vibrant matter. Dialectical materialism is, RST, a materialism without matter, without the metaphysical notion of matter as a full substantial entity. In dialectical materialism, matter disappears in a set of purely formal relations. Second, despite being materialism without matter, it is not idealism without an idea, it is a materialism with an idea, an assertion of the eternal idea outside the space of idealism. In contrast to idealism, whose problem is how to explain temporal night reality if our starting point is the eternal order of ideas, Materialism's problem is how to explain the rise of an eternal idea out of the activity of people caught in a night historical situation. Early on in Absolute Recoil, Žižek provides a succinct yet incisive inventory of current strands of non-dialectical materialisms, all of which he subsumes under the Badiouian heading of democratic materialism in this quotation, pointing out that none of them incorporate within materialism the philosophical resources of Kantian and post-Kantian German idealisms in particular, with these, especially the absolute idealism of Hegel, embodying the ultimate apex of the idealist legacy. Moreover, despite the problematizations of Badiou's own version of materialism articulated in multiple ways throughout Less Than Nothing and Absolute Recoil, Žižek fundamentally endorses Logic's of Worlds' characterization of the materialist dialectic, by contrasting it with democratic materialism, as the genuine dialectical materialism to be advanced in the 20th century. Like Badiou, Žižek, in the conclusion to Less Than Nothing, calls for a materialism that goes beyond the limits set by a Foucauldian, Agambanian biopolitics of animalistic bare life. Returning to the details of the passage quoted above, I want to raise some concerns and reservations from a dialectical, materialist perspective apropos Žižek's characterizations of properly dialectical materialism. Before doing so, it should be noted that I share Žižek's, and Badiou's, antipathies and objections to, in Badiouian terms, all those brands and devours of biopolitical democratic materialism to be combated ferociously by a new materialist dialectic and or dialectical materialism. I also am in profound solidarity both with Žižek's occasional pleas for reviving Hegelian nature philosophy and Engelschian nature dialectic and with his doubts about the authentically materialist credentials of Badiou's ontological framework. That said, Žižek appears to me to hastily connate two different possible senses of a materialism without matter, on the one hand, a materialism in which physical nature itself is deprived of its traditionally imagined positivity qua consistency, density, solidity, and unity, being envisioned instead as shot through and permeated with the immanent negativities of antagonisms, conics, discrepancies, and tensions, i.e., replacing godlike nature with a capital N as an omnipotent and omniscient big other or whole/totality as one all with, in hybrid Hegelian Lacanian, Žižekian parlance, weak ohnmachtig, rotten puri nature s as a non-whole/not all barred real, on the other hand, a materialism in which everything material is dissolved into the purity of logical, whether symbolic or dialectical, speculative, and/or mathematical forms, an ontology difficult to distinguish from Pythagoreanism and Platonic metaphysical realism, one which, moreover, by no means entails necessarily either dialectics or anything material in a way distinguishable from the ideational. For the sake of abbreviated clarity and convenience, I will designate the former a sort of conic ontology in which matter disappears only as non-connected as a dialectical materialism of weak nature, and the latter a kind of hyperstructuralist ontology in which matter disappears tout court as a dialectical materialism, being really neither essentially dialectical nor materialist, of strong form. This second dialectical materialism is akin to what is captured by Žižek's examples of the diet version of a substance, materialism, deprived, without, of its substance, matter, free of alcohol, caffeine, and fat, thereby becoming unappetizing and unsatisfying. Moreover, this matter-free materialism of strong form calls for doubts about Žižek's materialist credentials identical to those Žižek casts upon Badiou's formalist, pure mathematical, set theoretic ontology. The two distinct alternatives of what a materialism without matter could be are run together by Žižek in a single sentence, separated only by a long dash. Dialectical materialism is, RST, a materialism without matter, without the metaphysical notion of matter as a full substantial entity. In dialectical materialism, matter disappears in a set of purely formal relations. Before the dash, one has a dialectical materialism of weak nature, but after the dash, it is a dialectical materialism of strong form instead. Therefore, additionally, and correspondingly, there are two parallel senses in which Žižek tries to push idealism to its limit, one in which a limit qua tipping point at which a twisting transition is made to materialism proper is accomplished, weak nature, and another in which a limit qua maximum or peak of idealism is reached, strong form. There is no difficulty in guessing what the Lenin of materialism and empirio-criticism would have to say, with some justification, about the second of these reinvent ions of dialectical materialism. But, the problems with Žižek's elaborations of his updated dialectical materialism do not end with this. Even when advocating a materialist ontology of weak nature, rather than a pseudo-materialist ontology of strong form, Žižek, in violation of his own weak naturalist stipulations regarding the disappearance of matter, qua the metaphysical notion of matter as a full substantial entity, seems surreptitiously to slide back into, despite himself and perhaps even unconsciously, a belief in a strong nature as a holistically self-cohesive eld of being, s. This possibly inadvertent slippage usually happens, within the pages of Less Than Nothing and Absolute Recoil, in close proximity to employments of the Hegelian dialectical, speculative distinction between substance and subject, translated by Žižek into the Lacanian mathemes of S and dollar respectively. In good materialist fashion, Žižek insists upon the ontological and temporal/genetic priority of substance over subject, with the latter emerging from the former. But when he does so, he also tends to irk with the notion that substantiality prior to the emergence of subjectivity, i.e., pre-human nature and sich, is not weak, as per Hegel's own Macht der Natur, but strong qua a whole organically at one with itself and its parts. In Less Than Nothing, he stresses that the subject always, constitutively, comes second. It refers to an already given substance, introducing into it abstract distinctions and tions, tearing apart its organic unity, and goes on to claim that man is an anamorphic distortion of nature, a perturbance of the natural rhythm of generation and corruption. Although the quotation marks around natural in the second of these two quotations allude to nuancing caveats, the gist involves presupposing or positing the rhythm of an organic unity, something glaringly at odds with other formulations by Žižek as well as, arguably, with his ontology in its most fundamental, systematic dimensions. Žižek's glosses on Hegel's substance als Natur and subject als Geist in Absolute Recoil likewise irk with implying that there actually is, in fact, a substantial harmony subsequently disrupted by the genesis of subjectivity. Therein he states that the spirit is itself the wound it tries to heal, that is, the wound is self-inflicted. Spirit at its most elementary is the wound of nature. The subject is the immense absolute power of negativity, the power of introducing a gap or cut into the given immediate substantial unity, the power of differentiating, of abstracting, of tearing apart and treating as self-standing what in reality is part of an organic unity. In addition to this talk of substantial organic unity, in the same precise context, Žižek also speaks of broken symmetry, the ruining of the preceding piece, and the full and sane body into which the wound was cut. In short, substance, s, before the emergence of subject, dollar, enjoys, as Žižek's mathemes themselves suggest, an unbarred, i.e., harmonious, unit, status, namely, strong positive plenitude rather than weak negative deficiencies. However, some of Žižek's other formulations that clearly avoid the apparent, surreptitious reintroduction of nature with a capital N as a substantial big other and self-consistent one all bring with them their own difficulties. In Less Than Nothing, he recommends a properly dialectical materialist move involving not, of course, the direct spiritualization of nature in the mode of romantic nature philosophy, but an imminent denaturalization of nature, a line he repeats in Absolute Recoil. I must avow my very deepest sympathies with this idea of an imminent denaturalization of nature. But these sympathies nonetheless are partly conditional upon exactly how one understands what Žižek has in mind here. In Žižek's recent work related to a resurrected dialectical materialism, he tends to speak of nature in and of itself as desubstantialized qua connected, disharmonious, inconsistent and so on, especially when addressing such topics as humanity's distinctiveness, or lack thereof, in terms of animality, freedom, and sexuality, as well as when he touches upon ecology and green thinking. Although this kind of talk differs from those of his other elaborations along the lines of a materialism without matter as a hyperstructuralist ontology of strong form, alism, what I have rejected above as a betrayal, rather than reinvention, of dialectical materialism, Žižek sometimes, when articulating the tenets of a dialectical materialism of weak nature, seems too quickly to identify subject with insubstantial substance, Geist with die Ohnmacht Natur, the barred subject of culture, with the barred real of nature, as also does Alenka Zupanici from time to time in some of her recent reactions. At this juncture, it must be recalled that Žižek's earlier mentioned attacks upon contemporary, pseudo-materialist orientations subsumable under the heading of democratic materialism include dismissals of Deleuze-inspired new materialisms as indefensibly panpsychist, as implausibly spiritualizing nature, qua natura naturans and even natura naturata, in a regressive, mystical fashion. But if the move is made of directly equating the two negativities of natural, in, substantiality and denaturalized / more than natural subjectivity, then how is this not tantamount to yet another panpsychism, albeit one with the historical distinctiveness of replacing an emphasis upon cosmic organic unity with one upon ubiquitous antagonisms and strife, Empedocles rather than Parmenids? Having reached this point, it might seem as though the Žižek of less than nothing and absolute recoil is inconsistent to the extent that readers are pushed into choosing between two incompatible options, both intensely unpalatable for any materialist agreeing with much of what Žižek elaborates upon so marvelously across the arc of his corpus, pushing idealism to its limit either by making matter disappear tout court, i.e., the Pythagorean, Platonic idealist metaphysical realism of strong form, or by lapsing into a disavowed panpsychism of the barred psyche, i.e., a spiritualization of nature in which the main difference from most other panpsychisms is that the spirit at work is split, rather than undivided, subjectivity $. I am convinced that Žižek possesses and frequently utilizes claims and arguments delineating a compelling, novel variant of dialectical materialism avoiding and surpassing both of these unpalatable options. As on previous occasions, I see myself as yet again conducting an imminent critique of Žižek himself, challenging some of his utterances on the basis of what I take to be the most charitable and powerful reconstruction of a systematic Žižekian metaphysics. All the same, this reconstruction requires carefully sifting through the black-letter contents of Žižek's texts and selectively amending or disputing some of their details. Playing Žižek contra Žižek, and moving toward a conclusion to this intervention, what sketch can I offer of a dialectical materialism that remains faithful to the spirit, while at the same time criticizes the letter, of less than nothing and absolute recoil? From my perspective, there are lines of thought contained in these two monumental statements of Žižek's philosophical position that tie together tightly. These intertwined lines of thought constitute a theoretical core both, 1. Supporting neither an idealism of metaphysically real forms nor a panpsychism of the split psyche, as well as, 2. Able to be held up as a legitimate extension of the Marxian, Engelschian dialectical materialist tradition, as well as an inheritor of the enduringly valid aspects of the Hegelian philosophy of nature. In what follows, I pinpoint and recharacterize these facets of, partially, Žižekian dialectical materialism. First, Hegel's logic, in all its mature versions, is not to be misconstrued as the Hegelian system in its entirety or even as the unique core of the system. By contrast with Platonic-style metaphysical realism, Hegel describes his logic, on its own in abstraction from real philosophy als Naturphilosophie und Geistesphilosophy, i.e., logic as merely the RST part of the three-part encyclopedia of the philosophical sciences, as pre-ontological, Žižek, instead of properly ontological. The logic unfolds the dialectical, speculative network of categories as epistemological conditions of possibility for the subjective thinking of the natural and spiritual realities of the philosophy of the real, as well as, pre-ontological conditions of possibility for the objective being of these realities. But these categories, cons strictly within the pure abstraction of the logics thinking about thinking, are not metaphysically real, acquiring such full ontological status, i.e., real being, only in and through the immanence of the actual, als Wirklichkeit, existences of Natur und Geist. Second, Žižek's militant delity to this non-Platonist Hegel categorically rules out his above-noted deviations in the direction of a matterless hyperstructuralism of unsullied, strong forms, i.e., a formalist, idealist materialism without matter. Žižek reinforces this properly materialist repudiation of metaphysical realism when, in the context of demarcating the limits of Hegel's philosophy, he indicates that the combination, denotatively characteristic of the modern natural sciences, of Verstandlevel mathematics and empirical experimentation could not be done justice to by Hegel himself. Nonetheless, Žižek insists, it must be incorporated by Hegelian materialists today. Moreover, Žižek's entirely correct dismissals of the Koirian French neo-Cartesian rationalism of Badiou and Quintin Melassu as falsely, indefensibly reducing scienticity to pure mathematical style, formalization alone similarly signal a reassuring commitment, reassuring for a materialist, however qualied, to empiricist and naturalist epistemological and ontological elements. Likewise, Žižek is careful to note that quantum physics itself cannot be treated as a matter of non-applied mathematics alone. Third, and following closely on the heels of the above, despite Žižek's pronounced taste for speculations regarding theoretical physics as his favored empirical, experimental natural scientific partner for a rejuvenated contemporary dialectical materialism, he sometimes recognizes how and why the life sciences are of such overriding importance for Marxian materialist traditions past and present. He recurrently evinces an appropriate awareness and appreciation of a lineage running from the Immanuel Kant of the critique of the power of judgment, specifically, the critique of the teleological power of judgment, through F.W.J. Schelling's and Hegel's philosophies of nature and onward into Engels's Naturdialektik and its primarily Soviet furtherance. Within this orientation, biological organics occupies a special position for a materialism with an idea, absolute recoil, qua a non-reductive materialist ontology of desubstantialized substantiality, i.e., weak/rotten nature, inextricably intertwined with nothing other than a theory of full-edged, non-epiphenomenal subjectivity, i.e., $s endowed with powers of downward causation. Specifically, biology is simultaneously, 1. A natural science and region of nature emergent from but irreducible to physics and chemistry and, 2. The threshold realm out of which arise sentient and sapient subjects. Fourth, Žižek's periodic affirmations of emergentism, which I appealed to in the prior paragraph, helpfully mitigate against a pansubjectivism of dollar in which barred substance and barred subject are conated with each other completely, an unfortunate equivocation or short circuit to which, as I showed above, Žižek occasionally succumbs despite himself. However, this mitigation is conditional upon the emergence of dollar specifically from living matter, itself emergent in turn vis-a-vis non-living matter, and not, as potentially insinuated by much of the engaging with quantum physics in less than nothing and absolute recoil, from subatomic particles and processes. Along the lines of my critical stipulations with respect to quantum physics a la Žižek elsewhere, I would say here that an emergentism of subjectivity proper directly from quantum physical, rather than organic, substance, violates the fundaments of dialectical materialism and or Žižekian ontology by being extremely reductive and holistic, abruptly collapsing real distinctions between multiple intermediate emergent levels and layers, atomic, molecular, chemical, genetic, cellular, etc. Fifth and nally, when Žižek, for instance, wisely cautions that quantum indeterminacy is not tantamount to subjective freedom qua self-determinacy, i.e., contingency and randomness do not equal autonomy and agency, he reveals himself to be cognizant of the simple but pivotal distinction between necessary and sufficient conditions. For a current, genuine dialectical materialism, and by contrast with the pseudo-materialist ontology of a panpsychism of the divided psyche, the incompleteness of being as the weakness/rottenness of nature makes possible, without automatically or inevitably making actual, dollar. Put differently, the barred real is necessary but not sufficient for the barred subject. And, methodologically following in the wake of certain aspects of Kantian and post-Kantian German idealism, such transcendental yet natural/material catalysts for subjectivity, as themselves pre-non-subjective, can and should be reverse-engineered après coup from this same subjectivity. Maintaining the distinction between necessary and sufficient conditions indispensably assists with guarding against falling back into the fetters of a great chain of being. There is nothing to lose but the cheap and empty disposable packaging of materialism-free materialisms. The Althusserian Battlegrounds. Robert Fowler. In the RST chapter of his Absolute Recoil, Slavoj Žižek aims at a materialist theory of subjectivity. Louis Althusser's theory serves him here as a point of reference, yet he regards it as an insufficient effort. In this chapter, I want to examine a few of Žižek's criticisms and try to point out in what respect Althusser's best solutions might lie exactly where Žižek sees his limitations. But before that, I would like to roughly point out what, conversely, from an Althusserian point of view, might be a critical reproach to Žižek's endeavor. Žižek suggests the Hegelian gur of absolute recoil as that which all contemporary attempts of materialism lack. According to him, this gur would be the foundation for a materialism able to cope with the epistemological and political challenges of our times, AR. This Hegelian recoil gur teaches that every impediment a thing encounters should not be regarded as an external obstacle but rather as the resistance of the thing against itself. For example, if an ideal appears to be constantly thwarted by empirical circumstances which prevent its full actualization, we should not blame the empirical world for that but instead understand that the problem lies within the ideal itself, AR. Or, to take another example, if an emancipatory theory turns, during its actualization, into a most repressive nightmare, then this is not to be understood as a simple abuse of the noble theory. We should rather indicate how it lies dormant in it as a possibility, AR. Indeed, there may be cases when such an operation of looking for the problem's reason within a thing itself can be helpful and clarifying. But is this theoretical transposing of a reason into the immanence of a thing always the best and most clever move? Does the insistence on such a primacy of immanence make materialism dialectical and superior to any other materialism? Althusser has taught us to mistrust such a philosophical preference. For there may be cases in which the Hegelian presumption of immanence might itself be the theoretical, ideological obstacle, obstacle epistemologic, that which blocks any cognition of the real relationships. The philosophical antidote to this is Spinoza, the philosopher of immanence, who actually is the theorist of externality par excellence. Referring to Spinoza, Althusser demonstrated that theoretical practice begins from a raw material built of theoretical ideology and that what it does to this raw material is completely foreign and external to it. Nothing in a theoretical ideology itself tends to move forward, in a kind of phenomenology of the ideological spirit, toward a theoretical cognition. The same can also happen the other way round. A sound scientific or philosophical theory can be turned into an ideology, even without ceasing to be true with regard to its theoretical object. If that which makes an idea, a proposition, or a whole theory ideological is not its lack of truth but, as Althusser, like Freud, claims, the fact that it corresponds to a wish, then it may become clear why the reason that turns a theoretical element into an ideological one can be completely external to it. Our wishes and interests may change, and what yesterday were our most sober and brutally honest insights may today, due to new wishes, become our rationalizations and pretexts. This is why the Spinozist position of externality might be, if not the null answer, which may not exist in materialism, still the crucial tool here, not because its claims were always true and could never become ideological, but because it teaches us not to take eternal sides in philosophy between the internality, recoil, position and the externality position. Either of them can at any given point, and due to external reasons, become just the placeholder of a wish, answering or treating the philosophical questions. For the same reason, For Althusser, the materialist approach might not always mean engaging in the traditional, honorable matters of philosophy in their whole latitude. Materialism in philosophy might not mean trying to endear a new foundation for dialectical materialism, AR, it might not be the attempt to answer the question which is the true materialism, AR, or to engage in a debate such as is the subject a void or rather a process, AR. The materialist approach, according to Althusser, might not consist in trying to give the right answer to such questions, rather, it might consist in the refusal to answer those questions altogether. 1. That resists the philosophical temptation, a refractoriness that resists the interpellations of traditional philosophy might here be the materialist virtue required something comparable to what Žižek himself describes, in another context, as a laziness or acedia, AR. Instead of engaging with such questions, materialists, according to Althusser, should rather, as Wittgenstein suggested, try to treat these questions like illnesses or, rather, like theoretical symptoms, that is, as displacements, as ideological solutions for quite different problems than those that they pretend to speak of. For Althusser, the materialist philosophical goal was not to end the all-encompassing concept that would hold materialism together, rather, it consisted in drawing, and making visible, the lines of demarcation, the epistemological cuts that separated an idealist concept from a materialist one. Thus, philosophical materialism remained, for Althusser, something very slim and economical, something that had to tea in the cup of your hand. Otherwise, materialist philosophy threatens to become heavy instead of sharp, an object of knowledge instead of a tool. This was one of the reasons why Althusser insisted on the position that philosophy does not have an object, because otherwise it would turn itself into an object of knowledge. Only under the condition of being a light tool, easy to handle and easy to carry, is materialism able to when the enemy stands at the gates. This is something that Hegelian Marxism has often been unable to do. It has time and again proven particularly unable to problematize matters, while being too assured of its abundance of solutions. For example, when Žižek very originally discovers that repetition, the compulsion to repeat, is the driving motor of the dialectical process, AR, the uncanny question for all Hegelian materialists would be, why had this remained so well concealed to all, even materialist scholars, for such a long time? Why was it that, against all Hegelian Marxists of his epoch, Althusser had to insist that not only a history that moves on is to be called history, but that also a history that fails, stagnates, or repeats itself is still a history in the proper sense? This is the profound danger of a rich, systematic, well-founded Hegelian version of materialism. In its richness it never appears clear, sharp, and unambiguous. The precious tools of the Hegelian box are apparently, due to its heaviness, always concealed under a lot of less precious material, just like the perfect novel sentences are hidden in Lawrence Stern's opaque black page of his Tristram Shandy. Such tools never appear apt to cut a clear dividing line. Why else are the Hegelian owls of Minerva only capable of making their precious endings after the fact, and never in time? Or, to put up a similarly uncanny question for Althusserians, why is it that anti-humanist philosophy, such as that of Althusser, Deleuze, or Foucault, could take on its contemporary form of new materialism? What is it that makes new materialism idealist, as Žižek, following Jameson, claims, AR? Or, as Althusser would have put it, what is it that transforms this philosophy today into a theoretical ideology? Is it something inherent to its theoretical structure? Has the theoretical structure been altered unnoticed? Or has this theory been given a new discursive function? Does it now function as a cover-up for something else? Only in the RST case, if there were a deficiency in the theoretical structure, would materialist critique be justed to suggest a new structure, as Žižek does, AR. Yet it is very questionable why the failure of new materialism would consist in its pre-modern naivete, and why, if so, it would not be sufficient to overcome it by a Kantian modern critique, why it would, at all costs, have to be the Hegelian recoil move to transpose back into nature, not subjectivity as such but the very gap that separates subjectivity from objective reality. AR. In other words, why, if what they lack is Kant, should we give them Hegel? And, furthermore, is it not disturbing that the new materialists, as Žižek notices, AR, use a Spinozist language? Of course, one could claim that all the described pre-modernity in their approach stemmed from that, Spinoza being a hopeless pre-Kantian. Yet, if one regards Hegel's criticism of Kant as the best modern solution for this, one should keep in mind here Althusser's remark that Spinoza was the anticipated repetition of Hegel, that Hegel's critique of Kant had been pre-modeled by Spinoza's critique of Descartes. So the uncanny question arises, is the criticized enemy here not much closer to dialectical materialism than the latter wants to recognize due to its putting Kant as a buffer zone between itself and the other? What is at stake here is the question if materialists can share the Hegelian cadence in philosophy having a history, the cadence that a later development is able to overcome and sublate earlier attempts, and that, like the sciences, philosophy can produce points of no return. Althusser would have been skeptical at this point. Since philosophy does not have an object, it does not have a history either, rather, it is the constant repetition of a battle that has to be fought again on constantly emerging new terrains. And, most importantly, there is no such thing as sublation in the history of philosophy. The materiality of this history reveals itself precisely by the fact that certain achievements, like those of Spinoza, may remain repressed, censored, or forgotten for a long time, yet pop up unexpectedly at some point and produce unexpected effects not without the danger, like that posed by every weapon, of one day falling into the idealist enemy's hands. If this were the case, if a materialist philosophy got hijacked by an idealist one, materialists should not try to replace it with another one, presumed to be more materialist. This would only amount to feeding the enemy another piece of prey. Rather, materialists should look for the materialist edges of the hijacked theory, for its unswallowable parts, for the shibboleths that it contains and which may allow materialists one day to make the hijacked theory a Trojan horse within the enemy's fortress. Luckily, this is what Žižek actually does in most parts of his book. He constantly engages in battles and draws lines of demarcation. This makes his book a most sharp weapon, a precious instruction, and a pleasure to read. The idea to provide a foundation for dialectical materialism seems to belong to what Althusser would have called Žižek's spontaneous philosophy. In fact, Žižek, in most parts of his book, practices materialism, which is the much more difficult but also much more rewarding thing to do. The unbelievable and the material. In the following, I want to demonstrate, as promised, how some of what Žižek regards as the deficiency of Althusser's concepts could well be regarded as their advantage, not as limitations but as the cutting edges of materialism. As a first step, Žižek remarks that Althusserian theory of ideology fully asserts the gap that separates our ideological sense experience from the external material apparatuses and practices that sustain that experience. AR. The relationship of these two dimensions is, according to Žižek, that of the parallax. We observe ideological practice either from the outside, in bodily gestures, or from the inside, as beliefs, and there is no intermediate passage between the two. AR. As I will try to show later, I do not share this reading of Althusser's theory. In fact, this account appears to me to apply more correctly to the Lacanian theory of subjectivity, which speaks of the object, A, that is the subject, and describes this relationship as one of necessary exclusion, since these two are the front side and obverse of the same thing, AR. If there is a parallactic object-subject relationship, it seems to pertain to Lacan's theory. Now, with regard to Althusser, Žižek feels a necessity to overcome this presumed divide. One could, though, ask here, why should this be necessary? What theoretical necessity is felt here? Why can we not remain, instructed by Žižek himself, Žižek, Rend and happy theorists of complex, parallactic relations? In order to overcome this parallactic gap, Žižek suggests the notion of comedy, acting as if one believed and then getting trapped and believe that one just acts would form an intermediate ground of overlapping between these two parallactic worlds. To render this notion of comedy in strict concepts, Žižek provides a very original version of the formula of disavowal given by Octave Manani, Je sais bien mais quand même. I know very well, but nevertheless. By this formula, Manani accounts for the relationship between a better knowledge and an opposed abandoned belief, which then materializes in laughter, compulsive actions, or fetishes. Yet Žižek asks, what if the relationship between the better knowledge and the belief remains tautological? What happens if we know something, but still do not cease to believe the same thing? What Žižek refers to here is the case, for example, when, meeting a friend and really wanting to be nice, one still utters a polite formula. This would amount to a split between the position of enunciation and the enunciated content. The friend would then appear justed to reproach by saying, if you really mean it, then why do you say it, or if you really want to be kind, why are you then just polite? This would work just like in the Freudian Lemberg, Krakow joke, cf. Ar. Žižek argues it was this immanent gap that eludes Althusser's theory of the ideological state apparatuses, Ar. The notion of absolute recoil would here ll in the very concept of immanence, or tautology between belief and knowledge, that Althusser appears to lack with regard to this problem. Now, as I want to argue, there is a very sound reason why, according to psychoanalytic theory, the relationship between knowledge and belief cannot be tautological. For we cannot know the things that we believe in. This is what Octave Manani pointed out in his groundbreaking distinction between beliefs and faith, Manani. What Manani, following Freud, refers to with his theoretical notion of belief are beliefs that we never believed. As Žižek himself clearly states, there are some beliefs, the most fundamental ones, which are from the very outset disentangled beliefs of the other. This is why we cannot know what we have believed. We cannot know it, because we never believed it either. It is beliefs such as those in the omnipotence of thought that our wishes could kill, or that there was no sexual difference, or that there was no generational sequence, and so forth. Those beliefs pertain to primary narcissism. They are not simply wrong descriptions of a nevertheless possible world, but they ultimately render any world impossible that could be described rightly or wrongly. If everything that we think or wish comes true, we can never commit an error about what is true. But of course we can then never make any true statement either. The beliefs that Manani's formula of disavowal refers to belong to the order of the unbelievable. According to Freud's audacious and paradoxical insight, materialization, example as a fetish or in a compulsive action, occurs precisely when a belief becomes abandoned. What we materialize embodies our abandoned beliefs. The more an epoch engages in the materialization of its ideology, the more we can conclude that this ideology is built of abandoned belief, and not of faith. This is an important hint with regard to what Althusser refers to as ideology's materiality in practices and apparatuses, as well as with regard to its function of producing obviousness, in the sense of unquestioned certainty. Most of ideology's materiality is built of beliefs which are not ours. Maybe also the other ideological form examined by Manani, faith, the familiar kind of conviction that is not abandoned and that one identities with, can be embodied in material practices and objects. Yet in ARST approach we could say, in our ideological, lived existence, we are surrounded by embodiments of abandoned beliefs which were never our own, and it is precisely those materialized abandoned beliefs which make up our certainty within our lived world. What Žižek refers to with his concept of an immanent gap is therefore an entirely different problem. It is not that of the split between knowledge and belief. Instead, it concerns the tension between belief and faith. Belief exists, as Manani states, in all cultures. Faith, on the contrary, is an achievement that only occurs in certain cultures. Yet where faith exists, it does not only superimpose itself upon belief, it even starts to act against it. At the very moment that people start to have beliefs of their own, they become hostile to the illusions without owners, the disinterested beliefs of the other. This is the reason why in a culture structured uniquely by belief like in Japan, it is possible to be polite even to the loved ones, as Roland Barthes has remarked. In a faith culture, on the contrary, the formal code of politeness has to be broken and replaced by a second, intimate code that represents what is to be regarded as a subject's personal and sincere, inner feelings. When it comes to religion, a faith culture can therefore end up totally abolishing its visible belief rituals. As Miran Bozovic has nicely explained, the rule is here, precisely if one believes in God, one has to act as if God did not exist. Otherwise the question would be raised, like in Žižek's example, if you really mean it, why do you then show it? It is here that the tautological relationship that Žižek conceives of occurs, when belief refers to the same thing as faith. Then the materiality of belief comes under attack. For example, the colorful and ambivalent gods and saints of all ages and sexes get replaced by one, invisible, wise and good old God. Silly rituals must cede their place either to respectable ones or even get completely abolished, and so on. This is the place of the problem. Yet there seems to be no reason either to try to immaterialize the materiality of ideology, or to conceive of a subject before subjectivization, the two steps that Žižek regards as necessary, are, in order to overcome the gap that he sees in Althusser's theory, a gap between ideology's materiality and subjectivity. The visible, the invisible, and the non-existent tanks. As the RST step of bridging the alleged gap, Žižek argues that Althusser fails to detach his notion of materiality from any matter. Žižek claims that Althusser fails to recognize the immaterial materiality of the big other. When Althusser describes a repressive power which need not even make a show of itself in order to be efficient, Žižek claims that one further step should be taken. Materialist philosophy should do what Althusser fails to do, conceive of a materiality without matter. Such a power would not only not have to show its tanks, it does not even need to have any. Again, one may feel inclined to ask here, why should that theoretical choice be a priori better? How do we know that philosophical materialism has to have this goal, or, for that matter, any other? Isn't Hegel's constant insistence on philosophy's goal precisely the problematic aspect of Hegelianism? How did he know where philosophy should go? Might it not be more correct to state here, as Althusser himself did, quoting Aristotle, that matter can be attributed in different ways? Or, to generalize what his disciple Dominique Lecourt suggested in his defense of Lenin, namely that the philosophical notion of matter is not to be identified with that of physics, so that ultimately everything that matters in theory is, in the philosophical sense, to be regarded as matter? And is it not important, with regard to the question of how a repressive force can exert its power without actually using its weapons, to clarify what conditions have to be provided in order to make this possible? For example, if a state really does not have any police force, is it not still important that it disposes, let us say, of enough money to buy tanks when necessary? Similarly, did Althusser not point out very carefully, in his theory of symptomatic reading, which precise conditions have to be acknowledged in order to detect a silence within a text? How can a text say something without even saying it? What distinguishes this from saying nothing? Is it not very important here to preserve some material conditions in order to prevent the symptomatic method, the psychoanalysis of the scientific spirit, from becoming an unconditional hermeneutic paranoia that turns every silence and every nothing whatsoever into a something? And does the same not apply for a careful analysis of the repressive forces of a given power, in order not to either underestimate nor to overestimate them? Yet when Žižek argues that there is a specific materiality of ideas themselves, emphasis in original, is this not a completely different problem? And is this not precisely the issue in Althusser's epistemology? For example, when Althusser writes that between ideas there are relations of forces, stating that you are forced, since you want to force a change in ideas, to recognize the force which is keeping them bent, by applying a counterforce capable of destroying this power and bending the stick in the opposite direction so as to put the ideas right. I would be happy to argue the point that this relation of force, counterbending, and bending, this extremism in the formulation of theses, belongs quite properly to philosophy. The knees and the subjects. With regard to the subjective side of ideology, Žižek argues that Althusser denied any temporality of the process of interpellation, together with a feeling of guilt. Thus, Althusser would ignore a dimension that precedes subjectivization, a stadium where a subject before subjectivization would connect to ideology's materiality without matter. Žižek reads here Althusser's account of Pascal, kneel down, and you will believe, as a causal and temporal sequence, RST, be it immaterial, materiality of apparatuses, interpellation, and subject before subjectivization, then, later, identification and subjectivization. It would thus have to be understood as a process of increasing subjectivization, starting from a zero-level subject, AR, and leading to a fully subjectivized religious believer. This temporal and causal sequence for the production of a religious subject would, as Žižek remarks, AR, correspond to the comedy of politeness as it is described by Immanuel Kant, who respected politeness highly, despite the fact that it is a lie. Yet, as Kant puts it, RSTLY, it is a lie by which nobody gets deceived, and secondly, the deceiver himself will be trapped by his own deception, thus eventually the mere pretending of human virtues will turn into real virtues. Politeness is thus to be regarded as an elementary school of morality, a zero-level subject before identification, with the categorical imperative, or its alleged subject, humanity within oneself, would gradually, through acting as if, become a real moral subject. In both cases, a kind of symbolic causality would lead from mere symbolic acting as if to the emergence of the real thing, religious consciousness in one case, moral consciousness in the other. Pascal could then, as Žižek suggests, AR, be regarded as a kind of Kantian. His theory of becoming religious would be the equivalent of Kant's theory of becoming a polite/moral subject. Yet a significant problem arises here. When it comes to religion, Kant is far from asserting that ritual behavior could bring about sincere convictions and that acting as if one were a religious subject could turn anybody into one. On the contrary, Kant designates the observance of religious rituals as unworthy Afterdienst, cultus spurious, and declares that they are morally irrelevant since even an evil person can do them. Is this not an important hint? If Kant's theory is consistent here, why does he come to such opposed conclusions with regard to the two different matters? Why would he deny the symbolic efficiency that he clearly acknowledged when it came to politeness? Why would one philosopher acknowledge this efficiency and the other deny it, despite the stunning fact that he acknowledged it elsewhere? Does this not indicate that we have to read Pascal differently, not as the polite Kant of religious subjectivity? What if Pascal's theory did not present a symbolic efficiency, and equally not a sequence of increasing subjectivization? What would this teach us about Althusser's concept of the relation between material ideological practices and subjectivization? Would it really be parallactic? We have to keep in mind here that Pascal's advice is not addressed to some atheist or pagan. On the contrary, his imagined interlocutor is an over-religious subject, very keen to be a true believer, but unfortunately unable to be one due to excessive efforts. The poor guy has interiorized religion to such an extent that it tends to elude him due to the above-mentioned aggressivity of faith against belief. Therefore, Pascal's advice does not aim at increasing subjectivation but, on the contrary, at gradual desubjectivation. The religious subject should become more a subject of ritual as if practice a subject in the eyes of others, and less a subject of mere consciousness and interiorized self-observation. To put it in Maninized terms, this over-religious subject should transform itself more into one of belief and less into one of faith. This is the reason why Kant and Pascal disagree on this point. Not because they disagree about the mechanisms, symbolic efficiency or others, at work, but because they want a different religion and a different religious subject. Kant aims at a Protestant or enlightened, purely interiorized religious subject, whereas Pascal wants to maintain a Catholic, balanced, partly outer partly inner governed religious subject. This is the important lesson given by Pascal as well as by this controversy. Subjectivization tends to refuse and destroy the materiality of religious practice. The more a subject recognizes itself in an ideology's interpellation, the less it is willing to follow its material rituals. For example, when Protestantism turned religious individuals into highly subjectivized subjects, they became much less ready to kneel down and attended church much less than the less subjectivized Catholics. The same can be seen in Richard Sennett's account on the tyranny of intimacy in contemporary Western societies. The more people get inner-directed, the less they observe the material theatrical efforts required for the comedian theater of civilizedness in public space. So Pascal's advice is not directed to a zero-level believer, it does not concern the way into religion. Instead, it concerns, like Sennett's analysis, the problem of deritualization within a given ideology. Pascal does not describe a temporal sequence, RST materiality, then subjectivity. On the contrary, he reacts to the fact that a certain subject effect turns hostile to its own materiality. Yet this is not a secondary phenomenon. This hostility is primary, it is the beginner's mistake in Pascal's religion, at least, for educated people. First there comes hostility toward ritual and materiality, then, after the advice, comes a more relaxed, balanced relationship, hopefully at least. The meaningless and the meaning. Now, what does this tell us with regard to Zizek's claim that before subjectivization there was an intermediate moment of obscene, impenetrable interpellation without identification, a kind of vanishing mediator that has to become invisible if the subject is to achieve symbolic identity, i.e., to accomplish the gesture of subjectivization. In short, the unthought of Althusser is that there is already an uncanny subject that precedes the gesture of subjectivization. AR. Is this interpellation without identification really unthought by Althusser, the reader of Pascal? And does it tease Zizek's description of being connected to a meaningless materiality, even beyond any concrete materialization in institutions or material practices? AR. We should keep in mind here Freud's insight concerning dreams, slips, and obsessive acts. What may appear to the individual as meaningless can very well be a perfectly significant representation. The fact that such material actions do not make sense for the subject does not imply that analysis could regard them as insignificant. Instead, they are to be regarded as signiers, that is, as having a signed, and consequently as something that could have a meaning for somebody else. Somebody else could decipher what they represent, or somebody else, even if we do not know who, might even believe in the illusion they represent. Our silly polite acts, our civilized behavior, our fashionable out always represent such a thing without it being necessary that we ourselves believe in the representation or even think of the represented content. For us, these material elements may remain imaginations without any image. With regard to Althusser's theory, this means three things. First, it is not meaningless materiality that exerts this ideological function, but a significant one. Second, Althusser does not deny temporality. Belief subjectivity is not a brief, vanishing mediator before subjectivization arrives. Rather, it never vanishes completely, since there is never faith alone, without belief. Moreover, in many cultures, faith and subjectivization never arrive, since in these cultures there is belief alone. Yet if in the collective history belief came before faith, it remains an open question if we may assume the same for individual history. There seems to be no internal dynamic by which belief leads to faith, and in a faith culture, both interpellations belief and faith might well form individuals into subjects at the same time. Third, even on the level of belief, we have to do with interpellation. Yet it is not the interpellation that amounts to the recognition of the subject in a big subject, as described by Althusser. In this respect Zizek is right. It is a pity that Althusser, having chosen religious ideology to illustrate interpellation and the subject effect, only took Christian religious ideology as his example, an ideology that is not only constituted by beliefs, abandoned illusions, but also by faith, illusions that subjects identify with. Things might have looked different had Althusser spoken about the ancient Greek religion. Scholars since the 19th century have constantly asked themselves whether the Greeks really believed in it, a question that Friedrich Engels already perspicuously answered negatively. It might have looked equally different had Althusser used the example of tribal taboo societies, as Freud describes them in Totem and Taboo. Obviously, the members of such a society regard many of their practices and taboos as meaningless or silly. They cannot give reasons for them, and they cannot identify with them to the degree that they could recognize themselves in a big subject. But still, there is significance to these practices, there is something represented in them, just like in obsessive acts or sexual fetishistic practices, and hence a minimum interpellation or subjectivation occurs here, too. 3. Althusserian subjectivities. So, how should this neglected aspect in Althusser's theory be reconstructed? In order to explain interpellation with regard to belief practices, the silly materiality that makes up most of our lived environment, one could say the following. Belief practices entail an interpellation of the superego. They invite the subject, which they thus produce, to open up a psychic topography within which it takes the higher position and starts to look down upon something. Thus the subjects of a belief religion look down upon silly gods, example child gods, such as Eros, and silly practices, example mask dances, which they regard as backward customs autrefois en croyant auxiliary masks. This benevolent, amused looking down upon some smaller ego equivalent would be the superego perspective that Freud designates as that of humor. It has to be remarked that, since the subject here takes on the superego position, no clear divide between ego ideal and superego becomes visible. Therefore, no identification, in the strict sense, occurs. Such subjects follow an interpellation not because they feel a higher authority above them, but because they do not want to disappoint a lower authority that they position at an abandoned ego place. Thus, during the French Revolution, aristocrats on their way to the guillotine abstained from crying or complaining and told their children to act likewise, because what should the people think of us? Opening up such a space in this way may be the crucial ideological operation that drags small children out of primary narcissism. This may be the reason why rituals like Santa Claus plays are to be found in so many cultures. Manani notes that they allow for a transition from a narcissistic position to a position of abandoned belief by one and the same gesture. The interpellation of the superego by belief creates, as a RST form of non-narcissist attitude, humor. The typical form of ideological guidance is here demeanor, and the corresponding form of punishment within this structure of ideology is shame or anxiety. This structure is different from that of faith as Althusser describes it when speaking of recognition. In a faith interpellation such as that of Christian religion, the ego of the individual gets interpellated. The same psychic space is opened up, yet with a different perspective, that of looking up to something regarded as higher. Thus a big subject gets imagined, and this big subject, superego/ego ideal, presents the subject a model, ideal ego, which can be aspired to. Here, the identification occurs. Only here can we end the typical infantile features of ideological centering. The subject feels observed, protected, and judged by a big subject. It LLS with self-respect when it at some point succeeds in matching its ideal. The ideological guidance here is responsibility or duty, the corresponding form of punishment is guilt. Let us not forget that a third type of subjectivity exists. It is possible that ego and superego become differentiated, although without any distance between them. This builds today's dominant Western subjectivity, the paranoid subject. Here, ego and superego have the same center. The ego does not have anything higher or lower to which it can look up or down, it is surrounded by the superego like a small circle by a bigger one. From this position, the superego constantly commands the ego to be itself. Yet this apparently permissive superego of postmodern society, AR, should not lead us to conclude, as Žižek suggests, that depression, acedia, were an elementary form of resistance against ideological interpellation, AR. On the contrary, when a subject gets depressed, interpellation has already successfully taken place. The be yourself interpellation is the most tyrannical one. It does not allow the ego at any time not to match its own, freely chosen standards. There is no leeway for the ego, it does not only have duties, it even has to want them. Therefore it is not only not doing or willing what it should do, which would make it feel guilty, like a faith subject, rather, it feels unable to want what it should want. This inability creates exhaustion, the characteristic form of punishment for the paranoid subject. The depressive ego, as it were, implodes within the superego. It is, as Freud described it, a completely impoverished, empty ego. Yet it should not be mistaken for the empty ego that Žižek posits before subjectivization. Žižek himself has given the right description of the depressive subject earlier with his example of the child with anti-authoritarian parents who tell the child he/she has to visit grandmother only if he/she really wants to. It is important to note that the subject is not ahistorical, its sartorial superego belongs specifically to our times. If we take Žižek's insistence on something other than subjectivization seriously and enrich Althusser's theory with these three types of subjectivity, we may gain more than the assumption of an empty subject, interpellated by empty sinears or matterless matter. Althusser's explicit refusal to use the notion of the subject for anything other than a misrecognizing, ideological subject may be a precious hint here. Thus, we gain a typology of three not-so-empty subjectivities whose internal topographies and whose specific relationships between each other allow us to account historically for the differences between cultures and epochs, not least with regard to people's varying readiness either to endure or to GHT exploitation and oppression. The necessity of an absolute misunderstanding, why Hegel has so many misreaders? Todd McGowan. Even he did not understand me. What stands out about Hegel as a philosopher is the confusion that surrounds his most basic positions. No other philosopher in the Western tradition occasions such wild divergence with regard to the principal concerns of her or his philosophy, and the competition is not even close. To capture the immensity of the divergence of opinion concerning Hegel, one would have to imagine some readers of Marx seeing him as a champion of the capitalist system rather than its foremost opponent, or envision psychoanalysts conceiving of Freud as an advocate of repression rather than its diagnostician. Though there is disagreement over the details of the philosophies of Marx, Freud, and most other major thinkers, a general agreement exists concerning the fundamental principles. The same cannot be said in the case of Hegel. For many, Hegel is the philosopher of totality and closure, whereas for others he is the thinker of singularity and openness. These are not just minor degrees of difference amid a broad agreement but categorically opposed estimations of what Hegel thinks. It is not just that Hegel's opponents, like Karl Popper and Gilles Deleuze, have one idea and his advocates, like Alexander Kojève and Gillian Rose, have another. Such a situation is relatively commonplace, but in the case of Hegel, neither his opponents nor his champions can agree among themselves. Instead, there is more distance separating Rose's version of Hegel from Kojève's than that which separates Kojève's from Deleuze's. Rose believes that Hegel's conception of the absolute provides an opening to radical social change, while Kojève thinks it connotes a decisive endpoint. Even though Deleuze is critical of what he considers the Hegelian position to be, he more or less agrees with Kojève on the content of that position. Though other philosophers induce conceptual quarrels among their adherents, no one has the wide variation of views attributed to her or him that Hegel does. The inability of thinkers following in his wake to come to even the broadest consensus about his philosophical project is perhaps its salient feature, and this demands attention from anyone concerned with that project. Slavoj Žižek has spent a great deal of time in his books devoted to Hegel to correcting the history of misreading and cutting through the confusion. One might even say that Žižek's own philosophical project is intrinsically linked to the reclaiming of the Hegelian legacy and to establishing a new understanding of Hegel's principal ideas. In Absolute Recoil, Žižek claims that the idea that Hegel simply closes his system with the mirage of total knowledge about everything there is to know, somehow bringing the entire universe to its completion, is completely wrong. What Hegel calls absolute knowledge is his name for a radical experience of self-limitation. Rather than being a philosopher of closure and endings, as he is for both Kojève and Deleuze, Hegel becomes a thinker of opening and new beginnings under Žižek's lens. This reformulation of the received wisdom on Hegel that Žižek, along with Catherine Malabou, Rebecca Comey, and others, works out completely rewrites the traditional image of Hegel. But Žižek's intervention raises a question that Žižek himself never broaches: why did nearly 2 centuries pass before someone was able to penetrate the predominant caricature of Hegel's thought and make proper sense of what he was saying? In order to understand Hegel correctly, we must examine the source of the misunderstanding. The failure to nail down the basic features of Hegel's philosophy cannot simply be the fault of 2 centuries of poor interpreters. Many of the greatest thinkers of the 19th and 20th centuries devoted considerable time to interpreting Hegel, and the results in almost every case were doleful. Marx sees in Hegel someone who envisions the subject's complete appropriation of objectivity at the point of absolute knowledge, while Søren Kierkegaard views him as a philosopher who reduces the singular individual to the objectivity of the system. In the 20th century, Martin Heidegger interprets Hegel's philosophy as the absolute imposition of subjectivity on being, and for Jean-Paul Sartre, Hegel is a philosopher of mutual recognition. The misreading of Hegel stretches so far among so many different types of thinkers that it goes beyond poor interpretation. In contrast, poor interpretation can explain the subjectivist version of Kant that proliferated from time to time since the publication of the Critique of Pure Reason but whenever this reduction of Kant to a subjectivist raised its head, correctives emerged to rectify the misunderstanding so that it did not linger. The correction of this misinterpretation by subsequent readers of Kant suggests that the misinterpretation was contingent rather than necessary, that we cannot fault Kant himself. In the case of Hegel, too much time has passed without any rectification of the profound errors in the reception of his thought for us to be able to lay the blame solely on the inadequacy of Hegel's interpreters. The misunderstanding must owe its origins to Hegel and his specific philosophical style. Hegel had an awareness of his inability to make himself properly understood. His purported last words indicate this awareness and paradoxically communicate the intransigence of the problem. Though his account of Hegel's final words is apocryphal, Heinrich Heine writes, when Hegel was lying on his deathbed, he said, "Only one man has understood me," but shortly afterwards he added fretfully, "and even he did not understand me." It is likely that Hegel never said these words, but we can safely say that he should have. This statement nicely encapsulates the unique difficulty of grasping Hegel's philosophy. Just when one understands, he seems at that moment to be saying the opposite of what one has understood. It is tempting to chalk up the obscurity of Hegel's prose to a simple inability to write clearly, but while Hegel struggled to articulate himself both in his lectures and in his books, poor writing alone cannot serve as the scapegoat for the various misunderstandings of his thought. If that were the case, the years since his death would have produced commentaries presenting the ideas lucidly and clearing up the difficulties for readers. Instead, the commentaries on Hegel's philosophy have often exacerbated the failure to understand rather than resolving it. This is especially apparent in a commentator like Peter Singer, who writes an introduction to Hegel guaranteed to mislead even the most diligent student. Singer characterizes Hegel's thought as a philosophy of synthesis and portrays absolute knowing as absolute solipsism, in which the mind comes to recognize that what it seeks is to know itself. In other words, Hegel takes a roundabout path to arrive at the philosophy of Berkeley. Such grievous errors create additional barriers to the comprehension of Hegel's thought rather than assisting readers in surmounting them. But even the best commentators, like Friedrich Beiser, still misleadingly present Hegel as an optimistic philosopher of progress who believes that spirit can overcome contradiction. In each case, it is the problem of contradiction and the role that it plays in Hegel's thought that trips up commentators, just as it tripped up adherents and opponents until the intervention of Žižek and others in recent years. In order to understand the misunderstandings concerning Hegel, one must see Hegel's obscure prose style not merely as a personal defect but as the result of the role that contradiction plays in his thought. This is what the general failure of the commentaries on Hegel makes evident. They penetrate the obscurity of the prose, but the barrier to the thought itself remains. The failure of the commentaries to shed light on Hegel's philosophy reveals that the difficulty lies in the philosophy rather than in Hegel's cumbersome communication of it. It is as if Hegel's thought itself produces a writer incapable of expressing himself clearly, which is why it does no good simply to clarify the prose in a commentary. Multiple connecting interpretations swirl around Hegel's philosophy because he grants contradiction an absolute priority. Contradiction does not function as a transcendental a priori truth for Hegel but rather emerges from the attempt to think through each position that Hegel confronts. Rather than trying to resolve contradictions in the way that other thinkers do, Hegel aims at uncovering them and sustaining them. He sees in contradiction the site where thought comes to ruin and, paradoxically, the site of thought's fecundity. If we fail to preserve contradiction, we lose thinking altogether. At every turn, contradiction manifests itself, even when one attempts to articulate the simplest proposition. If contradiction isn't just an error of thought but a prerequisite of being, then it becomes impossible to avoid. One must integrate contradiction into the fabric of one's thought in order to avoid betraying its constitutive role. This doesn't mean, of course, that the philosopher of contradiction must construct manifestly contradictory propositions, like all liars tell the truth. This philosopher need not guard against straightforwardness and strive for obscurity. Instead, the philosopher of contradiction has to take the effect of contradiction into account with the formulation of each proposition. This is precisely what Hegel does, and it is what makes him, despite all that commentators and critics have written about his thought, the most misunderstood philosopher. The difficulty of contradicting oneself. Hegel's rejection of the law of non-contradiction produces a philosophy geared toward misunderstanding. By insisting that contradiction not only can be thought but has an actual existence, Hegel overturns the foundational axioms of both ancient and modern philosophy. The representative figures of ancient and modern logic Aristotle and Leibniz leave no doubt that the law of non-contradiction is not only inviolable but that one cannot even imagine the conditions for its violation. In the Metaphysics, Aristotle asserts that the most indisputable of all beliefs is that contradictory statements are not at the same time true. Centuries later, Leibniz makes an equally categorical proclamation for the modern world. The problem with outing the law of non-contradiction, according to both Aristotle and Leibniz, is that it leaves the philosopher unable to assert even the most basic claims without immediately undermining them. Everything that one would say would become indistinguishable from its opposite. As he constructs his philosophy, Hegel takes this problem very seriously, and the unwieldiness of his prose style is the ultimate result. By rejecting the law of non-contradiction, Hegel rules out the possibility of taking up a non-contradictory position relative to the law of non-contradiction. He cannot simply cast it aside with the straightforward claim that his philosophy contradicts itself. To do so would involve him tacitly accepting the very law that he rejects. In other words, Hegel cannot be Walt Whitman. Even though he embraces Hegel as a primary inspiration, Whitman's Hegelianism offers tacit support to the axiom that the greatest threats to a thinker are acolytes rather than enemies. Whitman attempts to articulate Hegel's opposition to the law of non-contradiction in Song of Myself, where he writes, "Do I contradict myself? Very well then, I contradict myself, I am large, I contain multitudes, ... In contrast to Hegel's prose, few readers struggle to make sense of what Whitman says here, even though he writes poetry. The lucidity of Whitman's position derives from his ability to take up a straightforward position on the law of non-contradiction. While it might function poetically, Whitman's unambiguous embrace of contradiction would be untenable for Hegel as a philosopher. The trick, for Hegel, is that he must both embrace the law of non-contradiction and reject it in the same operation. At times, Hegel will articulate straightforward claims about contradiction that serve as guideposts for his philosophy. For instance, in the science of logic, he makes clear the foundational status of contradiction when he states, all things in themselves are contradictory. Here, Hegel lays his cards on the table theoretically, but this type of statement is rare. It is easy to state that entitles are contradictory, but what is difficult and what generates the misunderstandings of Hegel's thought is enacting contradiction through one's thought while maintaining a consistent theoretical position. Though Hegel sees that he must offer occasional statements about contradiction, these statements are, on their own, misleading for the reader of Hegel's philosophy. They risk fomenting the belief that one can step outside of contradiction in order to make a straightforward, declarative statement about it. For the most part, Hegel confines himself to the playing out of contradiction, to exposing contradiction as inescapable. This becomes evident when Hegel discusses pain. On 2 occasions in the science of logic, Hegel identifies pain as a privilege that living beings have and that inert matter lacks. Just claiming that pain is a privilege strikes the reader as contradictory. No one who is in pain conceives it as a privilege, but the privilege of pain, according to Hegel, stems from its contradictory status. To be in pain is to end oneself immersed in contradiction, and this is a fortunate quandary when compared with the alternatives. Hegel claims, the living being is for itself this rupture, has the feeling of this contradiction which is pain. Pain is therefore the prerogative of living natures. It is said that contradiction cannot be thought, but in the pain of the living being it is even an actual, concrete existence. Why is pain the concrete existence of contradiction? Most of us, when we experience pain, do not think of it as a contradictory experience. But Hegel conceives pain here as the negation of living entity, it is a response to stimulations that damage and even threaten to destroy the entity. When a non-living entity faces destruction, example when a supernova threatens to engulf a planet, this entity suffers no pain before its destruction. No planet writhes in agony in the moments while a star explodes because the negation is completely external to it. During the experience of pain, however, the living entity has an awareness of the damage it is undergoing. But this awareness of undergoing damage is what it means to be alive. One is alive only at the cost of experiencing that life damaged, and this is where Hegel sees contradiction operative. Of course, one can wish not to be in pain, this is what most living entities wish for, but the complete elimination of pain would entail the elimination of life as well. The ability to feel life being damaged points toward the end of life, but at the same time, it is life. Without the capacity for awareness of this damage, one loses sentience. Pain provides the key to grasping how Hegel conceives contradiction because it brings together negation and creation, revealing that the experience that negates the living entity is constitutive for the living entity. Without the negation of life, one could not be alive. This is not just a metaphor for Hegel, a claim that one feels most alive when one is near death, but an actual ontological claim about the necessary role that dying plays in living. Each contradiction that Hegel explores functions in the way that pain does, and Hegel sees contradiction operative beyond the consciousness of the living being. For Hegel, being itself is contradictory, and it is the contradictions of thought that lead us to those of being. Logical contradiction implies ontological contradiction. Negation infiltrates every positive entity, not as a foreign intruder but as the necessary basis for the entity's existence. Contradiction isn't impossible, as Aristotle and Leibniz would have it. Instead, it is the absence of contradiction that is impossible to imagine, and this reversal of both common sense and the history of philosophy is not just conducive to misunderstanding but almost demands it. Hegel's insistence on contradiction leads him to the absolute, the end point of contradiction, and it is here that the failure to comprehend Hegel's project reaches its apex. A totality that undermines itself. Hegel's insistence on constructing a totalizing system is responsible for much of the hostility that his thought receives, especially during the 20th century. This widespread critique originates with Kierkegaard, who mounts it soon after Hegel's death. For Kierkegaard, the problem lies in the totalization that Hegel's thought enacts. The problem with the whole is double: it is always only an illusory totality, a conceptual whole that fails to capture the actuality of the particulars, but the very attempt to conceptualize the whole has the effect of violently altering the status of the particulars. For the critics of Hegel, the conceptual inadequacy of the whole augments rather than mitigates its violence. The thought of all particulars in light of their relationship to the whole distorts their singularity by framing the singularity in terms of an illusion that cannot contain it. The whole can never become whole enough to include the variegations of the multiplicity that constantly escapes it. The violence of the whole becomes much more explicit when Hegel moves from the ontology of the science of logic to the historical development of the philosophy of history. Not only does Hegel brush over the particular histories of Africa in a few brief and offensively dismissive paragraphs, he also famously denigrates the significance of the individual while touting the cunning of reason that the universal employs to advance itself at the expense of individuals. In the last lectures that he gives on the philosophy of history, Hegel says, "What is personal or private is quite insignificant over against what is universal. Individuals are sacrificed and relinquished." As he recounts the sacrifice of individuals in the slaughterhouse of history, Hegel doesn't stop to lament this sacrifice or to mourn those lost to oblivion. Instead, he seems to laud the sacrifice and the profit that accrues to the universal through the individual's demise. The philosophy of history literalizes the epistemic violence operative throughout Hegel's philosophy. According to his critics, in the act of identifying the whole, Hegel fails to pay attention to the misalignment between the whole and the particulars that constitute it. The whole is an imaginary illusion constituted out of an assemblage of particulars, and the concept directs our attention away from the disparate entities that make it up. Obviously, one must think beyond the particular if one is to think at all, because the particular exists in relation and not in isolation. But relation doesn't necessarily depend on totality. The concept of assemblage has gained traction precisely because it avoids the violent distortion that comes with totality. Discussion about assemblages is implicitly, or explicitly in some cases, a critique of Hegel's constant recourse to the whole. The construction of a philosophical system was trendy when Hegel came of age as a thinker. Every German philosopher felt a compulsion to produce a distinctive system that would function as an individual signature. We can even deem German idealism through the commitment of its adherents to constructing a system. Kant originates German idealism with a systematic philosophy, but he never formally announces that he is constructing a system and never articulates the foundational principle of that system. It falls to Karl Reinhold and J.G. Fichte to make systematizing explicit in the universe of German idealism. The drive to systematize philosophy in the case of Reinhold and Fichte stems from the belief that one can discover a single foundational principle to act as the starting point for one's philosophy. The system would emerge from this principle and constantly refer back to it. For Reinhold, this principle is representation. For Fichte, in contrast, it is the self-positing of the I. Even though they establish opposed foundational principles, both thinkers believe that they are simply extracting the principle implicit in Kant's philosophy. From their perspective, Kant's failure is structural rather than theoretical. He didn't see the necessity of the system and thus left the foundational principle in abeyance. When Hegel comes along in the wake of Reinhold, Fichte, and Schelling, he retains their commitment to a system while abandoning their faith in the discovery of a RST principle that would provide the foundation for that system. In the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel insists that the true shape in which truth exists can only be the scientific system of such truth, but he also claims that a so-called basic proposition or principle of philosophy, if true, is also false, just because it is only a principle. Hegel sees here that no principle is sustainable as a RST principle since it implicitly relies on other principles in order to distinguish itself. In this sense, the two ambitions of German idealism, constructing a systematic philosophy and discovering a RST principle for that philosophy, are irrevocably at odds with each other. The impulse to systematizing precludes the articulation of a RST principle that would found the system. The moment that one would articulate the RST principle, systematizing would entail locating it within the totality. The demands of the totality vitiate the possibility of a RST principle that would not immediately lose its priority. With the two statements from the preface to the Phenomenology on the system and on the possibility of a RST principle, Hegel preserves the most important legacy of early German idealism and breaks from the foundational prejudice that hampered its emancipation from early modern philosophy. Hegel owes the idea of the total system to the earlier German idealists, and it is this idea, cleansed of the corresponding RST principle, that enables Hegel to reveal the inescapability of contradiction. Emancipation from resolution. When thought arrives at the absolute and thereby achieves totalization, the status of contradiction undergoes a thoroughgoing transformation. At the point of the absolute, thought can no longer seek the resolution to contradiction through another dialectical movement. The absolute endpoint forces the subject to recognize not just that a resolution to contradiction will never come but also that it was never seeking the resolution that it believed itself to be seeking. The basic deception of thought that Hegel uncovers with the absolute is that thought seeks to resolve the contradictions that it encounters. Rather than seeking resolution, thought ends a way to preserve and heighten the contradiction. We misunderstand Hegel completely when we view him as a philosopher who accounts for the movement of thought through the resolution of contradiction. Thought moves in order to discover a new contradiction that will prove more resistant to resolution than the previous one. We can think about the change that the relationship to contradiction undergoes with the absolute in the terms that Freud uses to discuss the drives in instincts and their vicissitudes. While dissecting the structure of the drives, Freud identifies four components proper to the drive: the pressure, the aim, the object, and the source. He immediately disqualifies two of these components from further elaboration. The pressure is simply a constant force, and the source lies unknowable outside the bounds of psychoanalytic inquiry. The components that attract our attention are the aim and the object, which seem, at RST, as if they might overlap. But Freud differentiates between them completely. According to Freud, drives don't aim at obtaining an object but at satisfying themselves. Satisfaction is the aim of every drive. What is variable is the object that the drive uses to obtain its aim of satisfaction. But from the perspective of the drive, the object itself is indifferent and just a vehicle through which the drive achieves its aim, even though the subject of the drive consciously believes that the object and not satisfaction constitutes its aim. Despite what the conscious subject believes, the aim and the object cannot coincide. We obtain satisfaction through the object but not by obtaining the object. It is the act of desiring the appealing object that provides satisfaction rather than the moment of nally having it. But this is a satisfaction that we do not properly avow, and our inability to avow this satisfaction is tied to the misunderstanding that surrounds Hegel's thought. To translate Freud's account back into Hegel's idiom, what happens at the end of Hegel's philosophy is that we recognize that what we took as our object, the resolution of contradiction, was functioning solely in service to our aim, which was the satisfaction provided by contradiction. Contradiction itself provides a satisfaction that its resolution would dissipate, a satisfaction that stems from giving us an object to desire. When we reach the absolute, we run out of future possibilities, and as a result, the hope for resolving the contradiction evaporates, and we have only desiring itself stripped of its possible realization. As Jean Wall puts it, contradiction is the formal appearance of the absolute. We end ourselves with nothing left except the intractability of contradiction itself, and we must conclude that contradiction is the source of our satisfaction. In this sense, the absolute requires a complete revision of the path that we took to arrive at it. Instead of following a path from a series of failed resolutions to an ultimately successful one, we have been ensuring ourselves of the intractability of contradiction. This has been the aim all along, but the idea of resolution has provided an object obscuring this aim from consciousness in order to make it palatable for the subject. At each step of the dialectic, the image of a possible resolution to contradiction seems to drive the dialectic forward toward another articulation. But the real engine of this movement is the appetite for contradiction. It is contradiction that sustains the subject as desiring, which is why resolving contradiction is the last thing that the subject desires. Because it cuts against common sense to such an extent, grasping the absolute as a reconciliation with the intractability of contradiction is simply unthinkable for most readers of Hegel. The misreading of Hegel's philosophy narrowly boils down to an inability to recognize failure not just as an accident that befalls us while trying to succeed and not just as our fate as mortal beings. We suffer from an inability to recognize that failure is our aim and our only source of satisfaction. This is what Slavoj Žižek is getting at midway through Less Than Nothing when he notes: the story of the Hegelian dialectical reversal is not the story of failure as a blessing in disguise, as a painful but necessary step or detour towards the null triumph that retroactively redeems it, but, on the contrary, the story of the necessary failure of every success, of every direct project or act. The story of how the only success the subject can gain is the reactive shift of perspective which recognizes success in failure itself. Hegel is the RST thinker to show the extent of our investment in failure, and this reformulation of how we think about subjectivity has produced a philosophy that took almost years to decipher. To get an idea about the proper interpretation of Hegel, one must imagine rooting for a sports team, let's say Germany in the World Cup, eliminated from the competition on a technicality before it even begins but nonetheless permitted to play its games. The closer the team comes to winning the World Cup, the more the fan experiences the devastation of the failure in the midst of the victory. And if the team wins the null, the defeat becomes overwhelming. This is the path that Hegel's dialectic takes us on. We never have the possibility of winning, but the closer that we move toward victory, that is, toward the absolute, the more apparent the inevitability of our failure becomes. The absolute shows us that there is nothing outside contradiction. From Hegel to Kant. The thing of itself. German idealism. Jan Volker. One of the central tenets of Žižek's reconstruction of German idealism is not only the rereading of Hegel through the Lacanian lens that detects the real Ungrund as a stain in the middle of the Hegelian eye, but also the inversion of the development between the forgers of German idealism: Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. This quadruplicity has at its core the relation between Kant and Hegel, or rather Hegel and Kant, because it is not that Kant left problems unsolved, which he was not able to tackle appropriately, and then Hegel changed the perspective so that it became possible to overcome Kantian limitations. Rather, it is that only via Hegel do we get to the inner kernel of Kant, and Kantian limitations in the end are the limitations Kant approved with a certain willingness but was not willing to spell out. One formulation of this is given in Absolute Recoil, in a chapter that is somewhat irritatingly entitled From Kant to Hegel, in footnote. The traditional defense of Kant against Hegel's critique is that Hegel brutally simplifies Kant's thought and thereby misses its true point. However, this true Kant, the Kant missed by Hegel, is as a rule a strangely Hegelian one. In a properly Hegelian reversal, Hegel, the Hegelian insight, resides in exactly what we construct as the point which escapes Hegel. Typically, one concedes that Kant was often ambiguous, not fully aware of what he effectively did, but what Hegel does in his critique is precisely and only confront Kant with the full scope of what he did. Torn out of context, the quote might be reiterated: the true point of Kant is precisely what he misses, and the point he misses is structurally inscribed into what he did. It is not very interesting to attempt a refutation of this argument, as a refutation would have to build upon a return to a Kant who was well aware of what he did, and to a Hegel who would therefore miss the point. The point at stake here is rather what could tentatively be called a transgression through a true misunderstanding, a misunderstanding that understands the true core. Because, if we stick to the footnote for a moment, it could also be reiterated as saying, yes, of course Hegel simplified Kant's thought and thereby missed something of what the latter intended to say. But Hegel's way of missing it makes clear what Kant actually said, what he did. Does From Kant to Hegel indeed indicate a transgression, understood as a movement from A to B? If not, what a kind of transgression is it? The process we are looking at seems to rely on the method of a negation of negation, as Žižek has been developing it extensively. Of course, the immediate problem in saying this is that the negation of negation is not one, but if we circumvent this necessary distinction here, we can start with a simplified version. The RST point is that there is no such particular notion of the Kant as a starting point. As Žižek argues in Less Than Nothing, this, precisely, is what a properly dialectical approach rejects. What precedes transgression is just a neutral state of things, neither good nor bad. The balance of this state of things is then violated, and the positive norm arises as a secondary move, as an attempt to counteract and contain the transgression. If there is no such thing as Kant in the RST place, the question then becomes, what is the no such thing Kant? Where is this thing that is not such a thing to be located? Somewhere between what he, Kant, believed to say and what he did, somewhere in the inherent gap between theoretical and practical philosophy, inherent to and thwarting the single word. It is, to come back to the question of Hegel and Kant, in the Hegelian transgression of Kant that the proper Kant arises. The proper Kant is the one who did something other than he, the conscious Kant, believed himself to do, something other than the Kant who believed himself to be Kant. It is the self-conscious Kant who knew what he did but still did something else. The proper Kant arises as a split of this identity, as the opening of a distance between Kant, the self-conscious, and Kant, who still did otherwise Kant. But the proper Kant is not a secondary Kant, rather the Hegelian transgression and ds itself then already implied in Kant. Kant after Kant is already Kant, a minimal difference in Kant itself, Kant that is Kant is Kant. The real transition does not consist in solving deadlocks or unresolved problems in Kant, but in the inscription of the reappropriation of this minimal difference, as the gap between Kant and Hegel in Kant himself. What kind of transition? In the context of the problem of freedom, as being the structural subjective spot in Kant between the noumenal and the phenomenal, a neitherner, Žižek has explained the shift. Hegel, therefore, is not external to Kant. The problem with Kant was that he produced the shift but was unable, for structural reasons, to formulate it explicitly. He knew that the place of freedom is in fact not noumenal, but the gap between phenomenal and noumenal, but he could not put it so explicitly, since, had he done so, his transcendental edus would have collapsed. While this description might still suggest a turn from the implicit to the explicit, it is necessary to underline the non-externally of Hegel in Kant. The transition at stake is not one from the expressible to the expressed. Hegel is not simply the one who got it clearer. Instead, we have to read the question of the transition from Kant to Hegel in a Hegelian way. What is happening on the level of notional content, a deployment of the immanent gap of the notion itself. Kant, as a materially existing discourse, attests to the imperfect deployment of the notion, of subjectivity, of freedom, and of Kant. Things materially exist not when they meet certain notional requirements, but when they fail to meet them. Material reality is as such a sign of imperfection. In this sense, for Hegel the truth of a proposition is inherently notional, determined by the inherent notional content, not a matter of comparison between notion and reality. What is happening then between Kant and Hegel is what Žižek explains as overcoming the transcendental approach by introducing a dialectical mediation between the form/frame and its content. The content is in itself weak, inconsistent, barred, ontologically not fully constituted, and the form LLS in this gap, the void of that which is primordially repressed from the content. As such, the distortion is always already on the level of the concept, on the level of discourse. The pure thing, the Kantian thing in itself, appears in the last end to be posited. And as such, as being posited, to be the thing in itself. Therein consists Hegel's idealist wager, what appears in and to our experience as the extra-notional surplus, as the otherness of the object irreducible to the subject's notional framework, impenetrable to it, is always already the fetishistic, ride, miss, perception of an inconsistency of the notion itself. The subject then is this very gap, and therefore we get the speculative identity between substance and subject. But this does not allow us to understand any notion as already misled by some eternally withdrawing reality. On the contrary, the gap itself occurs to be the utmost of reality, the real, upon which we start. The space between the noumenal and the phenomenal is the space of the transcendental I, the ultimate parallax, the third space between phenomena and the noumenon itself, is the subject's freedom/spontaneity. It is therefore important not to confuse the transcendental I that thinks and the noumenal thing in itself, for the transcendental I does not have a phenomenal side. But then again, on the other side of the transcendental I is the transcendental object and the thing in itself. Hegel then shifts the complete constellation. It is a shift from the epistemological obstacle to a positive ontological condition. Our incomplete knowledge of the thing becomes a positive feature of the thing which is in itself incomplete, inconsistent. It is not that Hegel ontologizes Kant, on the contrary it is Kant, who, insofar as he conceives the gap as merely epistemological, continues to presuppose a fully constituted noumenal realm existing out there, and it is Hegel who deontologizes Kant, introducing a gap into the very texture of reality. Thus, Hegel puries the ambivalence in Kant to a necessary gap not between the unreachable thing and the functional I that thinks, but a gap in the thing itself that then precisely is the subject as being in the world of phenomena. Instead of Kant's limitation of the realm of phenomena, Hegel inscribes this limitation in the world of phenomena itself. The negative denition of the thing concerns the thing itself, since this thing is nothing but the void of absolute negativity. The thing is no thing without a place, the cornerstone of materialism. If we take this structure back to the question of the transition between Kant and Hegel, then it becomes clear that there is no such thing as Kant being corrected, transformed, and taken in by the Hegelian machine. Instead, Kant would better be understood as a name for a position in the process of the notional deployment, and Kant is what is being reinscribed as the thing and its void appearance in Kant itself, as an inner displacement in Kant. But if the truth is to be found on the level of the distortion of the concept as such, then it is also evident that the way to absolute knowledge cannot be the way of a subject of total surveillance. There is no subject of total knowledge, as an objective genitive, so to speak, but rather only the purification of the insight that there is no meta-language. But even if Hegel's position is not that of the completely all-digesting supersubject, the question then is the part of excretion what becomes of Kant after having unfolded its inner thing named Hegel, or Kant. But before trying to ask this question properly and before continuing the reconstruction of this process, two other positions might be added to this very process, Fichte and Schelling, the two other major references of German idealism. In contrast to Kant, as Žižek develops, Fichte thinks the thing as inherently inscribed as a gap in the notion of subjectivity itself. Thus he creates a self-reaction of subjectivity that seeks to understand the distance between I and non-I as a reciprocal limitation. It is not the absolute I which is, the highest, reality. On the contrary, the I itself only acquires reality through / in its real engagement with the opposing force of the non-I which frustrates and limits it. Fichte thus radicalizes Kant's autonomous subject into an ever-active subject that even at its innermost passivity has to recognize that it has posited itself as being passively affected by the non-I. The notion of the ungraspable X beyond the realm of appearing phenomena, as Kant had to posit it, is thus overcome. The problem nevertheless remains that Fichte in the end introduces an absolute ground for this process of the I, which brings him into the problem how the totalized subjective/mental self-relation can also related to an anonymous pre-subjective ground of the I. Fichte then is not too subjective, but not subjective enough, insofar as he does not inscribe subjectivity in the absolute itself. Thus, Fichte, in the end, is a radicalization of Kant. In Schelling then again, a completely different situation is to be found. In Schelling, the original datum is the absolute qua indifference of the subject-object, and the subject as opposed to the object emerges as the Abfall, a falling off, from the absolute, which is why rejoining the absolute is for Schelling no longer a matter of the eye's practical effort, but of an aesthetic submergence into the absolute's indifference, which amounts to the subject's self-overcoming. In both, we might say, the thing in itself as the necessarily posited ground beyond the phenomena disappears. Fichte struggles with the impossibility of letting the thing reappear. Schelling, on the contrary, introduces precisely this gap in the absolute, conceiving of it as radical indifference between activity and passivity, expressibility and expressed. Isn't this then too much of the thing that is not in itself? The designation of Schelling's Identitätsphilosophy as objective idealism is, however, deceiving. The whole point of his Identitätsphilosophy is that subjective idealism, transcendental philosophy, and objective idealism, philosophy of nature, are two approaches to the third, the absolute beyond or beneath the duality of spirit and nature, subject and object, underlying and manifesting itself in both. And thus here we end the difference, as Žižek conceives it, between Schelling and Hegel. In this sense, it is meaningless to call Hegel's philosophy absolute idealism. His point is precisely that there is no need for a third element, the medium or ground beyond subject and object substance. We start with objectivity, and the subject is nothing but the self-mediation of objectivity. When, in Hegel's dialectics, we have a couple of opposites, their unity is not a third, an underlying medium, but one of the two. A genus is its own species, or, a genus ultimately has only one species, which is why specific difference coincides with the difference between genus and species. Consequently, we now get a picture of the constellation of German idealism. It is not four positions on the same thing, as one might expect. And it is not a transition from the Kantian ambiguity to the Hegelian clarity via two intermediate positions as one would perhaps also not have it expected to be, but it rather is a moment of return via the deployment of opposites. Žižek distinguishes three positions: metaphysical, transcendental, and speculative. Clearly, the metaphysical position is the ungrund upon which German idealism itself is built. The metaphysical position could also be understood to be an ungrund because it returns in the RST position of idealism, the transcendental position. Finally, speculative is the position in which subjectivity is reinscribed into reality, but not simply reduced to a part of objective reality. While the subjective constitution of reality, the split that separates the subject from the in itself, is fully admitted, this very split is transposed back into reality as its kenotic self-emptying, to use the Christian theological term. While Kant and Fichte fall on the transcendental side, Schelling and Hegel take the speculative stance. But Hegel's return to Kant seems to suggest that the true antagonism does not appear between Hegel and Kant, but rather between Fichte and Schelling on the one hand, and between Schelling and Hegel on the other. For, at RST, Schelling inscribes the gap that constitutes subjectivity in the absolute, and thus overcomes the one-sided stability of the transcendental, but then, secondly, Hegel carries out the same change, yet with a completely different accentuation. Žižek takes hold of this difference in terms of the couple of limitation and inity, while Fichte presents an acting inity. Hegel understands inity as active self-limitation. German idealism might then be described as the coincidence of a circle and an antagonism, a circle in which Hegel at the end returns to Kant, not to overcome the antagonism, but rather to expose it, to turn it into the thing as such, the thing that circulates through German idealism, the thing of German idealism. If we can say that the transcendental gap presents an antagonism, while the logic of inscription of the gap actualizes a difference, and the antagonism is repeated twice, as Fichte, Schelling and Schelling, Hegel, while the circle of differences is repeated in the return form Hegel to Kant, then German idealism presents the constellation of these two logics. In a different context, Žižek gives an explanation that seems very fitting for the constellation described here. The opposition of two logics, that of antagonism and that of difference, is the deployment of a logically preceding term, of the inherent pure difference, the minimal difference which marks the non-coincidence of the one with itself. At this point we might say, the name, of German idealism as the one that does not coincide with itself is Hegel. But of course, the imminently succeeding question is whether this one in its non-coincidence with itself is presented as one or two. It has to be both at once. This non-coincidence, this pure difference, can either unravel into a multitude of entities, forming a differential totality, or split into the antagonistic opposition of two terms. Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and the couple of antagonism and difference is this very multitude, and Hegel as returning to Kant presents this very opposition, of Kant and Hegel. But what about the relation of this duality itself? And this duality again follows the logic of Lacan's formulas of sexuation contrary to expectations. The differential multitude is masculine, while the antagonism is feminine. The primordial gap is thus not the polar opposition of two principles, masculine and feminine, light and dark, opening and closure, but the minimal gap between an element and itself, the void of its own place of inscription. German idealism is the thing of itself. German idealism coincides with the displaced thing. The thing, as constitutively displaced in time and space, marks a split space and a circular and linear time, exposing the pure intuitions of space and time as originary rules of a primordial displacement. We only ever have the gap and its two presentations that overlap. Žižek himself refers this problem of monism and dualism thought into one back to Schelling. It is this gap that Schelling aims at when he distinguishes between existence and its impenetrable ground, and this why he is right to reject the accusation of dualism. Schelling remains a monist. There is only one. The gap is inherent to this one itself, not as the gap between its two opposite aspects, but as the gap between one and the void. Apart from remarking at this point that Schelling might be of much higher importance for Žižek's system, one might now try to take the construction one step further. Wouldn't this form of a one of German idealism, a one that does not coincide with itself, nevertheless present a closed constellation? Wouldn't this form of German idealism that presents its inner excess nevertheless follow the illusion that there is such a thing as German idealism, while actually the question would have to be, what it is, the thing that there is no such thing as German idealism? Isn't it necessary that the non-coincidence of the one, once that it is asserted, also will have always already taken place, in some timeless before? Once the one of German idealism is asserted, does this not already imply that any one is fundamentally displaced and out of its time, so that actually we cannot even speak of German idealism, but rather only reiterate the same gap and its inscription? In Schellingian terms, the question would be whether this inscription of the core of German idealism needs to have always already taken place unconsciously before it is actually taking place. Schelling's notion of the primordial act of decision/differentiation, Entscheidung, aims at the gesture that opens up the gap between the inertia of the prehistoric real and the domain of historicity, of multiple and shifting narrativizations. This act is thus a quasi-transcendental unhistorical condition of possibility and, simultaneously, a condition of the impossibility of historicization. But if this is the case, and German idealism reverberates a previous, unconscious decision, can we then speak at all of such a thing as German idealism? Or do we not already do something else? If so, doing something else while speaking the question might be how to reinscribe this gap of German idealism, into Hegel? Who is the Hegel of Hegel, inscribing the gap of German idealism, the gap between what it believed to be and what it did into it, that is into Hegel, thereby proceeding from Hegel to Hegel? Here, some distinctions are necessary. At RST, there cannot, systematically, be an outside Hegel of Hegel. The split takes place in Hegel itself. On the one hand, Hegel, JV clearly breaks with the metaphysical logic of counting for one. On the other hand, he refuses to admit any excess external to the eld of notional representations. For Hegel, totalization in one always fails. The one is always already in excess with regard to itself, is itself the subversion of what it purports to achieve, and it is this tension internal to the one, this two-ness, which makes the one one and simultaneously dislocates it, which is the motor of the dialectical process. and before that as such, Hegel's thought stands for the moment of passage between philosophy as the master's discourse, the philosophy of the one that totalizes the multiplicity, and anti-philosophy which insists on the real as that which escapes the grasp of the one. The outside is thus taking place already partially on the inside. So second, it is important to see that Lacan takes the place of the anti-philosopher, the anti-philosophical lens through which Hegel is to be repeated. At the beginning of Less Than Nothing, Žižek states, the book's motto could have been Alain Badiou's claim that the anti-philosopher Lacan is a condition of the Renaissance of philosophy. In this sense we see that Lacan is not taking the same place as Hegel took in relation to Kant. Lacan is not to Hegel what Hegel was to Kant. So, 2 points about the one, the transition to Lacan is not the same as from Kant to Hegel, at least the premises are changed as Lacan takes the place of the anti-philosopher. And this one, the Hegelian one, does transgress itself. But is Lacan then the strange exteriorization of an inner Hegelian transgression? If so, this position also repeats and inverts the position of Kant, inscribing an outward inside into it. Because it seems that there is a strange gur appearing, in so far as we saw that Kant was the one who unwillingly insisted on the thing beyond the phenomenal grasp, while Lacan as the anti-philosopher insists on the real thing. So in Lacan, an internalized Kant, who has swallowed the thing, reappears, not only inverting, displacing, and redeeming the thing, but also inverting philosophy into anti-philosophy. Another inside appears. But of course, and perhaps even more importantly, also reversing the interior into the exterior, reverting the inner gap outwardly, from Hegel to Lacan, the other. Inside appears outside, everything takes place in the same one and thereby making the attempt to totalize the structure of German idealism into one again a failed attempt. The thing goes fundamentally wrong. But in this sense, the gesture of reading Hegel with Lacan is not the repetition of the Hegel's reading of Kant. It also is, but it not only is. If it were only a pure and simple repetition, this gesture would still suggest that German idealism were a complicated structure, built on an inner hiatus in itself, which nevertheless could be repeated as such, precisely by repeating the alienating gesture of displacement, Hegel displacing Kant toward its truth, Lacan displacing Hegel toward its truth. A chain, on a continuing time scale, would be the outcome. But in the moment of the inversion of the process this repetition is more than a pure repetition, it turns the process of German idealism, a process turned inside out, Kant, Hegel, inside out, so that, German idealism, Hegel, NDS an actualization in Lacan. There is an incircumventable paradox that arises here. To not get stuck in a timeless machine that repeats itself precisely by changing itself, it is, at the end, necessary to come back to the question of excretion. And to return to one of our initial questions, namely what becomes of Kant after Kant, is there such a no thing as Kant before Hegel? So, what about the inevitable counter-movement, Hegelian defecation? Is it possible not only to leave Kant to his own devices, but much more importantly, is it possible to think of a Kant, a different Kant, not in advance defended against the Hegelian misunderstanding, but rather after having been turned inside out? Is this then a Kant who only ever will be a Hegelian Kant, a Kant after Hegel, or can it become actually a different Kant after the Hegelian analysis? As Žižek makes clear, the Hegelian process is not to be understood as the endless process of sublation. Rather, the process takes the necessary turn to let things be and unfold themselves again. The abrogated part is not only what is considered unnecessary for the notional work, but the released part is, precisely as discarded, the manure of spiritual development, and what is released into its own being in speculative cognition is ultimately the object of cognition itself which, when truly grasped, begriffen, no longer has to rely on the subject's active intervention, but develops according to its own conceptual automatism, with the subject reduced to a passive observer who, without making any contribution, Zutun, allows the thing to deploy its potential and merely registers the process. The point is, Kant is the true Kant. And after analysis, after the patient is released, it is not that Kant would have been changed or corrected, but rather enabled to unfold his inner core, to be himself, to truly become Kant. At this point it becomes interesting to see how Žižek takes up the discussion with Badiou, asking Badiou several times whether he is not too much of a Kantian. Which Kant is at stake here? An exemplary point to start might be Žižek's critique of Badiou's unproblematic reliance on the couple presence and representation. One instance in which this couple becomes precarious in Žižek's reading is Badiou's use of the doubled meaning of the state as the state of the situation and the state as a political form of a society. The notion of the state is thus ontologized, overblown and risks the dismissal of necessary nuances. The autonomy of civil society with regard to the state is ignored, so the state has to cover the entire economic sphere, as well as the sphere of private opinions. This brings Badiou into the typical Kantian ambiguity, namely whether acting as subtracted from the state is necessary for any emancipatory politics or is just a momentary historical necessity. Against Badiou, Žižek asserts, the problem with state representation is not that it contaminates or misties the presence of the productive real, but quite the opposite, it constitutes this presence, or, rather, its illusion. The state, apparatus, does not contaminate, or act as a parasite upon, the apolitical spheres. Rather it constitutes them as apolitical or pre-political. The basic reproach here, as one might understand it, is that Badiou in the end has too positive an account of his starting point, and therefore is at the risk of getting stuck at the transcendental threshold. Badiou's starting point is an affirmative project and the delity to it, while for Lacan, the primordial fact is that of negativity, ontologically, of the impossibility of the one being one, and the delity to a truth event is secondary, a possibility whose space is opened up by negativity. The same reproach hits at Badiou's distinction of the human animal from the inhuman subject as the agent of a truth procedure. Here it is the place of the unconscious that marks the problem. For Žižek, the unconscious designates a distortion or destabilization of animal instinctual life, and this is what renders a life capable of transforming itself into a subject of truth. Only a living being with an unconscious can become the receptacle of a truth event. There is not enough space here to enter this debate. But two questions might be raised: is not Badiou's refusal to anchor the subject in a body that precedes it and to rather reconnect it to different truth procedures at the same time the guarantee of a multiplicity of subjects? Subjects as effects of different truth procedures, retroactively connected to a variety of truth procedures, only composable in relation to their voided essence, but not reducible to one structure, and be it only the structure of the unconscious. And isn't this barrier between the subject and its ground, not allowing for any presubjective all-encompassing ground, the only possibility for there to be another subject, another non-coincidence of the one? Or, to reinscribe this question into the one of German idealism, for a Kant as a different subject from Hegel, only linked by the void thing of German idealism, the thing of itself? Politics of negativity in Slavoj. Žižek, actualizing some Hegelian themes. Vladimir Safadal. We know how Slavoj Žižek became one of the most important speakers in discussions regarding the fate of left political belief. That happened at the same time that he provided a path of approximation to contemporary culture that distanced itself from the postmodernistic Dasein appropriated to the reigning relativism. This path was founded with a double assistance, where a sort of regaining of Hegelian dialectical tradition was mingled with, unknown until this moment, a clinic of culture of Lacanian orientation. The subtitle of his RST book edited outside Yugoslavia does not leave any doubts: Hegel with Lacan. A way of articulating psychoanalysis with the dialectical tradition that indicates the strategy, introduced by the Frankfurt School, of reintroducing psychoanalytical discoveries inside the history of ideas and establishing an analysis of social boundaries since the theory of Poole's ions. What is important is to notice the peculiar use of the double liation reivindicated by Žižek. Filiation portrays the particularity and the source of growing interest raised by Žižek's socio-political project. This interest is not merely given by his short-circuit style effect, a volcanic style based on a sequence of conceptual snapshots that allow us to pass, without intermissions, from Kantian categorical imperative discussions to David Lynch filmography, or transforming Jane Austen into a Hegelian system's literary counterpart. Moreover, what really deans Zizek is his way of appealing to psychoanalysis and the dialectical tradition in order to regain the modern rationalist project with its emancipation and recognition expectations, as well as its critical vigor of alienation. Perhaps this explains why, in opposition to current philosophical tendencies, Zizek prefers to keep unfashionable expressions as a universality based in a possible access to the real, essence, univocal truth, subject as agent, history in which the events still happen, critic of ideology, of fetishism, of simulation or semblant, and other issues from the same constellation. It is true that defending a conceptual constellation of universalism in these times of multicultural politics, and the discourse of the end of all ideologies, could be seen as pointlessness. Some people might ask if Zizek is not aware of the libertarian stream that, seemingly, animates the death of the subject, the deconstruction of modern reason, the genealogical complaint of interaction between knowledge and power, the belief in a plastic multiplicity of contemporary subjectivation forms, and the radical Kantians of that labeled as post-historical. Indeed, Zizek is aware of all of this. We could claim that it is exactly his attempt to take these challenges into account that moves Zizek to radically rebuild the sense of the modernization project as it exists in the dialectical tradition. Let us observe, for instance, how Zizek's judgments do not search, at any time, to legitimize perspectives that are intended to give a normative theory of social action and of the most important practices in a fair state. Zizek can, at best, bring forth the general coordinates of any given act of political modernization, but there is nothing, in his dozens of works, that says anything about the protocols of re-exhibe institutionalization of this act by means of regulative normalization of social practices. Strange universalism that is not interested in concretizing itself in any juridical order, that is indifferent to the common universal rules founding it, and that seems only to be concerned with this point of suspension in which political action is detached from a legal frame. Negation as a political act. It is exactly at this point that Zizek appears on the scene with his own private Hegelian Lacan. The Slovenian philosopher quickly grasps that Lacan's dialectical reading could provide a theory of a subject full of political consequences, and capable of guiding the contemporary social praxis. Regarding the Lacanian subject, it is meaningful to remember how the intellectual experience of the Parisian psychoanalyst suggests, by negation trails, an alternative of reason centered in a conscience that would not necessarily entail the retreatment of subjectivity assumption. Lacan is the one who criticizes the autoreactive transparency of consciousness, and the regulator telos of complete communication, claiming in the specificity of unconsciousness and the sexual eld underlying every single autoreactive process. He knows pretty well the need of being, facing which leads to resistance to re-exhibe symbolization produced by the analytical dialogue. But the irreducibility of the unconscious, and the sexual, to symbolization is not related whatsoever to any hypostasis of archaic, neither with the inexpressible nor affectivity. Thus, there is nothing less Lacanian that defends the politic of return to the immediacy of primary experience. There is no RST positivity enunciated by the Lacanian unconscious, for the reason that unconscious is not a Pandora's box from where not socialized pools ions and repressed contents emerge. Unconscious is, before everything, that wherein, in the subject, is demarcated by persistent resistance to autoreactive processes. The unconscious is a location of that which could appear as irreducibly negative in the subject. From which follows the importance of the decentrement subject of the unconscious issue, and not its abandonment. Decentrement indicates that a position of non-identity of a non-substantial concept of subject always will support it in the presence of representational spaces, of re-exhibe auto-apprehension and social identification. This articulation between subject and negation is fundamental for Žižek because it upholds some purposes of the subject emancipation peculiar to the modern project. All he had to do was to draw a political conclusion of this negative ontology that supports Lacanian reaction regarding the function of the subject. For this reason, Žižek claims that the subject is inherently political in the sense of subject, for me, means a particle of freedom, thus the subject does not base his roots in any solid substance, but what nd it in an open situation. This politicization of subject irreducibility points the way in which Žižek enters the discussion about the contemporane. One can take into account, for instance, how this debate is mobilized toward the viabilization of his critique against the ideology of freedom of choice peculiar to liberal multiculturalism, the ideology whose vertex will be the use of the notion of gender as a performative construction of sexuality. The subject is never totally identical to his roles and social identifications, given that his desire perseveres as an expression of radical inadequacy between the sexual and all representations of enjoyment, in identity forms, gay, lesbian, queer, SM, androgynes, etc. This allows for Žižek's claim that the tolerance of liberal multiculturalism, everyone must have their own way of enjoyment, withholds the intolerance in the presence of radical opacity of sexual. This ought not to surprise us, since this false universality of the capital matches perfectly with this multiplicity. All these demands for identity, that basically take place in the market sphere, for each single identity is a different target with a whole line of products and accompanied by a particular advertisement language, are subordinated to the false universality of the capital. The market is the only neutral means in which this multiplicity can articulate itself in order to assume the shape of a merchandise chain of targets. For Žižek, any identity politics necessarily performs capital's game. This testes to how negation could open a pathway for the foundation of not substantial universal worthy of a leftist critical thinking that does not surrender the universalist discourse to the heralds of global capitalism. Against the identity politics it is posited the politics of universality inadequacy. The RST fundamental political gesture should consist in maintaining this negative freedom of the subject, allowing its inscription in the eld of political recognition. That would mean, for instance, supporting the manifestation modes of resistance of the subject to the process of social instrumentalization of enjoyment. But it is clear that Žižek's perspective does not cease here. If that were the case, it would be very difficult not to turn him into a contemporary defender of Atarak's ethics, of the perpetuation of lack and insufficiency. He would be the best example of the preachers of innate resignation, a term by which Delos used to refer to Lacanians. Žižek's position is far from innate resignation. Let's consider, for example, his secret tendency to rescue Lenin's revolutionary gesture, distinguishing him from Stalinist totalitarianism. That indicates his conviction of the necessity of defending belief in a foundational violence that transforms itself into a revolutionary act capable of fracturing the repetition cycle and suspending the chain of differentials that shape our symbolical universe. The negativity of subject is foundational violence of the real in the established order. According to Žižek, the real lesson of Lenin is the insistence on the difference between formal freedom and actual freedom, and consists in demonstrating how the truly free choice is a choice in which I do not merely choose between two or more options within a pre-given set of coordinates, but I choose to change the set of coordinates itself. But a question still remains: if a certain negation form appears as a political act par excellence, why does the truth of this belief of political not become a simple purification passion whose last goal is the nihilist desire of annihilation? Why wouldn't Žižek take into consideration, for instance, what Habermas argues apropos Carl Schmitt, is the aesthetics of violence that fascinates Schmitt? Seen according to the foundational ex nihilo model, sovereignty acquires a surrealist sense or a given to it association with the violent destruction of normative. What does desire really lack of? Before answering these questions, let's come back to the Hegelian concept of desire in order to understand its political relevance and the way that Žižek uses it. A politics of negativity must deal with the negative. Anthropology of Hegel's philosophy, trying to deem its real scope. For Hegel, desire, Begierde, is the means by which self-consciousness appears in its RST degree of development. In this sense, it is, at one and the same time, a mode of social interaction and a mode of relationship with the object. We might recall how Hegel seems to associate himself with a long tradition that goes back to Plato and that comprehends desire as a manifestation of lack. As we know from recent decades, this proposition of desire as lack has been the subject of virulent criticism, especially from authors such as Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. Their target was not only the appropriation of Hegel's concept by Lacanian psychoanalysis. They also criticized the metaphysics of negativeness present in Hegel's concept of desire. They state that the manner in which psychoanalysis seeks to socialize desire would produce a desire marked by negativeness, by loss, by conflict. This desire as lack leads us back to Hegel. But Deleuze and Guattari would say that desire lacks nothing. Desire does not lack in relation to its object. In fact, the subject lacks something in relation to desire, or, desire lacks a XED subject. There is only XED subject thanks to repression. In this case, one must insist that the description of desire as lack might be nothing but the result of a metaphysical illusion regarding the reality of the negative. It is an illusion backed by a negative theology that dare not speak its name. In this perspective, politics would be nothing more than a metaphysical construction upon a negative theology. In this regard, let us recall that there are three ways of understanding the proposal that the essence of desire is lack. First, lack may be a simple manifestation of privation by a determined object of need. This clearly isn't Hegel's position, since it would imply a naturalization of systems of needs foreign to a philosophy that does not comprehend nature as a closed system of laws. Second, we can say that lack is a mode of being of consciousness because it indicates the transcendence of desire in relation to empirical objects, following a road opened up by Plato. We know how Plato made Socrates say in the banquet that we desire that which we don't have, or that which is not present, or that which I, personally, am not. Eros, then, is the intermediary between two opposites. It expresses the lack of good and beautiful things that compel desire, epithumia, things which there is some knowledge of. In other words, the object of desire is that which, at the same time, I do not have but is in me. This intermediary nature between presence and absence becomes visible from the moment that eros is understood from the perspective of the lover, eros, and not of the beloved, eromenos. Nonetheless, this lack that mobilizes desire is not exactly connected to the dimension of sensitive objects. As Socrates states in the banquet, soon he will of himself perceive that the beauty of one form is akin to the beauty of another, and then if beauty of form in general is his pursuit, how foolish would he be not to recognize that the beauty in every form is and the same. This disqualification of the sensible allows an openness to a series of asceses that lead us to the very essence of the beautiful, beyond what is mortal and corruptible. An essence which the vision would imply freeing the beautiful in its purity and open up space to manifest it without mixture in the uniqueness of its formal nature. In the last resort, therefore, the negativeness of desire is seen as intentional expression of the inexhaustible transcendence of being in regard to the empiric. Deleuze and Guattari develop their critique of desire as lack following this current of thought. Everything takes place as if Hegel had appropriated the scheme of transcendence to set it in operation in a certain negative theology where it is no longer the transcendence of the idea that produces the disqualification of all that is sensitive, but pure negativeness. And this negativeness only appears through the innate reiteration of the overcoming of the sensitive night determination, of the innate sacris of a night determination that must continue to disappear, to keep on disappearing, so that negativeness gains reality. However, we can say that this is not what Hegel is referring to regarding negativeness in his definition of desire. The negativeness of desire does not come exactly from the pressure of denying transcendence, as someone like Kojève might have it, and Kojève is, in the last resort, Deleuze's most important reference in his reading of Hegel. In fact, to understand what Hegel is talking about with his notion of desire as lack, we should not see lack as privation, as shortage, or simply as transcendence, but as a manifestation of inniteness. This inniteness can be bad if the satisfaction of desire is seen as the reiterated consumption of objects that produce some form of jouissance, genus, which is merely narcissistic submission of the other to oneself. But it will be true inniteness when it comes face to face with objects freed from nite determinations. We must recall that, for Hegel, lack appears as a way of being of consciousness in a precise historical context, a context marked by the critical questioning of what serves as the basis for the forms of life in modernity. Hegel understands modernity as the historical moment when the spirit lost the immediateness of its substantial life. In other words, nothing appears to it as substantially grounded in a power able to unify the various social spheres of values any longer. It is in this spirit that we end classical historical diagnoses such as spirit has not only lost its essential life, it is also conscious of this loss, and of the nitude that is its own content. Turning away from the empty husks, and confessing that it lies in wickedness, it reviles itself for so doing, and now demands from philosophy, not so much knowledge of what it is, as the recovery through its agency of that lost sense of solid and substantial being. Decades after Hegel, the sociology of Durkheim and Max Weber constituted converging portrayals that characterize modernity as an era proper to a certain subjective feeling of intermination resulting from the loss of stable horizons of socialization. The autonomy of social spheres of values in modern life and the erosion of traditional authority sediment in ritualized customs and habits seem to have produced a loss of references in the ways in which relationships with the self are structured, and this represented a critical questioning of no return of the spontaneity of agent subjects. From that point on, the subject could only appear as, a phrase that Žižek had quoted many times. This night, this empty nothing, that contains everything in its simplicity and unending wealth of many presentations, images, of which none happens to occur to him or which are not present. This night, the inner of nature, that exists here pure self in phantasmagorical presentations, is night all around it, here shoots a bloody head there another white shape, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears. One catches sight of this night when one looks human beings in the eye into a night that becomes awful. It suspends the night of the world here in an opposition. In this night being has returned. But Hegel is not willing to be satisfied with socio-historical diagnoses. He wants to come up with the ontological grounds of the historical situation proper to modernity, as if this loss of stable horizons were not merely the result of the contingency of historical processes, but the achievement of a destiny marked by the need for ontological dignity. For this purpose, Hegel needs a notion of individuality like that which is inhabited by a potency of intermination, as that which does not fully submit to the identitary determination of the synthesis of an ego. The theory of desire as lack, or, we might say, as negativeness that impels one to act, provided Hegel with the ontological grounds he was seeking. In other words, here, lack is in fact the mode of description of a potency of intermination and of depersonalization that inhabits all subjects. In turn, this potency of intermination is another name for what Hegel understands as inniteness, since the innite is what demonstrates the instability and inadequacy of all nite determination. Things could not be otherwise because, for Hegel, innite is that which bears in itself its own negation and that, instead of destroying itself, conserves itself in a determinateness that is nothing more than the gur of instability of all. Determinateness. It is in this context that, in a key phrase, he writes that innitude, the absolute unrest of pure self-movement, such that whatever is determined in any way, for example, as being, is really the opposite of this determinateness. It can be clearly seen here that the concept of inniteness is constructed on the basis of the notion of contradiction. We might recall here the definition Kant gave to contradiction: the object of a concept which contradicts itself is nothing, because the concept is nothing, is the impossible, example a two-sided rectilinear gur, nihil negativum, dot. In other words, a contradiction is an empty object without concept, since there is no possible representation when I apply two contradictory propositions to the same object, as in the case of a gur that is, at the same time, rectilinear and has two sides. Hegel does not want to think about a two-sided rectilinear gur, but he wants to insist that there are objects that can only be apprehended by applying two contradictory propositions, two divergent series. This can perhaps show us how inniteness is not simply an astute strategy of disqualification of the sensitive, but is the ground that allows one to criticize the submission of the sensitive onto the grammar of niteness. However, since the subject is essentially the locus of the manifestation of inniteness, we can say that the vocabulary of the negativeness of desire calls attention to the nature of unsuitability between a subject's expectations for recognition and the possibilities available for one's own social determination. This is tantamount to saying that the positivity of right reality, with its night representations, became so rmly established as a natural representation of thinking that only an effort of negation could break such circle of alienation. In any case, the typical way that we contemporaries of post-structuralism see things, Hegel would consider it simply as incorrect. Specifically, the problem is of contrasting the negativeness of desire against the positivity of a power that is expressed in an immanent way, such as the relationship between Spinoza's substance and its modes. And this is because, from a certain perspective, desire is always destructive, it always asserts its unsuitability in relation to night determinations, and, on from another, it is always productive. Its truth is to assert itself as free will that constitutes institutional situations for recognizing it through relationships of labor and language. Hegel was so aware of this overlapping between negativeness and productivity that, when he discusses the need for revolutionary terror as a historical experience of internalizing the negativeness that devastates all phenomenal determination, he wrote, "But just on that account this will is in unmediated oneness with self-consciousness, it is the pure positive because it is the pure negative, and that meaningless death, the unled, vacuous negativity of self, in its inner constitutive principle, turns round into absolutely positivity." Passion for the real and critic of ideology. With these questions in mind, we can come back to Žižek. Let's remember his use of Badius's idea about politics in 20th century history has moved from a passion for the real to a passion for the real in its extreme violence as a paid price for emancipating us from fake layers of reality. This statement should explain the reason that would have had animated political enterprises yearning to assemble a new collective order by means of a science of the real able to do a radical critique of appearance, like Marxist revolutionary action, for instance. In other words, this statement would also explain the passion that compels contemporary vanguards in the attempt of bringing forth the thing by protocols of critique of representation, of the structured distinction in sound and noise, of mimesis, among others. The passion for real would be, thus, an aesthetical political passion for rupture, an active nihilistic crush of transgression, for a radicalism of violence as a symptom of the emergence of a new order whose positive program was never profoundly thematicized. Žižek's dialectical astuteness allows him demonstrate how this passion for the real has inverted necessarily in its opposite, revoking its actual corrosive potentiality. The willingness for destruction of the appearance, a desire animated by conviction in the possibility of the advent of a new experimentation of the order of the real, is consummated as a passion for the amazing effects of destruction. In other words, one of the most important lessons from the 20th century, and perhaps, may serve as a reminder of this, consisted in demonstrating how foundational violence of politics of the real has ended an arrangement in the production of the theatrical image of annihilation. The authentic passion of XX century is in access to the real thing, in last instance, in the destructive emptiness, Žižek would say, ended in real tremble as an ultimate effect, sought after from digitalized special effects, through reality TV and amateur pornography, up to snuff movies. In other words, the passion for real assembled itself to the aesthetic of violence. But, if it is so, what remains for politics in practice in the name of the real and that would have as its central engine a radical critic capable of illuminating the extension of capitalist coordinates of appearance fetishists' production? For Žižek, it is not to be abandoned. Surprisingly, the problem with the 20th century passion for the real was not that it was a passion for the real, but a fake passion whose ruthless pursuit of the real behind appearances was the ultimate stratagem to avoid confronting the real. In a certain way, this form of criticism was inspired by a Hegelian lecture on Jacobin violence. Hegel knows terror to be the disastrous result of the RST manifestation of a concept of freedom, which bears at its core the moment of negative freedom, proclaimed in the name of an enthusiastically felt emotional authenticity. It is absolute freedom made into destructive wrath, and in that resides a freedom that does not, under any circumstance, recognize its own institutionalization as a possibility. It sees every right as a loss of that free spontaneity of revolutionary enthusiasm, and, as a consequence, turns against anything that seeks to determine it, that is, against all government. As Hegel writes in the Phenomenology of Spirit, for this absolute freedom, what is called government is merely the victorious faction, and in the very fact of its being a faction lies the direct necessity of its overthrow, and its being government makes it, conversely, into a faction, and so guilty. However, and this is often forgotten, Hegel stresses that this negative moment of freedom is a necessary stage in the history of spirit. For that to be properly understood, a more careful definition of Hegel's term negative freedom may be of assistance. The following statement may be found in the FTH paragraph of his Philosophy of Right. The will contains, a. the element of pure indeterminacy, or of the I's pure reaction into itself, in which every limitation, every content, whether present immediately through nature, through needs, desires, and drives, or given and determined in some other way, is dissolved. This is the limitless unity of absolute abstraction or universality, the pure thinking of oneself. The notion of negative freedom, as the RST moment of will, thus appears as a possibility for one's complete release from all determinacy, for one to be absolutely for oneself, as expressed in the famous opening to the master-slave dialectic. Hence the notion of absolute abstraction, a notion that posits an unconditionality that is a RST manifestation of universality. This unconditionality, in turn, seeks at every moment to reaffirm its inadequacy to posited determinations. It is somewhat as if Jacobinism were the political actualization of a desire conceived as pure negativity. On account of that, the hypostatization of that negative moment of freedom is described by Hegel in very harsh terms. Still, and this point is worth emphasizing as Hegel reminds us, one's ability to abstract oneself from everything else and thus transcend all posited determinations is exclusive to human inclination. The philosopher is therefore compelled to insist that this negative freedom or freedom of the understanding is one-sided, but this one-sidedness always contains within itself an essential determination, and should therefore not be dismissed, but the defect of the understanding is that it treats a one-sided determination as unique and elevates it to supreme status. Indeed, Hegel will acknowledge that the pure indeterminacy of will can only lead us to an impasse that is at once political and existential. It may be said that both aspects promote little beyond an aestheticization of violence, whether it be the violence against the self that is actualized in one's absolute dissatisfaction and in recurring inadequacies in one's acting and judging, or the political violence that is indiscriminately perpetrated against any and all institutions. Be that as it may, one of the main problems facing modernity, and this is an issue at the very foundation of Hegel's philosophy of right, may be stated as follows: how can the institutional recognition of subjects, conceived of as particular modes of confrontation with that which presents itself as indeterminate and negative, be made viable? We could, after all, invert Durkheim and Weber's diagnoses and affirm that it is not only indeterminacy that produces social suffering, but also the failure of institutional structures and processes of social interaction to recognize the reality of the foundational role of indeterminacy in the existential condition of each and every subject. In this sense, the Jacobin impasse demonstrates, among other things, the difficulties inherent to the constitution of an institutional structure capable of recognizing said foundational reality. Following such notions to their logical end, one is perhaps unavoidably led to admit that the terrorist past has to be accepted as ours, even or precisely because it is critically rejected. This Žižekian remark is precise. Žižek knows that Jacobin violence isn't something that should be forgotten by politics. In a certain way, this violence produces the questions that politics must deal with. In Hegel's case, so that its negative moment does not become hypostatized, freedom must be able to determine its own objects within a social life institutionalized through a fair state. Hegel had in his favor the fact that Jacobinism consisted in more than merely a negative impulse, also seeking to deem conditions for participation in the modern state through unrestricted demands for universality. As we shall see, this is not an easily analyzed issue. Its complexity stems from the fact that freedom must be capable of determining its own objects within social life, of ensuring their recognition, yet without, in doing so, annulling the negative moment that is immanent to the modern conception of freedom, and whose initial expression was greatly deformed by Jacobin terror. Thus, in a rather peculiar way, the state Hegel attempts to conceive of is the post-revolutionary, constitutional state, one that is capable of addressing those demands for recognition and universality that were put into circulation by the French Revolution. But this couldn't be Žižek's solution to the extent that every discussion about the institutional structure of a state that would recognize the negativity of the subjects is absent in his work. The absence of this positive ground is, nevertheless, necessary if the critic of ideology will discontinue his work in the name of political economy or some repressed latent material that works as a positive description principle. In a certain way, Žižek's critique of ideology will be done in the name of universal rights of negation inside the political sphere. Therefore, Žižek is required to paradoxically state that ideology is not everything. It is possible to assume a place where allow us to keep a distance in relation with it ideology, but this place from where one could condemn must remain empty, it must not be inhabited by any determined positive reality. In the moment that we succumb to this temptation, we come back to ideology. Also, when Žižek travels into the class struggle notion in order to entitle the real of antagonism that found a political experience, he keeps in mind that class struggle cannot operate as a positive principle of description that allow us to apprehend society as a rational totality. On the contrary, for Žižek, class struggle is just the name of a blind untranspositionable point of the social that passion for the real pretends to reveal. Only a negative discourse could escape from ideology, which does not necessarily mean that we put our hands on nihilism or on violence aestheticizing. I would like to suggest a path to connect Žižek and Hegel that is indicated in a very important moment of less than nothing, concerning Hegel's discussion on war. For Hegel, as I have said, the state ought to provide an object to negative freedom, that is, to confer institutional form to negation, thus preventing individuals from growing petrified within XED social determinations, as members of a class or representatives of the interests of a class. This is a notion Hegel will advance in the context of his reactions on war. Through war, the state will bring to terms an intricate process of formation of individualities through the internalization of the formative character of the experience of the negativity of death. This is a recurrent theme in Hegel's works. We may ND it, for instance, in the phenomenology of spirit, where confronting death appears as a movement toward the very foundation of existence. Turning to a different section of the same work, the one titled Spirit, one NDS statements such as the following. In order not to let individuals become rooted and set in this isolation, thereby breaking up the whole and letting the communal spirit evaporate, government has from time to shake them to their core by war. By this means the government upsets their established order, and violates their right to independence, while the individuals who, absorbed in their own way of life, break loose from the whole and strive after the inviolable independence and security of the person, are made to feel in the task laid on them their lord and master, death. Spirit, by thus throwing into the melting pot the stable existence of these systems, checks their tendency to fall away from the ethical order, and to be submerged in a merely natural existence, and it preserves and raises conscious self into freedom and its own power. The negative essence shows itself to be the real power of the community and the force of its self-preservation. It may be said that if government does not rest on a promise of peace, that is because the formative process that began within the family must also animate processes of social interaction as means toward the actualization of subjectivity as a universality bereft of all adherence to the natural Dasein, as that which is actualized through a work that consists in confronting the increasing fragility of static images of the world. The attempt being made here is not, of course, to provide an argument in defense of belligerent states, rather, it is to go beyond the literality of such remarks and seek their actual function. In fact, the hypothesis I would like to defend is that these statements on war have much to say concerning the necessary configuration of any institutions and of social practices that aim to truly and properly meet the demands of modernity. Of utmost importance in these reactions on war is the understanding that institutions willing to attain the ability to recognize non-substantial subjects must be founded on social practices whose conception involves acknowledging the sovereignty of a gur of negation whose phenomenological manifestation may be that of a symbolic death. This is the proper gur for social institutions whose function has ceased to be the identification of subjects within XED determinations and identities. Were our purpose merely to react on this process, it could have been done in several ways that do not involve Hegel's apology of war, an apology that is certainly questionable and hardly defensible not merely in our day and age, but even in the philosopher's time. Still, to go beyond the letter of Hegel's work is to attempt a proper recovery of its intention to, in the null analysis, expose the necessary relation between the notion of negativity and the state. At this juncture, however, it might be appropriate to bring closure to the issue by inquiring into what an institution could do. We normally think of institutions as markedly normative and disciplinary structures that perpetuate clearly defined modes for the functioning of social life. In these terms, their normative force would be indissociable from the material reproduction of hegemonic values and forms of life, or from the attendant blocking of the development of alternatives to such values or forms. Yet it seems quite possible to suggest that the essential aspects of the Hegelian theory of the state may nevertheless be preserved if we regard institutions as potential modes to de-identicate subjects, dispossess them of their identities and predicates. Žižek sees the Hegelian discussion of war as proof that every social reconciliation must fail, that any organic social order could integrate the abstract universal negativity. But we can think of the ways to create institutions that would develop negativity in a kind of zone of social indeterminacy. In my point of view, this is a task produced by the questions proper of Žižek's work. Dialectic at its impurest. Žižek's materialism of less than nothing. Simon Hajdani. The sadness of generations without teachers. In a time when Xi Jinping, the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, stresses dialectical materialism as a way to deepen reform, dialectical materialism seems nothing but an atavistic remainder of a past long gone, a notion which in an era of prevalent cynical distantiation and emerging new materialisms rightfully triggers ironizing responses. Hence, it is all the more curious that Slavoj Žižek should consciously place his philosophical project under the anachronistic banner of dialectical materialism. Along these lines, Less Than Nothing, Žižek's magnum opus, bears the subtitle Hegel and the Shadow of Dialectical Materialism, while his recent Absolute Recoil is subtitled Towards a New Foundation of Dialectical Materialism. Despite linguistic similarities, the two calls obviously could not be more different. If she conceives of dialectical materialism as the ready-made tool of the Central Committee's reformist politics, that is, as a name of a solution, then for Žižek dialectical materialism is RST and foremost a name of a deadlock, a problem demanding philosophical re-invention. The exact formulations of the two subtitles cited above testify to this simple fact, which remains overlooked by most reviewers, not Hegel and dialectical materialism and not the foundations of dialectical materialism, but rather the shadow and the paving of the way towards a new foundation of dialectical materialism. But to avoid falling prey to yet another error and to grant to this paving of the way adequate meaning, the word towards should not be read as a temporal vector simply pointing toward the future. This towards entails a temporal loop implied in both subtitles. It entails a paradoxical paving of the way towards the shadow lying in front of us, toward the shadow in which we perhaps already dwell, whereby, Hegel's, opaque body casting the shadow is situated behind our back. The paving of the way towards a new foundation of dialectical materialism is only possible as a way backwards, as a grasping of the Hegelian shadow which lies before us, and behind Hegel's back. This paradoxical character of Žižek's resuscitation of dialectical materialism is perhaps best encapsulated by a paraphrase of the title of Marcuse's text on the obsolescence of psychoanalysis. Just as Marcuse's text is neither a condemnation of psychoanalysis as something that can no longer teach us anything, nor a direct attempt at a refutation of its supposed obsolescence, so too Žižek's resuscitation of dialectical materialism starts from the affirmation of its obsolescence as the ultimate sign of its actuality, which is opposed to the actuality of today's prevalent forms of materialism. In an attempt to schematize Žižek's paving of the way toward a new foundation of dialectical materialism, we could begin with Žižek's reformulation of Lenin's reformulation of the three sources of Marxism. In Lenin's reformulation, the three sources include German philosophy, Hegel, Feuerbach, English political economy, Smith, Ricardo, and French socialism, Saint-Simon, Fourier. Žižek's reformulation of Lenin's reformulation, however, includes German classical philosophy, the critique of political economy, and not French socialism but French psychoanalysis, or Hegel, Marx, and Lacan. This trinity redoubles the logic of the temporal loop indicated in the subtitles of Žižek's books. If dialectical materialism as the ontological substratum of materialist philosophy is to have any meaning at all, then the meaning of materialist dialectics is decided on the path leading forward from Lacan to Hegel. This path from Lacan to Hegel implies a double reading of dialectical materialism, that is, dialectical materialism as the logic of the sciencer and dialectical materialism as the doctrine of the real. In what follows, I will present the basic elements of dialectical materialism by way of analyzing what I have elsewhere termed Žižek's fetishistic sequence. Due to the interconnectedness of the two aspects, my analysis of Žižek's sequence and its dialectical materialism will automatically lead to an outline of the elements of dialectical materialism, or the doctrine of the real. This key task of thinking both the dialectical and the materialist character of dialectical materialism hence concerns the relationship between the status, or rather the statuses, of negation, on the one hand, and the status of the object, the Lacanian objet petit, on the other. Here is Žižek's precise formulation of this crucial task. See in the Hegelian move of the negation account for the rise of an object which is less than nothing. Approaching the Lacanian reinterpretation of Hegelian dialectic, I will avoid the scholastic path of citing Lacan's, famous formulations and instead begin with the aforementioned fetishistic sequence. And if this sequence is to lead us to the elements of the dialectical process, it is best to begin by examining the status of that particular element which in its multiplicity forms the core of any dialectic, the status of nothing. By determining this element and its place in the fetishistic sequence, I will refer to Alain Badiou's text on the three negations, more precisely, to the distinctions between three forms of negation at work in three logics, I, classical, 2, intuitionistic, and 3, paraconsistent logic. The differences between them amount to the validity, plus, and / or invalidity, of two principles, namely, a, the principle of non-contradiction and b, the principle of the excluded middle. Classical logic is characterized by the validity of both principles, while the remaining two logics only obey one of the two principles. Intuitionistic negation obeys the principle of contradiction but not the principle of the excluded middle, while the paraconsistent logic inversely obeys the principle of the excluded middle, but not the principle of contradiction. If we take a look at the possible combinations in terms of the validity of the two principles, we come up with this table, figure. The combinations show that besides the three enumerated types of negation there exists the possibility of the fourth, which for Badiou coincides with the disappearance of negation as such. In contrast to Badiou's thesis, Žižek claims that the fourth form of negation is in fact the most effective one. In an attempt to analyze the intuitionistic and paraconsistent forms of negation in their relation to the fourth form of negation, I will draw on Žižek's classical analysis of the logic of anti-Semitism as the exemplary case of the fetishistic sequence. Instead of the direct split I know that the Jews are guilty of nothing, but nevertheless I believe that they are guilty, comes the statement of the type I know that the Jews are guilty of nothing. However, the fact is that in the development of capitalism, the Jews, as the representatives of financial and business capital, have usually profited from the productive labor of others. The second part of the statement, the claim which follows the symptom but nevertheless, can on a factual level be largely accurate but nevertheless operates as a lie because in the concrete symbolic context in which it appears it operates as eradication of the unconscious belief that the Jews are nevertheless guilty. Without taking into account these investments of the unconscious belief, the functioning of such statements remains totally incomprehensible. The formal background of Žižek's fetishistic sequence is provided by Manonai's famous formula of fetishism, which takes on the following elementary form: I know well, but all the same, I believe that. Let me begin with the example of anti-Semitic rationalization. I know that the Jews are guilty of nothing. However, the fact is that in the development of capitalism, the Jews, as the representatives of financial and business capital, have usually profited from the productive labor of others. At RST, the statement appears contradictory. Its second part obviously serves to undermine what is asserted in the RST part of the sentence. But nevertheless, the analysis of the exact status of negation at work in anti-Semitic rationalization demonstrates that the statement is not contradictory and that it owes its non-contradictory character to the use of intuitionistic negation, obeying the principle of contradiction but not the principle of the excluded middle. I know well that P, but all the same I believe that P. In the RST step, the intuitionistic formula negates the Jewish guilt, P, while in the second step it negates the negation of the Jewish guilt, non-P, by way of enumerating certain reasons. I know well that non-P, but all the same non-P, or I know well that the Jews are not guilty, but all the same they are not guilty. Intuitionistic logic allows for the introduction of a double negation, but once this double negation is introduced, we cannot get rid of it without jeopardizing the non-contradictory status of the formula. If I say that someone is guilty, this implies that he is not guilty, pp, and the second part of the proposition, but all the same I believe, says precisely this, namely that the Jews are not guilty, since in the development of capitalism they played the role of usurious exploiters of others. However, this does not mean that we can infer from the absence of the Jewish non-guilt that the Jews are guilty. The statement that someone is not guilty doesn't imply that he or she is guilty, which means that in this particular logical situation, the theorem PP has no validity. Why? Because P and non-P are not the only two options, that is, because the statement does not obey the principle of the excluded middle. Furthermore, since the negation of Jewish non-guilt doesn't imply the affirmation of Jewish guilt, the negation of non-guilt, P, doesn't undermine the negation of guilt, P, introduced by the RST part of the formula, which means that the proposition is not contradictory. Hence, the introduction of the category of Jews as usurious exploiters has the precise structure of a fetish. It is the last thing we see before we confront the deadlock of the social eld. The function of the Freudian fetish is to mask an absence, whereby both terms, mask and absence, should be given the full meaning of negation. The fetish masks, or negates, yet, what it negates is not some positive content but rather the very absence of positive content, hence itself a negation. Thus, disavowal, or Verleugnung, as the operation which, according to Freud, determines fetishism and the formation of the fetish has the essential form of the intuitionistic negation of negation. As the example of anti-Semitic rationalization clearly demonstrates, The fetishistic gur of the Jew as the usurious exploiter serves precisely the negation of the Jewish guilt. I know well that the Jews are not guilty, p. But all the same I believe that they are not guilty, p. So, if the Freudian disavowal is a mode of self-referential negation, or negation of negation, negation negating itself, a key consequence has to be drawn from this status of negation in fetishism, a consequence which relates not only to the status of disavowal as negation of negation but also to the determination of the type of negativity and the logic of fetishism itself. The logic of fetishism is essentially intuitionistic. Disavowal corresponds to the intuitionistic type of the negation of negation. Žižek emphasizes that this anti-Semitic rationalization functions as a substitute formation used to disavow the direct split between knowledge and belief that assumes the following form. I know well that p, but all the same I believe that p. The anti-Semitic rationalization serves to abolish this direct split as it sublates the formula's inherent contradiction. By introducing third options it disavows the contradiction at its very core, the fact that despite better knowledge I nevertheless believe that the Jews are guilty, and second guarantees for the non-contradictory nature of this disavowal itself. Žižek's methodical move from secondary rationalization to contradiction corresponds precisely to the move from the intuitionistic form of negation to the paraconsistent one, which obeys the principle of the excluded middle, thus preventing the formation of third options, and undermines the validity of the principle of contradiction, thus positively realizing it. This methodical move has a precise logical value. As we have seen, the non-contradictory character of fetishistic rationalization relies on the impossibility of evacuating the double negation that was introduced into the equation. To put it simply, it relies on the non-validity of the theorem pp. Žižek's move of reducing the intuitionistic formula to its paraconsistent truth is hence the completion of the passage from p to p. It is the evacuation of the negation of negation, the evacuation which in turn confronts us with the pure paraconsistent split, with the truth of the social antagonism, the inherent absence of the social, the latter's inner negativity, which was negated by the formation of the fetish. And if Freudian disavowal was deemed in terms of intuitionistic negation, the paraconsistent type of negation corresponds to the Freudian denegation, or Verneinung, the negation of an element which functions as its impossible and hence contradictory affirmation. Let me take Freud's famous example. The analyst asks the patient who this person in his dream might be, and the patient answers that he doesn't know but is sure of one thing: it's not my mother. The analyst, Freud adds, will amend this statement and conclude, so it is his mother. The symptomatic nature of the patient's statement corresponds precisely to the case of anti-Semitic paraconsistency. Let us imagine that in the middle of a conversation someone suddenly feels the urge to say, I know that the Jews are not guilty. By claiming this, doesn't he in fact assert the opposite? Aren't we entitled to respond to this with a naive question: if you say the Jews are not guilty, you want me to believe that they are guilty. But I know they are not guilty, so why are you lying to me? Besides direct anti-Semites, there also exist the cynically enlightened ones who practice intuitionistic sophistry. The mechanism of disavowal is characterized by the fact that it enables the subject to simultaneously accept and reject the reality of castration. The link between acceptance and rejection is often understood in terms of two contradictory attitudes toward reality. But as I have shown, the beauty of fetishistic disavowal lies in the fact that it enables a non-contradictory coexistence of the two, hence allowing the subject to fully acknowledge the traumatic absence without having to acknowledge its traumatic effects. The passage to paraconsistency unveils the fetishistic rationalization and completes the passage from the double denial of Jewish guilt to its affirmation, p rightward arrow p. Instead of the intuitionistic formula they are not guilty, p, but all the same they are not guilty, p, we get the paraconsistent formula of the evacuated double negation, they are not guilty, p, but all the same they are guilty, p. With this move, the statement becomes contradictory. So I have reduced Žižek's couple of fetishistic rationalization, on the one hand, and the direct embodiment of the split, on the other, to two distinctive logics and thus also to two types of negation which are further reducible to two fundamental mechanisms of negation developed by Freud, namely, to disavowal and denegation. I have also demonstrated that in relation to the two logical principles, the intuitionistic disavowal and the paraconsistent denegation in fact form negatives of one another. Disavowal posits the existence of the third element which safeguards it from contradiction, while in denegation we witness the subtraction of this third element and hence the fall into contradiction correlative with the evacuation, or suspension, of the negation of negation, p rightward arrow p. But if we were to stop here, we would have missed a key aspect of Žižek's fetishistic sequence. If we manage to isolate this further element of the sequence, we are led to a type of negation that remains irreducible to its intuitionistic and paraconsistent counterparts while at the same time functioning in its very irreducibility as the element that joins the two logics, and the two negations these imply, into a dialectical sequence. This has four important consequences. First, only the fourth form of negation enables us to answer the question of how the evacuation of the negation of negation, p rightward arrow p, as the condition of the passage from intuitionistic to paraconsistent logic takes place in the RST place. Second, it is only possible to equate intuitionistic and paraconsistent negations with Freudian disavowal and denegation against the backdrop of this fourth form. Third, the passage to the fourth form of negation doesn't join its counterparts into just any dialectical sequence but precisely into the Hegelian dialectical movement. And fourth, the fourth type of negation enables us to think the relation between double negation and object A, that is, between the two elementary subject matters of dialectical materialism, as conceived by Žižek. To introduce this fourth form, let us once again take a look at the RST part of the paraconsistent formula, which is also the RST part of intuitionistic rationalization. It doesn't simply state that the Jews are not guilty but rather that they are guilty of nothing. This addition of nothing is crucial as it introduces a very special type of negativity, if only we read it correctly, to the letter. At this point I have to add a linguistic note. Žižek RST uses the example of the anti-Semitic sequence in a Slovenian book published in. Let us consider the precise Slovenian formulation. Saj vem, da juj niso nik krivi. The formulation in fact contains two instances of negation, as in the following, linguistically incorrect, English translation, the Jews aren't niso guilty of nothing nik. Hence, the formulation enables two readings. What is at stake in the RST reading is a simple negation of Jewish guilt. The Jews aren't guilty of nothing means that they are not guilty, p. The second possible reading emphasizes the nothing of the phrase guilty of nothing as the lever of double negation. The Jews aren't guilty of nothing means precisely that they are not guilty, p. Such a reading enables a further passage from paraconsistency, I know well that p, but all the same I believe that p, to the following formula. I know well that p, but all the same I believe that p. From the point of view of classical logic, the two parts of the statement are in fact equivalent. If I say that someone is not guilty, this can only mean that he or she is guilty. The statement asserts the same thing twice and it in effect merely explicates the theorem pp. But all the same, what accounts for the paradoxical character of this formula is precisely its but all the same. If I say I know that you are not guilty, therefore you are guilty, the statement entails no contradiction, but as soon as I replace the adverb therefore with but all the same, or nevertheless, the sentence begins to signal something more, or less, an uncanny contradiction which can be summed up as follows: why do you believe that the Jews are guilty when in fact you know that they are guilty? Why do you nevertheless believe? This nevertheless obviously introduces a difference which, however, is not a difference of the differing since the two parts of the statement do not differ. But at the same time this difference is also not the difference of non-differing elements since the two parts are not indifferent. Hence, we can say neither that they differ nor that they don't differ. It is as if the difference between them would lie in an impossible gap separating not guilty from guilty. A further point, this structure remains paradoxical even if we translate the negation of negation into position, pp, and hence construct the following tautology. I know well that p, but all the same I believe that p. The supplement but all the same, or nevertheless, marks knowledge with an inherent heterogeneous split which results from the mere repetition of the predicated knowledge. If in the RST2 stages of the fetishistic sequence the second part of the statement included two different types of negation of the RST part of the proposition, then at the level of the propositional form of the fourth negation, the second part of the statement involves no apparent negation of the RST part. The paradox of this form of negation is that it doesn't negate by way of denial but rather by way of affirmation. More precisely, the negativity which we encounter here emerges through the very impossibility, or failure, of affirmative repetition. We can grasp this negativity of the inner gap of tautology if we read the RST part of the formula as a double negation. Hence, if we read the proposition the Jews aren't guilty of nothing in terms of double negation, or negation, aren't, of negation, nothing, we see that the negation of the predicate coincides neither with the affirmation of the predicate, the law pp has no validity here, nor with the affirmation of a non-predicate, the Jews are not guilty, but rather with what? The statement obviously affirms, yet it affirms neither the predicate nor the non-predicate. And so it seems that it affirms the mere not, without simultaneously affirming either the predicate or the non-predicate which is negated within it. It affirms that negation devoid of any relations, the abstract, immediate negation which Hegel calls the mere not, das bloße, nicht. This last point becomes clear if we return to the exact status of nothing in the RST part of the formula, which functions as the carrier of double negation. However, we also stumble upon it in the second part of the formula, which therefore assumes the following fully developed form. I know well that the Jews are not guilty of nothing, but all the same I believe that they are guilty of nothing itself. The Hegelian mere not, the nothing of the phrase aren't guilty of nothing, therefore functions as the perverse reason for Jewish guilt. The assertion that they are not guilty of nothing passes into the assertion that they are guilty of nothing itself. But let me return to the status of the paradoxical fourth form of negation, which emerges in the intersection of double negation of guilt and its impossible affirmation, figure. The double negation of the mere not doesn't simply coincide with the negation of negation which we encountered in the analysis of the intuitionistic formula. The difference introduced by repetition as failed affirmation, the difference that is neither the difference of the differing nor the difference of the indifferent, is the paradoxical difference which Mladen Dola mentions in his excellent reading of the opening of the Science of Logic, the difference of a double negation, as opposed to the negation of negation, that takes on the form of something that is nicht ununterschieden, not undistinguished. The difference of not undistinguished remains irreducible to what is distinguished, the double negation remains unsublatable and at the same time irreducible to the negation of negation as it appeared within the intuitionistic formula. On the basis of Zizek's fetishistic sequence, we arrived at the third in the series of negations. And if the RST, intuitionistic negation corresponded to the Freudian concept of disavowal, and the second, paraconsistent negation to the Freudian concept of denegation, what would be the Freudian counterpart to the fourth form of negation, to the mere not of the not undistinguished difference? This negativity corresponds to the concept of primal repression. Primal repression is neither a negation of some particular content nor a negation of negation itself, but rather negation as such, negation in its abstract immediacy, the mere not of the primordial cut which constitutes the symbolic order, figure. The fourth form of negation is the pure negative of classical negation, standing for the structural dissent which enables it in the RST place. In accordance with Freud's famous thesis, it knows no contradiction. But besides the principle of non-contradiction, it also disobeys the principle of the excluded middle, even though this middle or third element which constitutes it and which, in contrast to the intuitionistic logic, doesn't guarantee for its non-contradictory status but, on the contrary, marks it with a contradiction, has no proper existence and is reduced to a mere paradoxical persistence of the not undistinguished. As I have already noted, it is precisely the introduction of the fourth form of negation which enables us to interpret the intuitionistic and the paraconsistent negation in terms of disavowal and denegation. It is this type of negation that accounts for the cut that establishes the symbolic order, which in turn enables the constitution of the logics of disavowal and denegation by functioning as the irreducible, structural, constituent of the formation of the unconscious. I have inferred the enumerated logics from one another, but have not yet determined the element which binds them into a dialectical sequence. I have demonstrated the possibility of the passage from intuitionistic to paraconsistent and from paraconsistent to the fourth form of negation, but I have done so without locating the immanent heterogeneous knot of these three types of negativity, figure. The dialectical movement of the three types of negativity hinges on a hair of less than nothing, a leftover, or object A, which, binds them into a dialectical sequence. We begin with the mere knot of the immediate negation, with the not undistinguished difference which traverses the tautological formulation as the difference between P and P. The mere knot of the primordial negation before negation that doesn't negate anything opens up the space of negation proper, which in order to be negation requires something other than itself as the object of itself as negation. Negation doesn't hang in the air, it needs an object, and the RST object of negation proper is precisely negation itself. With this move we reach the self-referential negativity, the negation of negation, which characterizes the intuitionistic formula, P rightward arrow P. However, this step of the negation of negation is in itself already the sublation of negation, which now forms the basis of the opposition between the absence of negation equal to the position, PP, and the opposing presence, P, that determines the formula of paraconsistency, which once again rests upon the not undistinguished difference as the point of departure of the new dialectical movement. The three nothings thus form a dialectical sequence of immediate negation, negation of negation, and opposition. But what enables their gradation is precisely the objectal surplus, the tiny nothing. The Jews are guilty of nothing, sliding metonymically through this chain, lacking in comparison to the remaining three nothings even the full ontological consistency of nothing, and thus corresponding precisely to object A, or to what Žižek calls less than nothing, the result of subtraction from nothing itself, figure. The cross-section of double negation corresponds to the constitutive and constituting dicit, the lack in the other, S, A, / or that particular nothing that is inherent to the formation of the symbolic order as such in its radical incompleteness. The nothing of the negation of negation corresponds to the phallic synear as the synear without the synod, phi, which positivizes the nothing of the anti-Semitic investment by positing something as the lever of the disavowal of castration, whereas the nothing of the subject, S/, emerges at the intersection of signifying oppositions as the lacking negative of the signifying process that remains unrepresented within the signifying chain and is hence reduced to the function of interstitially sliding through it. And nally, besides these three nothings, there remains the pure residual element of less than nothing, A, as the disavowal P denegation. Negation of negation opposition. Less than nothing. P mere not P. Primal, repression. Figure. Schema of four nothings I. Object cause of the dialectical movement from nothing through nothing to nothing. If dialectic, as Mladen Dola suggests, is a logic of impurity, since within it everything passes into its other, every entity is hid by its alterity, then this passage to less than nothing is the passage to pure impurity, to the pure undialecticized remainder of the dialectic in impure form. Can this object remainder be thought through with Hegel? And if it can be thought through with Hegel, does this necessarily imply that it is thought with Hegel against Hegel? This is the question brought about by this discussion, soliciting us to read Žižek. Natural worlds, historical worlds, and dialectical. Materialism. Ed Pluth. There is a problem that any attempt to bring together Lacanian theory and dialectical materialism faces. My discussions of Slavoj Žižek's work elsewhere sort of orbit this problem without articulating it explicitly. So, to put it explicitly, here it is. A denning feature of any Lacanian materialism is its ontological application of the claim ilny apod rapport sexual, which, obviously, must be read as a thesis about a fundamental non-relation. In Žižek's work and in that of other Lacanian materialists, this becomes a thesis about a fundamental division at the very heart of things, a sort of fault in our stars. There is no peace, even in the void, as Žižek puts it at the end of Absolute Recoil. While this thesis expresses well the dialectical vision that conics and impasses are fundamental, any dialectical materialism must in addition actually have a claim about relations at its core, for it is not only conics and impasses that are fundamental to dialectical materialism, but also changes, not to say development, which would be mistakenly teleological. And change is a fundamentally relational concept. But even this is not enough. What is needed to distinguish a dialectical materialism from mechanistic or metaphysical vulgar materialisms is an embrace of vigorous interactions between thinking and being, even while making some version of material being primary for those interactions. My view is that a dialectical materialism, in order to avoid a naturalist, reductionist epiphenomenalism regarding the status of thinking, reducing it to pure ideology and illusion, has to affirm the somehow equal reality of thinking and being, and the mutual affectation of each by each, even while it cedes priority to the latter. Any dialectical materialism that cannot do this ends up succumbing to what I consider to be its own peculiar idealist deviation, naturalism. The problem, then, in case it is not yet clear, is, how are these requirements of a materialist dialectics compatible with a Lacanian universe that is fundamentally dominated by non-relation, one for which the real is fundamentally an impasse? I will argue here that equating the Lacanian real with something like Badiou's being qua being, and Žižek's pre-ontological void, is a sound move to make, and carves out a space for dialectical materialism, provided that neither concept is made equivalent to nature, and that a distinction is maintained between natural and historical situations or worlds on the one hand and being qua being, or the real, or the pre-ontological void, on the other. What concerns me about Žižek's recent work and his uses of quantum physics, however, is that it sets about this in a still too naturalizing manner. If it seems like there is no problem here, if it is pointed out that even for Lacanians relations do take place after all, sexual and otherwise, it should be recalled that this is so only within a sort of illusory, phantasmatic framework. The Lacanian claim il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel is, of course, accompanied by a variety of claims about mechanisms, fantasy especially, whose function is to write a relationship where there is in fact none. It is difficult, however, to see how such mechanisms do not have the status of something like ideology when compared to the more scientific insights and claims available to us through the use of Lacanian theory itself, via its mathemes for the mechanisms in question. There are readings of Lacan that at out embrace this interpretation of his position. In fact, Barbara Cassin, for example, takes Lacan to be something like a contemporary sophist, and her reading of Lacan is not at all without merit. And, as Colette Soler points out, does Lacan not after all reduce thinking to yet one mode of jouissance among others? As he claimed in Seminar 20, where there is thinking there is enjoying, ouca pense, ca jouert. And is this not why Lacan so frequently rails against philosophy? For this version of Lacan, philosophy would indeed be a useless passion. As further evidence, consider Lacan's claim that meaning is essentially religious. To the extent that philosophers are trying to make sense of the world, do they not necessarily do so within the same sphere in which religious illusion is found, the sphere of meaning? Then anal piece of evidence add to this the fact that Lacan himself seems not to have ever claimed that his own position was particularly dialectical. Dialectics is a term used by him, of course, frequently enough in the S and early S. But notice that it is used at this time almost exclusively in the context of desire. See the title of one of his better-known essays, The Subversion of the Subject and the Dialectic of Desire. The structure of desire is certainly a dialectical one. There is hardly a more dialectical utterance than desire is the other's desire, with all its permutations and ambiguities. But my point is that this accommodation or allowance of a place for a dialectic to operate within Lacanian theory does not necessarily entail that the entirety of Lacanian theory, however that is to be conceived of and described, can be considered dialectical, or that the upshot of Lacanian theory endorses anything like a dialectical materialism. That there is a Lacanian materialism of some sort is, of course, a much easier thesis to defend. What I am discussing here are the dialectical qualities any version of this materialism might have. In fact, the space in which the dialectic of desire operates can be described as a narrowly delimited post-phantasmatic space, which would render moot the global applicability of dialectical to Lacan's overall views. One desires with one's fantasy, as it were, and the fundamental fantasy is itself developed after an encounter with the traumatic lack in the other with the other's desire, precisely. Only then, only after all this, or rather with it, does anything like a dialectic begin or take place. But again, it is not clear that on the basis of this limited space within which the term dialectic does operate in Lacanian theory that there would be any wider applicability of the term dialectical to his views. For example, does it make sense to think of the relations among the imaginary, symbolic, and real as dialectical? Do the Borromean knots of the S contribute to a dialectical view of anything? Isn't Lacanian topology rather developed in order to present an alternative to dialectical views? Isn't this part of why Lacan so often spoke out against Hegel? What these anti- or non-dialectical readings of Lacan's work overlook, however, is the import of his views on science, and especially on the role of mathemes in the new science that psychoanalysis would be. For this would be a science still like the natural sciences in the respect that it takes a new step forward in mathematization, just as the natural sciences themselves took such a step with Galileo. At the same time, psychoanalysis must be something other than a natural science because its object domain is quite distinct. What Althusser would call the theoretical continent that it opens up is not identical to the natural scientific theoretical continent. The real it is stepping out into with its own particular mathematizations is something quite different. It posits and works on new theoretical objects that are not the objects of the natural sciences, drives, the unconscious, the ego, the superego, and so forth. So, psychoanalytic theory with its step forward in mathematization, can be considered a science, but this step forward consists not of a mathematization of nature but, rather, of a mathematization of what must be considered something like a cultural/historical space. Still distinct from the historical continent Althusser argues was opened up by Marx the objects, phenomena, and practices that occur in the space of the intersection of languages and bodies, both of which we can consider to be material without too much difficulty. This space can, of course, fairly be considered a second nature if one likes, without at all really changing any of these points. And for this very reason, it is a space in which dialectical materialist relations can be seen to occur between theories and the objects of those theories. Lacanian psychoanalysis allows for a strongly dialectical relation between psychoanalytic theory and its objects. This is the respect in which it can be seen as a dialectical materialism. Not only is a connect posited at the heart of things by it, there are vigorous and interactive exchanges between its theories and its objects and practices. And moreover, it can be argued that the objects of psychoanalytic theory, unlike the objects of the natural sciences, do change along with the theories of them. Consider Freud's discussion of how the unconscious reacted and changed to its discovery. Alain Badiou and Slavoj Žižek both claim that their philosophies are types of dialectical materialism, but the status of dialectical materialism for each is quite different. Žižek makes it go further, I think, than Badiou does, and I think this move on his part is a naturalizing one. In my essay on transcendental materialism and the natural real, I argue for a dialectical materialism in cultural/historical situations and worlds, but not in natural scientific ones, and I express concerns that Žižek's use of quantum physics may lead to a reductionism. My position there is inspired by my agreement with Alain Badiou's claim that there are no events, in the sense of the term specific to his philosophy, in natural situations. if we understand events to entail a change not in the organization of the beings or multiples of a world, but a change stronger, a violation and reordering of the very rules governing that world's organization, it is striking that natural situations do not allow of these. To say that they do would be like allowing for the occurrence of natural miracles. In other words, it would be religious/creationist to claim that there are natural events in this particular sense. I'm arguing then that a dialectical materialism is present and possible only in worlds with events, ones in which truths and truth procedures appear and can be developed. These are historical, not natural, situations. That this is the case for Badiou seems to me to be clear in Being and Event, and also by the way in which he describes the difference between dialectical materialism and democratic materialism in Logics of Worlds. Those two positions agree on the thesis that there are only bodies and languages. But dialectical materialism adds, except there are truths. There are infinitely many veridical statements that can be made regarding natural situations, certainly, but these are distinct from truths in the relevant sense for Badiou's philosophy. To see how Žižek gives dialectical materialism a much wider, or deeper, range, we have to consider the status the real has in his work. The contrast to Badiou is helpful here. I think it can be said, although it may sound odd, that for Alain Badiou the object of ontology is not in fact being qua being. What does ontology really study, or work on, after all? Always only organized multiples of distinct types, with the big two being natural and historical situations. Set theory is ontology, it supplies the rules and methods for the organization of multiples. But being qua being is an inconsistent, pure multiple. We can think of it in Lacanian terms as the real qua, an impasse in formalization. Hence the proper name for being qua being within Badiou's ontology must be the void, because in an important sense, ontology never deals with it as such. It deals, rather, with any consistent multiple whatsoever. So both types of basic situations or worlds, natural and historical, need to be understood as sharing a similar overarching condition. They are both distinct organizations of the radically inconsistent, and itself non-ontological, pure, multiple that is being qua being. It is important not to misunderstand the distinction between nature and history in Badiou's philosophy by misplacing it. Being qua being is neither nature nor history, and it is neither natural nor historical. That is, the inconsistent multiple is itself neither a natural nor historical world. This is why Badiou's philosophy may be described in odd terms, as an anti-naturalist materialism that is only in some respects a dialectical materialism. The inconsistent multiple is not the universe. It is not an all, at all. But, as far as the organization of multiples goes, the distinction between natural and historical situations or worlds is very much relevant. They are characterized by the following difference: in historical situations, the rule against a set being a member of itself, a rule that is preserved in natural situations, is violated. This opens such situations up to events, vanishing intrusions of being qua being, or the real, as it were. Natural situations do not allow this. A basic rule of natural worlds is that no set can be a member of itself. Nature is not equivalent to being qua being here, obviously. But there is no totality of worlds that encompasses natural and historical worlds either. There is no world of worlds, as it were. This makes one wonder what a science like quantum physics, or even classical physics, would be about in Badiou's work. Badiou has claimed that what physics studies call it matter would be a name for what is immediately after being, the most general possible name of the presented. The world of physics is described as a world with a high level of generality, the highest for natural situations. Right after being qua being itself. It would be distinct from ontology, of course, and, apparently, it would still not be a world of worlds, that is, a one-all of some sort. It is interesting to note that quantum physics actually does not have any ontological ramifications for Žižek either. Quantum physics, as far as he is concerned, is not ontology. But Žižek does think that quantum physics has something to do with what is, in Lacanian theory, called the real. In Less Than Nothing, for example, he claims that there is no ontology of the real. The real is, instead, pre-ontological. Žižek's discussions of quantum physics and his own application of its insights are also not about ontology, then, but need to be seen as pertaining to this pre-ontological domain as well, which, in Schellingian terms, is the ground of existence. There is a gap, Žižek writes, between what Schelling called existence and the ground of existence. Prior to fully existent reality, there is a chaotic non-all proto-reality, a pre-ontological, virtual actuation of a not yet fully constituted real. This distinction between the pre-ontological and the ontological, the virtual/real and then organized reality, seems equivalent to Alain Badiou's distinction between being qua being, as the inconsistent, pure multiple, and organized sets of beings, situations, worlds. But here is the important difference. Žižek thinks that quantum physics reveals to us a structure that pertains to a domain, the pre-ontological, that Badiou would have to consider to be equivalent to being qua being itself. So this means that Žižek is saying more about this domain than Badiou thinks we are able to, and by following quantum physics, and taking quantum physics to be a theory and science of this domain, Žižek can say that the pre-ontological/virtual/real has a particular, and even dialectical, structure. To be clear, I think this would be like Alain Badiou claiming that the rules of organization that apply to situations both natural and historical also apply to the inconsistent multiple itself. That set theory, then, is not just ontology but also already a theory of the pre-ontological. But, I take it that this is not Badiou's position. From this perspective, it certainly does sound like Žižek is being a speculative Hegelian who is critiquing Badiou's Kantian reluctance to make claims about a noumenal realm. Žižek embeds a dialectical structure within the real/void itself, before multiples are organized from it or after it. In Absolute Recoil he writes, "For dialectical materialism, one has to think a two prior to multiplicity, and the key question is, how are we to think this two with regard to the void? Is one simply not yet there, in the primordial void? Or is this very lack of one a positive fact?" Badiou goes for the RST option, Lacan for the second. From the Lacanian standpoint, there are multiplicities because the one is barred, divided, thwarted in itself, unable to become one. What Žižek is implying here is that, for Alain Badiou, there are organized multiples only when there is a counting of the pure multiple. For Badiou, there are specific domains of multiplicities because there are organizations of the pure multiple innately many variable ones of two major types, natural and historical. But Žižek argues that the Lacanian variant of dialectical materialism can claim that multiples come to be because of the divided nature of the real/void itself. In other words, in a violation of what Badiou's ontology would allow for, there is a count of some sort possible in and of the inconsistent multiple itself, it is two. And here we see how the Lacanian claim ilny pas de rapport sexuel is playing a central role in Žižek's development of a dialectical materialism. The key idea that makes this a dialectical materialism is its rejection of any one at the foundation of things, and its positing of a two instead. But is this in fact enough to make for a dialectical materialism? In Transcendental Materialism and the Natural Real, I take steps away from transcendental materialism and express concerns that that position, especially with how it positions nature, could have reductionist consequences. While he no longer considers his position transcendental materialism, in Absolute Recoil Žižek still thinks that what he does with quantum physics does not involve reductionism, because the lesson of quantum physics is not that there is a natural real independent of our experience, reducing this experience to a mere appearance, but that this very gap between the real and its appearing is already out there, in nature. Or, to put it another way, the lesson of quantum physics is that nature itself is already non-reductionist, already in nature, appearance matters, is constitutive of reality. The last sentence is a point entirely worth defending. What Žižek is saying here is that reductionism is not a problem for his view. The human and the cultural, historical are not reduced to being mere epiphenomena of underlying natural causes or events, because quantum physics shows us that there is nothing to which anything can be reduced, really. Nature is already itself non-reductionist, we can say, because, when taken as equivalent to the pre-ontological realm, it is void, virtual, and in an important sense does not exist. There is no ontology of this natural real. But what has happened here is that this pre-ontological realm, studied by quantum physics, now seems to be equivalent to both nature and the Lacanian real, and this is what I think of as a naturalizing mistake. The lesson of quantum physics, Žižek tells us in that passage, is not that there is a natural real independent of our experience. Yet I don't take Žižek to be arguing that there is not a natural real independent of our experience either. The very phrase independent of our experience contains some vagueness, certainly. If Žižek wants to avoid an idealist/mystical use of quantum physics, as he is keen to do, he cannot say that observation makes reality. And he does not say this. Thus, natural situations must admit of a degree of independence from cultural and historical ones, even if it is not an absolute independence, for the same kind of basic structures and characteristics obtain in both. This is Žižek's point in the passage above, and is why he says that the natural real is not, entirely, independent of human reality. Žižek's position here is very subtle and easy to misunderstand. Again, he does say that the idea that knowing changes reality is what quantum physics shares with both psychoanalysis, for which interpretation has effects in the real, and historical materialism. And such a view seems necessary for any dialectical materialism too, only, Žižek himself also backs away from this sort of idea sometimes when it involves quantum physics. When discussing the famous Berkeleyan limerick God in the Quad, Žižek Rst of all notes its formal similarity with quantum physics, in which some kind of perception, or registration, is needed to bring about the collapse of the wave function, i.e., the emergence of reality. The limerick argues that to be is to be perceived, but things do not depend on our observation of them in order to exist, God is perceiving them constantly. It is Žižek's next sentence that is important. However, this similarity masks the fundamental difference. The agency which registers the collapse of the wave function is not in any sense creating the observed reality, it is registering an outcome that remains fully contingent. Furthermore, the whole point of quantum physics is that many things go on before registration. In this shadowy space, the normal laws of nature are continuously suspended. Perception and observation do not create reality. This sounds to me like a shadowy space for the natural real that has a good degree of independence from human reality after all. And this should be what a dialectical materialism wants to argue for anyway. What about dialectics then? In Alain Badiou's philosophy, the dialectical materialism that obtains in historical situations is clear and obvious. Thoughts and objects are very much on the same plane, as it were, parts of the same bodies that go toward the makeup of truths. In Žižek's philosophy, there is a similarly strong thesis on the relationship between thinking and being when it comes to psychoanalysis and other historical/cultural situations. But there is really a weaker thesis on the relationship between thinking and being when it comes to non-historical situations, one that sometimes poses as a stronger one, and a thesis which, actually, since it is inspired by the Lacanian insight about a non-rapport, must assert at the same time that the two, thinking and being, really stand, in fact, in a non-relationship. I think this is the potentially reductionistic problem, and this is where I think making a distinction between natural and historical situations, allowing neither to reduce to the other, is an elegant solution to this apparent incompatibility between a Lacanian materialism and a dialectical materialism. The thesis that nature does not exist allows for the claim that there are innately many natural worlds or situations. Quantum physics can then be taken as an overarching logic or transcendental for natural worlds, without this meaning that nature is a one-all. And, moreover, natural situations are not the only situations there are. Thus, One of the surprising implications of designating set theory as ontology is that it strips the natural sciences of any ontological privilege or priority. This is what I referred to earlier as Alain Badiou's anti-naturalism. And yet, this does not at all require one to take an anti-realist position regarding what the natural sciences are doing either. Žižek strips quantum physics of any ontological implications whatsoever too, but in a way this is deceptive, because it certainly seems like it is doing what one always thought ontology should be doing, since it dips into the very conditions for being at all. After all, what happens to Heideggerian ontological difference in Žižek's philosophy? Can't we just say that what Žižek calls the pre-ontological is actually ontological, and what he calls the ontological is ontic? And so, is it not the case that quantum physics turns out to be something like an ontology of the real after all? At any rate, if quantum physics is a science of the pre-ontological, and not of being, its status is quite different from the status I think it has in Alain Badiou's philosophy. For Alain Badiou, it would be studying what comes just after the pure multiple. For Žižek, it is in fact a study of the conditions of the pure multiple itself. Again, if this is so, then quantum physics seems really to have ontological implications that Žižek is just calling pre-ontological. When dealing with quantum physics, it is hard not to make a naturalizing move. But must any materialism also be a naturalism? I think such an equation would be a mistake, not because it commits the error of monism. It need not do so if nature, pre-ontological or not, is conceived of in terms of something other than an all-embracing, closed totality, but rather because such an equation undermines the position and status of dialectical materialism where it is indeed relevant in historical/cultural situations. For the kind of dialectical relationships that obtain in them do not obtain in nature, and if nature is the ground of being, dialectical relationships could be construed as epiphenomenal. As connected and gappy as quantum physics tells us that the real is, the question remains, where is the dialectical relationship between the theories of quantum physics and its objects? This is a question distinct from the issue of how and whether an observer affects the observed. It is a Hegelian question. Has the relationship between any natural scientific theory and its objects ever been dialectical? Has a natural scientific theory ever changed its object? Genetic modifications do not count. These are not direct modifications of an object by a theory, they are the results of a practice guided by a theory that does certainly modify a natural object. But that is something quite different, and does not suffice to be rendered a dialectical relationship. Something like this is consistent, in fact, with an asymptotic model of the relationship between scientific theories and their objects. This property of the natural sciences presents a limit to dialectical materialism, one that makes its status perhaps shadowy and dependent, unless one makes the move I take Alain Badiou to be making, denaturalizing being qua being, or the real, altogether. Žižek does deontologize the realm that quantum physics works on, and this is an important move to make. But what is important about maintaining a distinction between natural and historical worlds, on the one hand, and being qua being on the other, is that this distinction rules out a naturalization of being qua being. Alain Badiou's philosophy avoids giving nature anything like the status of an absolute, and is thus sufficiently and importantly for any future dialectical materialism, non-Spinozistic. This means it is not a monism but a realist pluralism, and therefore it is able to be an advocate for a vigorous dialectical materialism in historical situations without the non-existence of dialectical materialism in natural situations posing any problem at all. It seems to me that any proximity to Spinoza rules out a philosophy's qualification as a genuine dialectical materialism, largely because Hegel's old point about Spinoza is right: modes and attributes end up being mere epiphenomena of no consequence as far as substance is concerned. To what extent can any naturalism not be a monism? It seems to me that Žižek is going about as far as possible as it is to go in that direction, which makes his current project so interesting and important. Although I think it would be better off jettisoning any lingering naturalism altogether, by positioning quantum physics rather differently. Positing the presuppositions. Dialectical biology and the minimal structure of life. Victor Marcus. There is a curious passage that has been repeating itself for at least 10 years in the work of Slavoj Žižek. In it Žižek identifies, but doesn't really develop, an interesting parallel connecting the conception of life in Hegelian philosophy and some recent results in the field of theoretical biology. At this crucial point, the language of contemporary biology starts to resemble, quite uncannily, the language of Hegel. When Varela, for example, explains his notion of autopoiesis, he repeats almost verbatim the Hegelian notion of life as teleological, self-organizing entity. His central notion of the loop or bootstrap points towards the Hegelian Setzung der Voraussetzungen, positing the presuppositions. In fact, the Hegelian conception of the unity of the organism not as something transcendent or substantial but rather as the very process of active self-limitation, pure self-relating negativity, has some similarity not only with Varela's theory of autopoiesis, but also with the relational biology of mathematical biologist Robert Rosen, as well as with the proposal presented by biological anthropologist Terence Deacon in his book Incomplete Nature. To be sure, what Žižek refers to as the notion of life as teleological, self-organizing entity is not originally Hegelian. It is, indeed, the notion of a natural purpose as it appears in Kant's Critique of Judgment, to which both Varela and Deacon make explicit reference. What Hegel does is to ontologize it, and use it as bridge between the world of nature and the world of spirit. Life, says Hegel, is the rst ideality of nature, the most basic form of the self. There is a structural connection between life and self-consciousness, both are expressions of true unity. Thus, although authors like Varela and Deacon, but also many others in the recent philosophy of biology and theoretical biology, reclaim Kant, they are actually much closer to Hegel, to the extent that they want not a mere regulative principle, but to uncover a deep continuity between subjectivity and the organic. However, they do go beyond Hegel, as this continuity is regarded to be not only logical but also historical. They offer a diachronical account of how the movement of an initially inanimate matter gives rise to organic life and then to thought and self-consciousness. In other words, the challenge here is to show how a properly teleological, normative being can emerge from an indifferent material reality by means of natural evolution. But isn't that, in a sense, already the aim of dialectical materialism, to explain how freedom itself can take place in a completely natural world, to give a non-transcendent account of the emergence of the autonomous, self-determined subject by the non-teleological, self-organization of matter? Isn't dialectical materialism, from its beginning, a synthesis of Hegel and Darwin? We would like to say that what is really at issue in dialectical materialism is a conceptual articulation of a synchronic concept of a whole that is cause and effect of itself, an ontologized natural purpose, and a diachronic historicization of nature, animated by purely immanent tensions. This uncanny resemblance between the biology of Varela and the philosophy of Hegel turns out to be, then, no coincidence at all. Varela RMLY belongs to a tradition within natural science that rejects mechanical materialism in favor of a non-reductive naturalism. This dialectical biology has deep roots, going back to biologists directly influenced by Marxism. Those natural scientists were the main critics of the machine metaphor in biology during the 20th century and advanced a concurrent view based on metabolism and self-organization. Biologists such as Joseph Needham and J.D. Bernal, who organized the Cambridge Theoretical Biology Club, Oparin and Haldane, who made long-lasting contributions to the problem of the origin of life, Conrad Waddington, who organized the famous and influential conferences towards a theoretical biology, and Nally, Richard Levins and Richard Lewontin, who not only developed some seminal work in evolutionary theory but also popularized, in their book The Dialectical Biologist, the use of the Marxian way of thinking to investigate complex systems. This chapter aims to demonstrate that Hegel's notion of organism involves what we today would call strange loops, an entangled hierarchy where closed loops of containment occur. That is closely related to the very concept of true unity, which is the basis of the Hegelian notion of freedom. What Hegel calls self-relating negativity, the process of active self-limitation, is the basic structure shared both by the organism and by the self. That is precisely what makes reductive materialism untenable. Dialectical materialism, discredited by doctrinaire vulgarization as an official ideology, is quietly making a comeback in the natural sciences, not as a schematic procedure to deduce a priori the laws of matter, but as a way to think through the inner interconnections of evolving complex systems. The organism and the possibility of freedom. A major theme of Žižek, one that runs as a red thread through the whole of his oeuvre, is a Kantian, Hegelian problem: how is freedom possible? As Kant noticed, if the subject were to be included in a fully complete natural causal link, there would be no freedom. However, to simply add an element of pure contingency would also not be sufficient. Mere chance is not enough. Freedom is not simply the opposite of deterministic causal necessity, but, as Kant has also recognized, a specific mode of causality. As Žižek puts it, freedom is not the lack of causal determination, but a sui generis form of determination, not intermination but self-determination. The possibility of freedom of the subject demands a kind of excess of the effect over its cause in what Žižek names a delus Hegelian formulation: the subject is a fold of reactivity by means of which I retroactively determine the causes allowed to determine me. That is to say, freedom is inherently retroactive. But this temporal loop, as Žižek quickly recognizes, is already the minimal structure of life itself. That is precisely the link between modern biology and German idealism. In the modern sciences, this closed circle of the self-referential positing of the presuppositions, which Hegel already perceived as the fundamental characteristic of a living entity, is designated as autopoiesis. In a kind of retroactive loop, the result, the living entity, generates the very material conditions that engender and sustain it. A system can be called autopoietic when it is organized as a network of processes of productions of components that, through their transformations, continuously realize the network of relations that produce them and generate a boundary that distinguish it as a concrete unity. The interdependence of those processes, mutually reproducing each other, is the source of the system's concrete identity. Autopoietic systems produce their own identities, they distinguish themselves from their background. That, says Varela, is a funny, screwy logic where the snake bites its own tail. There is, indeed, something paradoxical about it. Here we have a network of self-organizing processes that produces a boundary which, in turn, constrains the very same network that produces this boundary. There is no network without the boundary, or boundary without the network. You can't discern a beginning, notes Varela, or, as Hegel would say, the result is the same as the beginning. In the organism, there is an identity between what produces and what is being produced, which is why Hegel calls it the realized end itself, a being whose end is its own self. Here Žižek identifies an unexpected encounter of contemporary philosophy with Hegel, referring to the work of the materialist Christian Peter van Inwagen. In his book Material Beings, Van Inwagen states a radical conclusion right in the preface: there are no tables or chairs or any other visible object except living organism. Composite material objects simply do not exist. Artifacts, like chairs or automobiles, are aggregates of material parts. Although they function for us as a whole, we've imposed a form onto matter in order for it to serve a purpose for us. The whole is just an external idea, it is not for itself, in the sense that the parts are indifferent toward this arrangement. This indifference is for Hegel what constitutes the essential character of mechanism, that whatever relation obtains between the things combined, this relation is one extraneous to them that does not concern their nature at all, and even if it is accompanied by a semblance of unity, it remains nothing more than composition, mixture, aggregation. The determinant function in mechanism is a matter of indifference, because a principle of self-determination is nowhere to be found. The very elementary form of life, on the other hand, requires a minimum of self-relating. For Van Inwagen, something is a proper component of something when its activity constitutes a life. In Van Inwagen's theory, lives are self-maintaining and self-directing events. They are homodynamic events that have a kind of dynamic stability, compared to the static stability of mechanical systems. As Žižek observes, they remain the same throughout the incessant change of its material components. The form persists, despite the incessant material flux. It is, thus, only with the organism, Žižek notes, that we have a real, actual, whole, what Hegel describes as a self-related negative unity. In life, production becomes self-production, in which the living being posits itself as self-identical for itself. The unity of the living being is minimally for itself. It is, in Hegelian parlance, a self-related being for self. No surprise then that today's biological language starts to resemble the language of Hegel, that is, in essence, Varela's theory of autopoiesis. Varela and dialectical biology. This minimal organization is what Varela calls biologic, and understanding it scientifically is the stated goal of his theory of autopoietic systems. The identity of a living being cannot be understood as inertial permanence of an essence, material or immaterial, much less based on molecular composition or in historically contingent configurations. The identity here can only be a self-produced coherence. Any way to spotlight the specificity of autopoiesis is to think of it self-referentially as that organization which maintains the very organization itself as an invariant. The entire physico-chemical constitution is in constant flux, the pattern remains. By autopoietic organization it is meant simply that the constitution of the system is the result of a specific, circular way to concatenate internal processes. This circularity allows for the emergence of an individuality. A precarious identity persists through time, despite a never-ending material flux and all kinds of deformations caused by its necessary interaction with an environment that both enables and threatens its existence as a distinct entity. The dynamic integration of processes related in a network of reciprocal determination brings forth an entity that continually changes while, at the same time, remains itself. Varela, however, is quick to point out that the preservation of the organism as a separate individual entity depends on its relationship with what is out of it, what it is not. Without engagement with the environment, from which the organism needs to draw both energy and the material that feed and make possible its process, the autopoietic system is unable to maintain its identity. That is the intriguing paradoxicality proper to an autonomous identity. It must distinguish itself from its environment, while at the same time maintaining a coupling. The organism comes forth against this environment, but depends on it for maintaining its own autonomy. The autonomy of the precarious living being exists only in and through the continuous process of reproducing its basic organization. Autonomy does not mean indifference to the external environment. On the contrary, the process of maintaining one's own identity is, RST of all, enabled, and then affected, positively or negatively, by the outer environment. The way the system is affected, in turn, is mediated by the system's own intrinsic activity. The organism can never be self-sufficient, since its existence as something with an identity of its own, distinguished from the surrounding environment, is precarious and never niched. The living being is inherently incomplete. There is necessarily a mismatch between autopoietic system and its environment. The system is always in need of something, just in order to keep functioning as a whole under the constant and unremovable risk of dissolution. Varela speaks of a permanent lack of being alive. It is interesting to note that Varela is in no way alien to dialectical thought. In fact, he explicitly says that autopoietic self-construction is a kind of dialectical process. Autopoiesis is a prime example of dialectics between the local component levels and the global whole, linked together in reciprocal relation through the requirement of constitution of an entity that self-separates from its background. It is impossible here not to relate this very idea of self-separation from a background to the Hegelian concept of Urteil. The original judgment Urteil of life consists in this, that it detaches itself as an individual subject from objectivity, and in constituting itself the negative unity of the notion, makes the presupposition of an immediate objectivity. For Varela, The organism connotes a knotty dialectic. A living system makes itself into an entity distinct from its environment through a process that brings forth, through that very process, a world proper to the organism. To explain what he wants to say with dialectic, Varela refers to the work of Richard Lewontin and Richard Levins, the dialectical biologist. Varela states that, following them, he uses the term dialectic to describe the kind of phenomena where things stand in relation so that one thing cannot exist without the other, that one acquires its properties from its relation to the other, that the properties of both evolve as a consequence of their interpenetration. In his Principles of Biological Autonomy, Varela even risks a direct philosophical consideration about the very content of dialectics. He believes that in order for us to properly grasp the relation between body and mind, it will be, in the end, necessary to transform the logic used to understand what dialectics and wholes are. In an excursus into dialectics, Varela discusses the logical relation between pairs that are related yet distinct, not one, not two. According to Varela's version of dialectics, the appearing dualities express an imbrication of levels. He tries to distinguish his dialectics from what he regards to be Hegelian dialectics, where we supposedly have excludent polarities that belong to the very same level. The contrasting poles are symmetrical and there is a kind of zero-sum antagonism between them, resulting eventually in a synthesis. In Varela's version there is no symmetry, and no synthesis. This dialectics is, in contrast, marked by level crossing and entanglement. The nerve of the logic behind this dialectics is self-reference. He exemplifies with an image from mythology: female gives birth to male which fertilizes female. But we can also see this kind of logic in action in the vital process itself, where this short circuit of hierarchical levels keeps together a complex whole. A whole decomposes in parts which generate processes integrating the whole. But can't we end here another unexpected encounter with Hegel, rather than a distancing? Žižek thinks that what makes the Varelian account of life resemble so much the language of Hegel is precisely this idea that the one of the organism as a whole retroactively posits its own causes. But that, observes Žižek, is precisely the basic form of true unity for Hegel. In Hegel, true unity does not stand for limitless expansion, but for active self-limitation, self-determination. Autopoiesis is the minimum physical expression of this kind ideal form. We can now understand why Hegel begins the organic physics in his philosophy of nature by stating that life is the RST ideality of nature. As Žižek notes, unity acquires its RST actual existence in the world when a natural process starts to function in a self-constraining manner, producing its own boundary. Unity and strange loops. For Hegel, it is necessary to distinguish the good innate from the spurious innate, that is, the unity of understanding and the unity of reason. The innate is not yet really free from limitation and nitude. The main point is to distinguish the genuine notion of unity from the spurious unity, the innate of reason from the innate of understanding. Hegel wants to sustain that reason expresses itself as faculty of the unconditioned to the extent that it is capable of determining itself. What distinguishes reason, therefore, is that it is not determined from outside but is essentially self-determined. By turning back on itself, reason displays the true form of unity. Here lies the crucial difference: the innate of understanding has as its image the endless, ever-expanding line, whereas the innate of reason bends round and forms a circularity. The image of the progress to the innate is the straight line. The image of true unity, bent back into itself, becomes the circle, the line which has reached itself, which is closed and wholly present, without beginning and end. This kind of self-referent unity is at the heart of Hegel's logic, but was viewed with suspicion by the philosophical mainstream during most of the 20th century. When logicians and mathematicians were forced to confront the paradoxes of set theory, an inertial solution emerged: in order to deal with the paradoxes, self-reference itself was to be banned. Russell, specifically, formulated the vicious circle principle with which he intended to prevent illegitimate totalities: whatever involves all of a collection cannot be a collection. If certain collection would have members only deanable in terms of that total, that collection has no total. Saying that the collection does not have a total means that one cannot take the collection as an object. That is, if a totality has members that presuppose, or make reference in any sense to, the very totality, then such totality lacks objectivity. Russell became convinced that he had discovered the common underlying structure for the semantic paradoxes and the paradoxes of set theory. All those are rooted in some form of circularity, or self-reference. Reexivity, as Russell called it, is the trait shared by all these reasonings that seem to result in contradictions, and it is a byproduct of using impredicative denitions. A denition is impredicative when, in dening a given object, it makes reference to a totality of which the object being dened is part. According to Russell, such circularity is vicious and therefore impredicative denitions cannot be accepted as valid. As Barwise and Moss argue, Russell's reaction to the paradoxes was to blame them on the circularity. He formulated what he called the vicious circle principle, which attempted to ban circularity from scientific discourse. The outcome is a metaphysics not only very different from what can be found in Hegel, but its exact opposite, atomistic, constructivist, and nihilist. Hegel's metaphysics, in contrast, was holistic, organicist, and emphasized the insufficiency of understanding's notion of inity, spurious inite. Russell, contra Hegel, was convinced that potential inite investigated by constructivist mathematics was already good enough. As Moore remarks, Russell petulantly dismissed the idea that the mathematically inite was a false inite, a vain attempt to reach true inity. He did not mention Hegel and his followers by name, but it is clear whom he had in mind. To impose upon logic the vicious circle principle is also to assume an ontological commitment, and a very heavy one, because it excludes from the outset the possibility of self-referential objects, and thus makes it impossible to conceive systems essentially dened by circular organization. That will become the default ontology of much of 20th century philosophy, which became thus, without even noticing it, the heir to Russell's move away from Hegel. As Barwise and Moss accurately note, Russell's attitude to the paradoxes has dominated 20th century logic, even among those who reject his logicism. It has resulted in the iterative conception of set, in Tarski's insistence on the hierarchy of language and metalanguage, and similar moves which replace circularity by hierarchies. The very notion of autonomy, or self-determination, is in itself an explicit violation of the theory of types. It involves a level crossing of the hierarchy, with the result that it is not possible to maintain the hierarchical levels neatly and orderly separated. The above is simultaneously what is below. We are thus no longer in the realm of night, external, determination, in which an object receives its determinateness from the outside. Here, on the contrary, the determinant is at the very same time also that which is being determined. The, truly, inite object gives itself its own determination, and thus prevents, through the folding up of the chain of determinations, the bad inite of the linear and indenite chain of determinations. The cognitive scientist Douglas Hofstadter gives the name strange loop to the collapse of the hierarchical levels, when there is a closure of a cycle that does not conform to the principle of the vicious circle. What I mean by a strange loop is an abstract loop in which, in the series of stages that constitute the cycling around, there is a shift from one level of abstraction, or structure, to another, which feels like an upwards movement in hierarchy, and yet somehow the successive upward shifts turn out to give rise to a closed cycle. That is, despite one's sense of departing ever further from one's origin, one winds up, to one's shock, exactly where one had started out. In short, a strange loop is a paradoxical level-crossing feedback loop. Žižek is right when he identifies, in Hofstadter's notion of strange loop, some echoes between cognitivism and German idealism. Hegel had already observed that self-consciousness is the closest example of the presence of the inite, and now Hofstadter is arguing for the thesis that the I is a strange loop. Such a paradoxical circle turned back on itself and making a short circuit of the hierarchy is precisely the general form of self. Self-relation, from a Hegelian perspective, constitutes the very essence of self and of the true unity of thought. Thought is with itself, relates to itself, and has itself as object. The I, the thought, is innate, because in thinking it refers to an object that is itself. In saying that the I is innate because it refers to itself, Hegel is making absolutely clear the intimate connection between innity and self-reference. That which for Russell was something vicious, to be eliminated at any cost, is for Hegel the highest. Hofstadter uses, in order to illustrate his concept of strange loops, the famous Escher drawing, in which two hands are drawing each other. Intuitively, the producer, in this case, the drawing hand, is at a higher level than the product, the drawn hand. The passage to the hand-drawn hand drawing is a rise in the hierarchy. In order to go from the drawn to the drawing, one must go up, go meta. What is paradoxical is that when doing the upwards movement, we realize that the drawing hand is in turn being drawn by the drawn hand itself. That is to say, by constantly rising in the hierarchy, one ends up returning to the RST level. What was an effect is not a cause, what was above is now below. Or in the language of Hegel, the last or the result is also the RST. Curiously, Varela borrows the concept of strange loop from Hofstadter, applying it to characterize not only the mind, or the human self, but also living systems in general. A strange loop is completed whereby two levels are collapsed, intercrossed, entangled. At this point, what we wanted to hold in separate levels is revealed as inseparable. Our sense of foundation seems to falter, and a sense of paradox sets in. Surprisingly enough, Varela even uses the same Escher drawing to illustrate his notion of autonomy. For Varela, life itself is already the elementary form of self, for in it the identity between producer and product, the collapse of the hierarchy in a closed loop, is already realized. What Hofstadter saw only in the I, Varela generalizes to every living being. Not only the I is a strange loop, even the most simple form of life, the cell, already expresses this peculiar organization. In contrast to mere mechanism, a principle of self-determination is present, and living beings can be regarded as autonomous systems. Such systems therefore produce not only things, exterior products, but, produce themselves, produce their own identity. They distinguish themselves, self-differentiate, from a background, the objective external environment, by a self-constraining activity. There is, so to say, an identity between the producer and the product in the production process itself. The organization, far from being indifferent to the production process, it is not only the result of this process, but also its cause. Terence Deacon also mentions Hofstadter's concept, noting that biomolecules exhibit process-dependent properties in the sense that they are reciprocally producers and products, means and ends, in a network of synthetic pathways. But in this case, this hierarchic ontological dependency is tangled in what Douglas Hofstadter has called strange loops. And not only that, he also makes reference to Varela, reclaiming his idea of the self as purely virtual and relational. When Deacon talks about his proto-life model of autogens, he also emphasizes that an autogenic self cannot be identified with any particular substrate, bounded structure, or energetic process. It is only a virtual self. There is no substantial core, no hard kernel, yet the whole behaves as a unity, as if there was a coordinating agent at its center, where, of course, there is none. The system as a whole is a locus of real physical instances, a source of causal instance, but it is not a substantial reality. Its mode of existence is relational. As Varela says, life is in the configuration and in the dynamical pattern, but life is not in any particular structure nor in a localized property. It doesn't exist anywhere solidly. This is for Žižek the minimum of idealism. A self is precisely an entity without any substantial density, nothing to guarantee its consistency, and no transcendent unity to secure its persistence. Robert Rosen was another theoretical biologist to propose a minimal model for the living cell based on circularity. For Rosen, what defines an organism is that it makes itself, in a living system, all efficient causes are internal. Rosen's question is how the fabrication of life is possible. An efficient cause is a constraint on a process that leads to a product. But it is always legitimate to ask about the efficient cause of the efficient cause, necessarily leading to a hierarchy of causation with no end in sight. All we have is an innate regress, a bad innate, Hegel would say. But no problem, says Rosen, biology teaches us that we can avoid this regress by closing a causal loop. In a manner very similar to Hegel himself, Rosen opts theoretically to create an impredicativity in order to avoid innate regress, folding back the hierarchy on itself in a closed loop. Rosen's MR systems are impredicative models, with the same entanglement of hierarchical levels we saw in Hofstadter's strange loops or Varela's autonomous systems. The organism is characterized by internally producing all of its efficient causes in it. All presuppositions are posited by its own activity. Such collapse of the hierarchy, by the closing of the cycle in a round loop, is precisely what ensures the totalizing unity of life and separates an inside from the outside, what the system is from what it is not. The organism may be irritated by the environment, it is, in fact, open to the material cause, but always remains distinct from it, it is closed to efficient cause. Kursel observes that in processes of life and mind, Rosinus complexity is equivalent to autopoiesis. Its distinguishing feature is a hierarchical closed loop of causal entailment. But then we are very far away from the world of traditional machines. Just as Hegel once said that mechanism lacks a principle of self-determination, Rosen concludes that there can be no closed path of efficient causation in a mechanism. When the linear hierarchy is bent round on itself in order to avoid an innate regress, what we have is precisely a strange loop. Both hierarchy and circularity are present at the very same time. Investigating living systems from a relational perspective, both Varela and Rosen seem to agree that the answer to the question of what is life itself is to be found in its circular organization. Organisms are, we could say, natural realizations of strange loops. Hofstadter's concept is useful in illustrating the difference between linear hierarchical models and circular ones, where we have at the same time an hierarchy and a closed loop collapsing the type distinction. Interestingly, when discussing Hofstadter's idea, Žižek notes that the way to distinguish the true entity that gives rise to the self from mere innate regress is to make the whole become part of itself. The frame is inscribed as an element in the framed content. Isn't that exactly what is at play in Axel's hyperset theory? Traditional, well-founded set theory, following the ban on circularity suggested by Russell, doesn't allow for a set to be a member of itself. In the iterative conception, sets are arranged in levels, the elements of any set necessarily placed at a lower level than the set itself. In hyperset theory, this requirement is suspended, permitting circular phenomena to be modeled in a straightforward way. Žižek is routinely using a dialectical way of thinking in which the universal ends up including itself among the particulars. This, of course, is Hegel's concrete universal, but it is clearly a non-well-founded phenomenon, rendered non-objective by traditional set theory. Axel's hyperset can be used to make sense of this kind of phenomenon. It is no coincidence then that hyperset theory has been used to model Varela's autopoiesis and Rosen's metabolism repair systems. Dialectical materialism and the genesis of the subject. In the third critique, reacting the question of purposiveness in nature, Kant argues that in contrast to mechanical artifacts, which have only external, relative teleology, organisms must be understood as self-organizing entities, each part producing the others reciprocally. That is what Kant calls a Naturzweck, natural purpose, an object that is both cause and effect of itself. Since the beginning of the 20th century, biologists and philosophers of biology have shown an increasing interest in the Kantian notion of a natural purpose. Guerrero, McLaughlin, Weber and Varela, Thompson, Kaufmann, Moreno and Masio all refer back to Kant and his pioneering use of self-organization as a conceptual tool to understand purposiveness in natural systems. What unites all those authors is the theoretical effort to naturalize, rather than simply eliminate, teleology. What they want is to rescue nality without appealing to the supernatural. Hegel, while cheering Kant for rescuing the notion of internal teleology, was also a critic of what he saw as ambivalence and hesitation in the Kantian position. The limit of Kant's conception of life lies precisely in the fact that he does not see how to think about the purposiveness of organisms but in analogy with the purpose of mental operations of human subjects, and thus ends up falling into a kind physical theology as a schema to apply the regulative principle. In doing so, the innovative idea of life as self-organized and self-organizing systems is subsequently reduced to a mere instrumentalization of the machine metaphor. It is fair to say that the critique of judgment is the starting point of German idealism. Not by coincidence did Hegel consider it the most significant work of modernity. For Hegel, with the concept of internal nality, Kant had resurrected the idea in general. The problem is that despite taking a crucial step forward, for Kant it remained only a regulative principle. What Hegel does is to actually take the logical form of teleological judgment discovered by Kant and develop a real ontology of life. With the growing interest in the Kantian concept of Naturswerk, the Hegelian critique of Kant's hesitation becomes even more relevant and surprisingly contemporary. In fact, some who try to reclaim Kant end up looking more like Hegel, in the sense that what they really want is not only a regulative principle, but the proper German idealist insight that the Kantian notion of life can gain an ontological interpretation and life can thus serve as a critical point for questioning the traditional mechanical image of nature. And that is what makes possible a naturalized theory of the subject. Obviously, proper conceptual knowledge of distinctively rational mentality is not only continuous but also discontinuous with respect to the basic cognition of biological self, in Varela's terms, or practical idealization activity of the living being, in Hegel's terms. Both in Hegel and in Varela, intersubjectivity plays a decisive role in the passage of pure biological life to knowledge. In Hegel, cognition is the idea that relates to itself as idea. There is a universal dimension, and a second-order reactivity through that universal dimension, that is simply not present in normal biological life. Now, what is required is the transition from a merely biological intentionality to semantic intentionality that is found in human thought. The semantic intentionality emerges historically on top of the biological intentionality, as its material presupposition, but it is mediated by the formation of an intersubjective universal that comes up only with language. In order to achieve a proper theory of rational thought and representation, both a theory of life, dealing with the minimal form of self and proto-intentionality, and a theory of verbal animality, dealing with intersubjective communication mediated by a symbolic network, are necessary. Hegel is an interesting starting point because his philosophy encompasses not only an Aristotelian naturalism, biologically oriented, but also Kantian inferentialism socially reinterpreted, with a theory of socially instituted normativity. But is it compatible with materialism? It is necessary to highlight that Hegel's position is not so strongly antithetical to naturalism. As Pinkard reminds us, as Hegel makes it abundantly clear, if we were forced to choose between a purely naturalist account of mindedness and a dualist account, we would have to opt for the naturalist account. Then we would have to choose naturalism over the belief in miracles that subjective idealism seems to force on us. As an enemy of all dualists, Hegel has a commitment to immanentism. But that is clearly not enough, because naturalism requires not only a non-transcendent explanation but actually a kind of genealogical perspective well expressed by John Stewart. To really understand phenomena, one must follow the natural process of their genesis through history. This historical exigence is the naturalist imperative. And, for the sake of coherence, one must apply it to the human spirit, to give an account of the natural historical genesis of human subjectivity. This Hegel was not able to do, because for him nature has no history. What is missing is a crucial theoretical element, not available at Hegel's time, a well-developed, conceptually structured, and empirically supported theory of natural evolution that deals with the appearance and diversification of organic forms, ultimately establishing the genealogical continuity between humanity and animality. We had to wait for Charles Darwin for this. Accordingly, a contemporary naturalist dialectics must take the form, Hegel plus Darwin. In fact, that very same combination is not without historical precedence. One can andi it in at least two very distinct strands of thought, Deweyan pragmatism and Marxism. It is a well-known fact that Dewey was very much influenced RST by Hegel, then by Darwin, and is no coincidence that Pinkard refers to him while trying to articulate his account of a Hegelian naturalism, how we can get a handle, in a way that Deweyan pragmatists have always appreciated, as to how human reason develops out of organic nature. The Marxism case is even clearer. As Adrian Johnston notes, Marx's historical materialism requires supplementation by a dialectical materialist account of the immanent natural genesis of this active human subjectivity. But not only that, both Marx and Engels enthusiastically praised the appearance of Darwin's origins both as a mortal blow to cosmic, theological teleology and as the RST real step toward the historicization of nature. In that sense, Darwinian evolution was the perfect counterbalance and complement to Hegel's still idealist dialectics, and it still is a fundamental ingredient in a truly materialist dialectics of nature. It is time to come back to Žižek. Maybe the constant repetition of the passage alluded to in the beginning signals a theoretical limit. Žižek never really devotes much time to dialectical biology. In fact, when pressed for a materialist theory of subject, he won't go to the non-reductive naturalism developed by biologists influenced by dialectical thought, he goes instead to quantum physics. And he does have a point. For this downward determination to have any material efficacy, we need to presuppose the non-completeness of physical causality. But a naturalist theory of the subject requires something more. It requires us to tell a history of how the subject and its material presuppositions came to be. Although the retroactive logic is ubiquitous in Žižek's work, the cumulative Darwinian logic is almost completely absent. Here we need to abandon any fears of historicism. The present builds on the past, the gradual accumulation of past random variations opens up future possibilities in a completely non-teleological manner. Marx's materialism is not only dialectical, but also historical. It is from this historical, genealogical perspective that we can, retroactively, see the possibility of the subject in inanimate matter itself. From a truly dialectical materialist perspective, the genesis of the subject is not only a history of structural breaks but also of material continuity. We need thus to see, and give a rational account, of how life emerged from chemistry, how cells came together to form multicellular organisms, how a nervous system and complex intelligent behavior evolved on the basis of multicellularity, and, finally, how a symbolic network was intersubjectively produced which then colonized the plastic brain of some primates in an entangled process of coevolution. Ultimately, dialectical materialism will have to recover the Engelsian research program of how labor and language played a part in the transition from ape to man, and for that purpose it will have to incorporate concepts that originated in contemporary evolutionary theory, like niche construction, phenotypic plasticity, exaptation and many others. This kind of naturalist project, which includes a theory of anthropogenesis, could be enriched by insights from psychoanalysis. In fact, dialectical biology can even play a pivotal role in the renewal and actualization of Freudian speculative metapsychology. Transferential materialism. Toward a theory of formal otherness. Gabriel Tupinamba. The dialectics of generalization and regionalization. The present chapter is the continuation of an inquiry into the possible contributions of Žižekian thinking to the psychoanalytic clinic. But what sort of clinical contribution could be expected from philosophy and, what's more, from a philosophical project which is already informed by Lacanian psychoanalysis? In the introductory remarks to both of his RST publications in English, The Sublime Object of Ideology and For They Know Not What They Do, Žižek deems the basic theoretical space of his thinking as that which articulates the compossibility of three proper names, Hegel, Marx, and Lacan. He also provides us with a privileged itinerary within this space, subsequently retraced in many of his later works, leading from Lacan to Hegel and then to Marx, a path which takes us RST to a Lacanian reading of Hegel, investigating the resonances between the Freudian concept of the death drive and the Hegelian logic of negativity, and then to a Hegelian reading of Marx, which relies on the previous reformulation of the Hegelian dialectics of essence and appearance in order to propose a crucial update to the Marxist theory of the value form and, subsequently, of ideology critique. From Lacan to Hegel to Marx there is still, however, one missing vector in this triadic schema, one which would return from Marx to Lacan, proposing an engagement with psychoanalysis from the standpoint of dialectical materialism, insofar as it names the result of the process which led Žižek from a Lacanian Hegelianism to a Hegelian Marxism. This is the direction which deans the minimal stakes of the present research program. It is not a matter of proposing a philosophy of psychoanalysis, irresponsibly stating that whatever currently exists of its practical and theoretical procedures exists because it is an ontological necessity for it to be so. Rather, the task at hand is to examine the compossibility between Žižek's return to dialectical materialism as an ontological framework and Lacanian psychoanalysis as a clinical procedure, an investigation which takes the form of two questions. First of all, what must dialectical materialism be if psychoanalysis is possible? The transformation of this RST question into problems for dialectical materialism itself into impasses capable of bringing about the complete rethinking and actualization of this form of thought has consistently been one of the main challenges faced, and, I believe, conquered, by Žižek's philosophy. But there is also another question, namely, what sort of ontological specificity must be ascribed to psychoanalysis once we have determined the general ontology to which it could belong? In other words, what are the invariances which intrinsically determine the region of thought called psychoanalysis? Even though this second question might look just as abstract as the RST1 and, in fact, it does presuppose the generalization operated by the RST line of inquiry, this is truly not the case. When one learns what is invariant in a given eld of thought, what must logically remain the same in all possible cases, one also learns what could vary, that is, what are the determinations which have been mistaken to be the necessary pillars of this eld's consistency or rigor. The intelligibility of variances is a valuable tool when one needs it, as is decidedly the case with the psychoanalytic discourse today, to separate transformative practices from the limitations which unknowingly tie them to their current predicaments and thereby open them to invention and consequential experimentation. The practical import of an investigation into the dialectics of generalization-regionalization could be condensed in the following question: where to experiment? In the next few pages, I would like to propose such a dialectical exercise. As our starting point, I will try to outline the Lacanian theory of transference, locating around it the other three fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis: drive, repetition, and the unconscious. The focus on the category of transference is warranted for two reasons: the entry into analysis, the analytic working through, and the end of analysis are all articulated around the handling of transference, while the concepts of drive, repetition, and unconscious all appear to carry some sort of independent metapsychological consistency, operative as such before, during, and after an analysis. In other words, only the limits of transference seem to vaguely superimpose with the limits of an analysis, the beginning and end of an analytic process, and, by allowing us to reconstruct the basic conceptual framework of an analysis from the standpoint of the analytic sequence, the concept of transference also allows us to formulate the problem which will interest us most here: the specificity of the transferential other, the problem of the specific social form of otherness that is acted out in the space opened up by the non-relation between analysand and analyst. This problem only gains its proper intelligibility when considered from the standpoint of Žižek's brilliant generalization of Lacan's theory of the subject supposed to know, which underpins most of his reconstruction of Hegel's Christology and, consequently, his theory of ideology. The resulting transferential materialism ties together the real proper to different forms of thought, the real of sexuality and the constitution of the imaginary body, the real of class struggle and the constitution of the social whole, etc., to different formations of the other who would indirectly render this contradictory point of real composable with the knowing subject it directly eludes. In presenting the subject supposed to believe as an abstract dialectics of the one and other of thought, I would like to demonstrate that this logical framework, albeit composable and conditioned by psychoanalysis, turns the clinic of the sexual into a particular region in the space of all possible analytic clinical settings. This is not to say that there really are innate clinical procedures, or that an analyst does not need to respect the constraints of the analytic clinic, but rather that, from the perspective of a dialectical materialist theory of formal otherness, we now need one more variable in order to single out the psychoanalytic clinic from the possible configurations binding the otherness of thought and the other thinker capable of thinking it. Existence and expression in the transferential relation. Transference names the operation through which a knowledge that does not know itself can be handled, displaced, and pierced through once it circulates through a subject supposed to know. But what makes this detour necessary? In order to understand the role of the transferential relation in the efficacy of the psychoanalytic clinic, it is best to return to the concluding lines of Freud's The Dynamics of Transference. It is undeniable that the control of the transferential phenomena offers the greatest difficulties to the psychoanalyst, but one should not forget that it is precisely these phenomena which pay us the invaluable service of rendering actual and manifest the patient's hidden and forgotten love impulses. After all, it is impossible to liquidate someone in absentia or in effigy. The crucial addendum that is impossible to intervene upon something that is either absent or present only as the referent of an index brings us straight to the heart of the matter. It is quite comprehensible that the staging of a past form of libidinal investment could manifest itself within the analytic setting. Dora, for example, behaved toward Freud as if he was Herr K and she was his maid. This expressive aspect of transference could have an important informative role, letting the analyst know how the patient unknowingly relates to other people, information which could then be referred back to the analyst and in the guise of interpretations of varying degrees of subtlety, from direct pointing out to maieutic allusions. Freud himself did just so in his treatment of Dora, connecting the dots between her past and present conduct and letting her know that, when she told him that she had decided a fortnight ago to stop coming to analysis, she was reproducing the behavior of Herr K's governess, who after his advances was told by her family to give him a fortnight's notice and leave. The consequence of this interpretation, corroborating the unconscious identification between Dora and the governess, was that Dora never came back, a failure which subsequently led Freud to add, alongside the impossibility of intervening upon something in absentia, the impossibility of intervening upon something in effigy, that is, by treating the unconscious as the referent of a discourse. But it is not a simple procedure to propose that transference does more than manifest something which remains essentially removed from the scene, like a script that remains unchanged by the actor's dramatization. Doing so would entail considering this operation not merely from the standpoint of its expressive power, which is limited to the revelation of unconscious meaning, but also from the standpoint of its ontological consequences, its effects on the being of the unconscious. Lacan famously condensed Freud's definition of transference into the affirmation that it is the actualization mise en acte of the reality of the unconscious. This statement, however, cannot be properly understood without another remark: the unconscious is neither being nor non-being, but something of the unrealized non-realized. That is to say, yes, transference is the rendering actual and manifest the patient's hidden and forgotten love impulses, but this artificial reality is not the precarious substitute of a more consistent, albeit hidden reality, some deep psychological typification of our satisfaction. It is, rather, substituting something which never had any full consistent reality to begin with. The status of the unconscious form is not that of another being, either the being of a supposed unconsciousness or the present, non-being of a past being. It is rather other to being, something which functions as a negative supplement of what is, a lack of causal enchainment. This could be considered, perhaps, the founding axiom of a transferential materialism: there are inconsistent beings which require the addition of something other to them in order to consistently express themselves, or things for which the form of expression is part of the ontological consistency. This axiom seems to be at stake in another of Lacan's formulations. Have I taught about the unconscious? The unconscious is constituted by the effects of speech on the subject. It is the dimension in which the subject is determined in the development of the effects of speech. Consequentially, the unconscious is structured like a language. Such a direction seems welded to snatch any apprehension of the unconscious from an orientation to reality, other than that of the constitution of the subject. And yet this teaching has had, in its approach, an end that I have called transferential. We are all such that we, the teacher included, are in a relation to the reality of the unconscious, which my intervention not only elucidates, but, to a certain point, engenders. First of all, this quote helps us understand the status of the unconscious's unreality. Rather than the cause of those formations in which my speech exceeds what I mean to say, the unconscious is constituted by the effects of speech on the subject, that is, by what these contingent formations come to say about what from the standpoint of its effects, would have caused me. It is precisely because the unconscious formations are RST and foremost effects without causes that Lacan deems the status of the unconscious as unreal, not the unreality of its effects. Its manifestations are insistingly legible, but of the cause of these effects, which awaits, suspended and untouchable, until the contingent and meaningless excesses of speech come to retroactively determine the subject. The question of how this determination comes about is what leads us to the second part of the fragment, where Lacan affirms that transference does not simply elucidate the reality of the unconscious, but engenders it. If we return to the case of Dora, Lacan's proposition on transference implies that the scene reconstructed from the standpoint of her transference with Freud, the identification with Herr K's governess, repeated in the guise of her fortnight's notice, should not be seen as the reproduction of a previous and hidden love impulse so much as a dramatization whose enactment ontologically completes what it expresses. She produces the past cause for a present effect in the guise of reproducing. The consequences that would follow if the real cause, the unconscious unsustainable reality, the inconsistency of sexual events, had in fact been the story told by her symptom, her identification with Herr K's governess. The being of the unconscious includes the transferential relation, its ontological consistency as a realm of corresponding causes and effects, is not independent of the social form through which it expresses itself. The one and the subject supposed to know. This paradoxical intermixing of form of expression and existential consistency is precisely what Lacan's theory of the subject supposed to know addresses. In the mistaking of the subject supposed to know, Lacan deems this elusive gur in the following way. There might be a saying there that is said without one knowing who says it. It is from this that thought shies away. This is an one-tick resistance. I am playing on the word on in French, which I make, not without justification, a support of being, and nu, a being and atent, and not the gur of omnitude, in brief, the subject supposed to know. Everything hinges here on the word play, one-tick resistance on tick dot. This resistance, the point where thought shies away, is both the point of impossibility for thought to grasp the inconsistent reality of the unconscious, its pre-transferential unreality, and the point of aldeirity which, serving as its support of being, turns speech's otherness to thought into the mark of an other to the speaker. This dual aspect of the operation of the subject supposed to know is encapsulated by this minimal formula, the one-tick. First of all, one-tick refers to the ontological one. Thought cannot think the aldeirity of speech because, even though there is more than one meaning to what is said, there are nonetheless less than two thinking. In so far as it respects Leibniz's dictum, what is not one being cannot be one being, cannot overcome the logical impossibility of grasping this incomplete excess inherent to what is said. To grasp it means to treat this excess over the univocity of the saying as another fully constituted determination, that is, as another one which is already too much, for it in fact lacks this consistent reality, while to stick to the immediate or literal surface of what is said amounts to too little, for something still equivocates, stumbles, in speech. But the expression one-tick also refers to the usage of the word on in French, which is used in a similar way to the one, in English, In sentences such as "one doesn't do that," there where the excess of speech resists thinking, the inconsistent reality of the unconscious NDS's support of being in a certain mode of social otherness. In short, the one of ontological consistency and the other of social expression, the two aspects of transference which must be somehow tied together, appear here intertwined through an operation of supposition. This investigation into the logic of transference has shown us that, rather than repeat a previous libidinal attachment, transference completes the unconscious by giving it a specific form, the form of a supposition of knowledge through which the unreality of the libido can not only manifest itself in the analytic scene, but become actual, effective as a reality. The effect of transference is repetition of that which passed for such only because it possesses the same form. What we have not discussed, however, is the libidinal character of what this formal addition, through the enactment of a supposed other, has allowed to consist. I believe it is the strange logic of suppositions and displacements in transference that most clearly exemplifies what Lacan called enjoyment. The term must, rst of all, be distinguished from possession, because we cannot possess what we enjoy, and from consumption, because we cannot directly use, consume, or savor what we enjoy. To enjoy something, even in the legalese jargon where the term abounds, means to be granted access to use without thereby having what you are using or being allowed to consume it. We enjoy rights, but I do not own rights, I cannot change them as I please, nor can I consume my rights, deplete them so they are no longer valid. Now, back to psychoanalysis, we might have less trouble understanding why the term enjoyment names the sort of satisfaction that one can ND in impossible objects. Consider a thing whose lack of reality is part of its being. If we were to ND it in reality, an exemplary of it, this real version would not be what it is, because it is part of the being of this thing to be unreal, and so the real version would lack the lack of reality. Saul Kripke's theory of the being of unicorns talks about such impossible objects. It is not the case that we cannot think what an unicorn is. It is not impossible to think an impossible object, but, were we to ND such an animal in the world, it would not be a unicorn, because among the properties which deem the unicorn, looking like a horse, having a horn on its head, etc., there is also the property of being mythical. In order to have access to a unicorn, in its full, or rather, half-empty, being, we must preserve its form, the form which attaches an otherness to its consistency, an otherness to reality. Due to this unreal condition, we cannot possess a unicorn, nor directly play with one. We might, however, enjoy the unicorn. That is what bedtime stories are for. Now how about the impossible object whose being is formally dependent on an otherness to me? Something which only retains its being in so far as I do not think it? Consider, for example, myself as an object for someone else, myself as an object cause of desire. Such an object would, in so far as it is an object from the standpoint of someone other than me, not include the standpoint of my consciousness. Another way to put it is that, for me to be completely in a picture taken by someone else, to be the object of their picture, I cannot be the one taking it. It cannot include, therefore, the standpoint from which I would see and take pictures. The object that I am for the other, therefore, is precisely such an impossible object, with the added complication that, even though it is as thinkable an object as a unicorn, I, particularly, cannot think it. If I think myself as an object for the other, then I have not thought this object, because it is part of its being to exclude the standpoint of my thinking. There where I think, I am not, there where I am, I think not. How could such an object be enjoyed? If I conceive it for myself, if it is made expressible, then it loses its ontological consistency, for it stops lacking my consciousness, a lack that is part of its being. If it is made consistent, if I do not think it, then I cannot express it or directly handle it. Hence the untenable truth of the unconscious sexual reality, the impossible consistency of a sexed being, myself as the cause of desire and myself as desiring cannot meet in reality. How, then, could Dora simultaneously be and know the object that she was for Herr K, if the consistency of such an object is tied to its disjunction from the knower. It is crucial to note that we are only speaking of a formal otherness. In no way is it implied here that the object she is for Herr K is a substantial thing, something analysis could unmask or reveal, by getting through this slight bump in thought's capacity to apprehend it. Dora as an object that causes the other's desire is an impossible object because it is formally other to Dora, not because we cannot get into Herr K's head. That being said, the operation of the subject supposed to know can now be comprehended in its full metaphysical subtlety. Dora cannot directly think the object that she is for some other, but an other could think it while preserving its formal consistency. Transference does not simply render manifest the reality of the unconscious, its dramatization of an other who knows what I am for the other renders reality itself formally composable with the unconscious, like a bedtime story acted out in the world, so that unicorns might re-inhabit it. And, in so far as the other Freud, in the example of Dora, is supposed to know what object for the other she is, this object can be indirectly enjoyed. I cannot have nor be the object that I am for the other, but I can suppose an other who could at least make this object consistent, and, through this supposition, my own consistency as an object can be enjoyed, just not by me. I have repeatedly used the term dramatization as a way to describe the transferential operation. Now that we have a grasp on the indirect character of enjoyment and on the formal role of the subject supposed to know, we can nally understand why Lacan's text is called the mistaking méprise of the subject supposed to know. The reason for that is connected to the quality of the transferential drama. If there is no substantial, consistent object to Dora's unconscious love impulse, then we must conclude that what is truly being transferred in analysis is nothing but the necessary form of otherness required for her truly indeterminate question, what am I for the other? To become a consistent inquiry. The transferential relation is therefore the operation of sculpting an other thinker for whom the impossible object that I am would be composable with the eld of knowledge, a construction which is only possible from the side of the analyst and, through biographical details that we keep from the analyst, through thoughtful attempts to clarify what we mean so that the analyst will not get the wrong picture, and so on, we give reality to the other subject we suppose in the analyst. The subject supposed to know is instituted, its formal otherness sculpted by the indirect production of suppositions by the analyst and, her concern for not misleading the analyst, followed by the subsequent misdirection or omission, usually due to one's purported embarrassment to speak. It is around this being mistaken cese tromper that the balance lies of that subtle, infinitesimal point, the point of an other that is an unreal point of view and that, for that very reason, becomes composable with the unreality of the unconscious. A general theory of formal otherness. We have spent the great part of this investigation in an attempt to reconstruct the theory of transference from the standpoint of the form of the other and to be able to meaningfully condense it in the following slogan: something that is formally other to thought can only be thought by an other of a certain form. The bedtime story is an apt form for capturing the impossible being of unicorns. It is at least better than natural history, which could only ever present us with a clumsy horse with a horn on its head. Similarly, the transferential relation allows us to tell stories which capture something of the impossible object that we are for the other. However, unlike the bedtime story, which allows me to think the being of the unicorn, the transferential relation renders me as an enjoyable object and myself as an enjoying being, that is, my sex being composable for the other subject that is supposed in and through the analyst. One of Slavoj Žižek's greatest achievements, already clear in the very RST pages of The Sublime Object of Ideology, is to have found a generalization of the ontological presuppositions of the transferential process. Generalization because its philosophical apprehension does not carry over into the general theoretical space, but opens up the additional clause that every supposed subject is supposed to think the impossible sexual being. There might very well be a variety of objects that are other to reality and which therefore can only be thought by an other in order to simultaneously be and be in reality. In his study of the formal homology between Marx and Freud, analyzed through a complex comparison of the logics of the value form and the dream form, Žižek simply states that there is a kind of reality whose very ontological consistency implies a certain non-knowledge from its participants. The RST new example mobilized by Žižek of such an impossible being, whose realization depends on the addition of an alterity to the knower, was Alfred Sohnrethel's reconstruction of Marx's theory of the value form. If, then, the real abstraction has nothing to do with the level of reality, of the effective properties, of an object, it would be wrong for that reason to conceive of it as a thought abstraction, as a process taking place in the interior of the thinking subject. In relation to this interior, the abstraction appertaining to the act of exchange is in an irreducible way external, decentered, or, to quote Sohnrethel's concise formulation, the exchange abstraction is not thought, but it has the form of thought. For Sohnrethel, the exchange abstraction enacts in reality the impossible being of the Kantian categories, unidimensionality, atemporality, etc., but the dramatization of this real abstraction in the act of exchange between two parties can only be consistently thought by an other, for the agents of the social exchange are necessarily alienated from it, since these categories, having the very form of physical events, events which happen independently of us, the Kantian categories are after all. The categories of classical physics, include in their form being excluded from consciousness. Its concepts are, in their origin, the forms of the act of commodity exchange, and in their content the basic categories of nature as object world in antithetic contrast to man's own social world. The content of these concepts bears absolutely no reference to money. Their only trait relating to money and to exchange is their abstractness. The abstractness itself is the work and outcome of exchange, but this fact is completely unrecognizable to any mind of intellect using these concepts. Such an intellect is bound to be alienated by false consciousness when it tries to explain its own mode of thinking. The Kantian transcendental subject of apperception is, therefore, the formally homogeneous other thinker of the real abstraction at stake in the exchange process. This is why no one could possibly recognize oneself as such a subject. It is formally other to any one consciousness because it must think impossible events, events that are formally other to us, even if they take place in our presence. The recognition that the transferential logic is at stake in different elds of human thought and practice, and that the impossibility at stake in these different elds is not always the impossibility of establishing a sexual relation leads to a general theory of formal otherness, a generalization of the subject supposed to know into a veritable class of transferential forms, localized models which seek to make sense of a precise contradictory object or impasse. It is in this context that the philosopher has proposed, for example, the formal variant of the subject supposed to believe. The two notions, that of the subject supposed to believe and that of the subject supposed to know, are not symmetrical since belief and knowledge themselves are not symmetrical. Due to the inherent reactivity of belief, when another believes in my place, I myself believe through him. Knowledge is not reactive in the same way, i.e. when the other is supposed to know, I do not know through him. What is at stake here is precisely the formal asymmetry between knowledge and belief, since the former does not carry the reactive transitivity of the latter. When I believe that someone else believes X, I am myself maintaining X as a belief, while the fact that I know someone else knows Y does not guarantee a relation of knowledge between myself and Y. In short, the grammar of belief articulates a different gur of otherness to that of knowledge. The belief of the other does not exist only for the other. If the other believes, then the belief exists for me as a possible belief. The knowledge of an other, however, is in itself exclusive. I might also possess it, but it does not exist for me by the simple fact of existing for the other knower. Due to the transitive character of belief, I don't need to ever directly assume what I assign to the other in order for it to become an existing and consistent belief. A knowledge that is supposed on the side of the other, however, remains a virtual unknowable specter. In order to become a really existing knowledge, it is paramount that it has been conformed as being the knowledge of the other, but what this knowledge is remains to be substantiated through my own efforts as a knower. Insofar as this last movement of the circuit is not required by the grammar of belief, the subject supposed to believe is, in fact, a form of otherness much more tied to the transference of ideas which no one thinks, ideas whose inconsistent character should not be situated as a contradiction to my consciousness, but to the conscious self-apprehension of any one in a given group. More generally, the structure of the subject supposed to reveals a third term in the dialectical pair of positing and presupposing, the operation of a withdrawal which produces, on the side of the other, the consistent being which could not be posed as one. What is supposed is lost to us, and reappears, behind a veil, on the side of the other, but, enigmatically, this purely formal loss is what generates the object that was lost. Depending on the form of withdrawal, the different grammars binding the thinker and the other in this supposition, the result is that different forms of impossible objects can be handled. The subject supposed to know renders the unconscious compossible with my elaborations of it, the subject supposed to believe makes it possible for us to grasp ideas which, participating of the cohesion of whole social groups, cannot be directly assumed by anyone. Different social forms of otherness are possible. And, if this is the case, then it must at least be possible to also inquire into different forms of analytic intervention. Dialectical materialism and the dangers of Aristotelianism. Frank Ruda. Performative contradiction? Yes, please. At a conference entitled The Actuality of the Absolute, Hegel, our untimely contemporary, that took place at the Birkbeck Institute for Humanities in London, Slavoj Žižek presented his paper as the last speaker. He presented some of the arguments that he afterward turned into the argumentative kernel of chapters 2 and 3 of his Absolute Recoil. In the discussion following his lecture, someone from the audience raised a critical question that sought to point out a performative contradiction with regard not only to Žižek's presentation at the conference but rather to his way of thinking altogether. The question that he raised was the following: how can one at the same time claim to defend and resurrect Hegel, the thinker of the system and conceptual consistency, and also jump from speaking about Martin Heidegger to elaborating on Walter Benjamin, from addressing the relation between man and nature, in this case between human beings and the sh in the sea, to the emergence of language and radical historicity, to ultimately also speak about politics of emancipation? In short, how can Žižek defend Hegel, the ultimate thinker of systematicity and conceptual inferences, and at the same time present not only a paper but also a way of thinking that completely lacks, or seems to lack, the very systematicity and consistency he proclaims to defend? Žižek's respective presentation, but also his thought in general, thereby comes to embody this kind of performative contradiction, opting for one thing and enacting its very opposite. A contradiction situated in the connect of the subject of enunciation and the subject of the enunciated. And is this not an observation shared by many if not most of Žižek's critics? They never tire to re-articulate that there is no consistency in Žižek's thought, that it is not systematic, although it constantly contends to defend a return to. In short, the questioner, as most of Žižek's critics, asked if Žižek is ultimately not an intellectual charlatan and his thought without the systematic substance that he therefore only pretends to defend. Žižek replied. And in his reply he made a fundamental and also charming remark that one can take not only as an entry point to the overall topic of Žižek and dialectical materialism but also as the instructive element of a depiction of what Žižek considers to be a properly Hegelian dialectic. He answered the following: being attacked for inconsistency and performative contradiction is precisely what happened to Hegel almost immediately after the publication of his Phenomenology of Spirit. Many readers complained in a similar vein that his book, although it declares it presents a systematic elaboration of how to enter into a system of pure thought, ultimately entails no consistent systematic after all. It deals with such a broad variety of topics that it is hard to see any consistency in it, any connection between the different things that are addressed. One just has to take a look at the topics the phenomenology aligns, and this is supposed to become absolutely obvious. One starts with a critique of sense certainty, afterward reaches Bria conception of force, then one encounters the dialectic of Master Bondsman, a treatment of Stoicism and skepticism, after some detours a reading of Antigone, an analysis of the deadlocks of the French Revolution, a critique of morality, and then intricate reactions on art and religion. And this is a highly selective catalogue. Žižek pointed to the fact that Hegel was criticized for this, and thereby he deferred the articulated criticism. One can see the point that he was trying to make. He did not simply seek to avoid personal blame for what appears to be a performative contradiction in his thought. Rather, his claim was that this contradiction was not an individual of his style of thought but rather was already operative in the very kernel of Hegel's thought. Or, more succinctly put, Hegel is not only the thinker of systematicity but he is also the thinker of contradiction and inter alia of performative contradiction, that is, his system is nothing without performatively, in the way of its deployment, dealing with contradiction, but also performing contradiction continually. In other words, there is no dialectical thought or system without performative contradiction in the very system, no systematicity without a necessarily implied lack of systematicity, no pure consistency with an element of inconsistency inscribed into it. From such a perspective, one's take on and understanding of Hegel's system fundamentally changes, and this is not simply an empty rhetorical move. Hegel is then no longer the great systematizer who integrated and swallowed everything in his gigantic dialectical machinery. Rather, his thought does not only thrive on contradiction but rather embodies it and performatively manifests it, which is also one way to understand why there are so many radically connecting and contradicting interpretations of Hegel. Taking Žižek's reply seriously does not only mean that one should not criticize him for committing a performative contradiction and that his alleged inconsistency and non-systematicity is not a weakness but actually a strength. Furthermore, it implies to see in the precise way in which he moves from one topic or phenomenon to another his fidelity to Hegel. The systematicity of Žižek's thought can thus only be properly understood if it is done in a precise Hegelian sense, and that is as being dialectical, performing, and moving via and through performative contradictions. The name that Žižek gave this very systematicity is dialectical materialism. But it is important to be precise here. There are two books in whose title this term appears, yet none of them claims to expound anything like the most fundamental principles of dialectical materialism or its constitutive features. Recalling these two titles, namely Less Than Nothing, Hegel and the Shadow of Dialectical Materialism, and Absolute Recoil, Towards a New Foundation of Dialectical Materialism, makes apparent that dialectical materialism appears in a very specific form here. In both cases it is maybe unsurprisingly clearly linked to Hegel. But, and maybe even more importantly, once it appears as a shadow, that is to say, not as the thing in itself, and once it appears as something whose foundation requires and receives a renewal. Either dialectical materialism appears in a shadowy form or it appears as something that does not only need to be or is effectively renewed by Žižek, but as something which maybe only appears because one moves toward renewing its foundation, somehow similar to what Ernst Bloch stated about the island of Utopia. By traveling toward it, the island of Utopia arises from the sea. This means dialectical materialism is not a pregeared or already formulated doctrine or system of thought. Rather it, thus far, exists only in the form of a shadow or in and through the very act of renewing. But is this not another performative contradiction? How to renew that which only exists because of the very act of renewal? Does this not necessarily imply a very peculiar compulsion to repeat the renewal? How to practice that which is nothing more, maybe even less than this, nothing more than a shadow? Does this whole endeavor thereby not ultimately become ridiculous if endorsing and defending it implies that one can neither explain nor present the very system on which one constantly relies? Dialectical materialism here, and this is another way of reading performative contradiction, seems to ultimately be a system, a theory, which does not exist other than when it is being practiced, and hence is at the same time more, or less, than theory. The black sun of dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism has always been a ridiculous theory. If one seeks to reconstruct its genealogy, one NDS, and how could this not be the case, contradictory versions of it? Some argue, to my mind, rightly so, that the term was RST introduced by Joseph Dialectical, others that it was introduced by Karl Koski in his biography of Friedrich Engels and thus already implied in the latter's philosophy of nature. Dialectical materialism, in its traditional, Engelsian Koskian version, implied that one could apply the principle of natural and teleological evolution onto cultural, social, and historical phenomena. Joseph Dietzgen, to whom the world also owes the formulation of the Holzwege, the path marks that Heidegger later made popular, had an important influence on Lenin, and thereby, as this other version of the story goes, ultimately the term dialectical materialism began to be used to designate the official doctrine of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Yet, the term was never, as is well known, used by Marx or Engels themselves, but made its career through the theoretical interventions of Plekhanov, Lenin, and, of course, Stalin. Why has it always been ridiculous? Because it played out dialectics against metaphysics and materialism against idealism and sought to present a system of thought that is non-metaphysical and non-idealist, but can cover and deal with everything that is. But thereby, one encounters an open contradiction, simply because the distinction that dialectics is as such non-metaphysical entails a highly non-dialectical claim, as if one can purify the side of dialectic from that which it negates, and the distinction between materialism and idealism is itself highly idealist, simply because one needs to have an idealist version of materialism to oppose it sensu stricto to any form of idealism. Dialectical materialism thereby seems to contain a redoubled form of contradiction, in its own concept. In other words, dialectical materialism is not only bad, it is worse. Both terms precisely due to their concatenation cancel each other out and redouble the negative effect that is already implied in each one of them separately. And one may see the disastrous effects that a political system that relied on such theoretical misconstruction as the practical and historical outcome of what was already implicit in its concept from the very beginning. Why would anyone today defend or seek to defend a non-metaphysical, that is, dialectical form of materialism that comes with so much historical ballast and carries such a heavy conceptual burden? The RST to resurrect the concatenation of dialectics and materialism was Alain Badiou who, in his Logics of Worlds, published in French introduced the term materialist dialectics in the following way: but if we refuse to counter democratic materialism with its formal contrary, which is indeed aristocratic idealism, what will be our insufficient name? After much hesitation, I have decided to name materialist dialectic the ideological atmosphere in which my philosophical undertaking conveys its most extreme tension. What a way to conjure up a phrase from the realm of the dead! Didn't Stalin codify, under the heading of dialectical and historical materialism, the most formalist rules of communist subjectivity? What is one to do with such a black sun? Does the inversion of the terms turning materialism into the adjective suffix to protect me from the fatal accusations of anarchism? One should note here a couple of things. Firstly, materialist dialectics is a name for countering and opposing something, namely, the democratic version of materialism. It is, secondly, an insufficient name, chosen to avoid the most direct opposition, which would lead one from one extreme, a materialism for the masses, a democratic materialism which entails the belief that there is nothing that is not material, that is, everything is made from bodies and language practices, to the other, an aristocratic idealism that abstractly negates both democracy, by emphasizing the dimension of the few and not of the many, and materialism, by emphasizing that it is not the material that is real but only the ideal. To avoid abstract negation and opposition, materialist dialectics is introduced. Thirdly, it is introduced after much hesitation. It seems that one cannot retrieve this name without hesitation, because of its conceptual and historical leverage. One cannot directly and without moments of dithering opt for a concatenation of materialism and dialectics. Fourthly, materialist dialectics is an ideology, an ideological atmosphere. And in Badiou it is introduced because its purpose lies in splitting materialism, democratic materialism as the common spontaneous ideology of everyday life, from within, there is democratic materialism and there is materialist dialectics, and only the latter emphasizes that materialism itself is not enough, but materialism can only be properly materialist if it entails the concept of exception, in Badiou's terms, of an event. Materialist dialectics thereby directly embodies, the term is its own function, what it stands for. Fifthly, how does this internal, immanent, and non-abstract negation and opposition work? In the term materialist dialectics, dialectics comes to the rescue of materialism, since a materialism that is simply materialist, and thus does not entail any reference to an exception to the purely material, is ultimately a bad form of idealism. This is precisely the outcome of democratic materialism. Dialectics saves materialism from becoming idealism, but it does so without a direct appeal to another form of abstract idealism. It rather operates by emphasizing that dialectics cannot but be materialist, that is to say, it can only be properly dialectical if it does not itself idealize dialectics, as Badiou often argued Hegel tended to do. Sixthly, one should note that the name materialist dialectics conjures something that is supposed to be or is allegedly dead. Materialist dialectics implies an element of resurrection. Seventhly, materialist dialectics is a black sun, a sun whose power has expired, whose light has run out, and which does not seem to be a shadow of itself. Eighthly, it comes with the danger of formalism, in other words, Stalin, and it attempts to avoid this very danger by desubstantializing materialism and turning it into an adjective of dialectics itself. What to make of Žižek's dialectical materialism against the background of these scattered remarks on Badiou's introduction of materialist dialectics? It should be clear that if materialist dialectics embodies precisely that which it stands for, and also if Žižek's dialectical materialism does not allow for an abstract and external presentation, because it can only be practiced, one can only answer this question by examining the very moves that Žižek makes closely. In short, by reading him to the letter. The danger of transcendental fucked-upness. Žižek begins his absolute recoil with the claim that he seeks to contribute to the task of proposing a new foundation for dialectical materialism, and then immediately speeches what his interpretation of the term dialectic is. We should read the term dialectics in the Greek sense of dialectica. Not as a universal notion, but as dialectical matters, as an inconsistent, non-all, mixture. Dialectics implies an inconsistent mixture of all kinds of things, that is, it does not present a set of elements that could be grouped and subsumed under one common predicate, that all its elements share. This is why it is essentially non-all. One cannot nd one attribute or property that would allow us to totalize the presented elements such that they all become particular members of a more general category. For Žižek's absolute recoil, this necessarily means that dialectical materialism is not the book's topic, it is, rather, practiced within these pages. Žižek then goes on, by recourse to Shakespeare, to introduce the idea of absolute recoil, the concept that is supposed to provide the new foundation of that which is practiced within the pages of the book. It is a cause that acts against itself, a reason that coincides with the revolt against itself. The renewed foundation of dialectical materialism, and one should here recall that obviously foundation implies the concept of ground and reason, grund of that which is underlying Zugrundeliagend, in short, of the subject as hypokaimenon, that is and maybe can only be practiced is imminently turning against itself, reason, and revolt against reason, grund, ground/reason, and Zugrundegehen, to fall apart, literally to go to one's ground. The ground of Žižek's dialectical materialism is what falls apart, reason is that which revolts against itself. An imminent turning of the ground against itself is elevated by Žižek into a universal ontological principle, and into the principle of dialectical materialism. This is supposed to overcome the limitations of all previous materialisms, it is supposed to leave reductionist materialisms, new materialisms, transcendentalisms, and, this is a necessary consequence of the ground turning against itself, classical Hegelianism, that is, even Hegel with a nonetheless Hegelian move behind. Žižek from here proceeds RST to give a critical account of different forms of insufficient materialisms and emphasizes that especially the so-called new materialisms, for example, of Jane Bennett and others, although they seem to aim precisely at giving an account of materiality that is very much in line with Žižek's understanding of dialectica, ultimately misconceive of materialism by reintroducing an immanent life force or soul, which thereby re-enchants the world. What we usually perceive as lifeless matter has a peculiar life of its own which we should seek to think and understand, and in the last instance it suspends dialectics. Why? Because new materialism sutures materialism to dialectics such that it dynamizes materiality and resorts to what Sellers once called the myth of the given. A reason and ground that revolts against itself, a foundation that cancels itself out, subtracts itself from itself is thus Žižek's attempt to undermine and avoid precisely falling for this myth. Or, in short, as rationalism is the name for countering any mythical positioning, what Žižek calls absolute recoil, the foundation of dialectical materialism, is supposed to provide the groundwork for any serious and properly rationalist position. This is why against all the different kinds of materialism that in one way or another end up endorsing the myth of the given, Žižek claims that dialectical materialism transposes back into nature not subjectivity as such but the very gap that separates subjectivity from objective reality. Not only is there a difference between culture and nature, between subjectivity and its allegedly given natural conditions, there is, furthermore, no nature, no natural condition on which one could rely in a stable manner. There is neither nature nor is there stable difference distinguishing nature and culture. This then does not mean that nature is proto-subjective, since it somehow presents the Aristotelian preguration, or natural conditions of possibility, of subjectivity before the emergence of subjectivity proper. It is not that there is nature and then with the emergence of nature there is an imbalance. Nature as such is imbalanced. If it were not, culture could rely on a stable given nature. Then culture could rely on nature as its stable opposite. Here emerges a danger of an inverted dialectical materialism, a danger that could be summarized by what I want to call transcendental fucked-upness. What is this danger? One could be tempted to read Žižek in the following way: it is not only that culture is fucked up, and hence constantly revolting against itself, producing symptoms, inconsistencies, etc., it also holds that nature is fucked up, inconsistent, unstable, imbalanced, etc. The danger with such a claim becomes easily visible if one reads this as a transcendental argument, from which one can then even derive a genealogical explanation of why there are things and not nothing. RST, something went wrong and then the cosmos emerged. Something went wrong in the cosmos and then nature emerged, something went terribly wrong and then natural life emerged, but natural life was so fucked up that language and culture emerged, culture and symbolic systems are so fucked up that thereby subjectivity is produced, and ultimately subjectivity is so fucked up due to its grounding in sexual difference that everything goes worse all the time. What would be the problem with such an understanding? First, this would amount to a, maybe too trivial, version of Aristotelianism, even though it is negativized and inverted. But therein one moves, teleologically, from one thing going wrong to the next and can thereby give a logical account for the emergence of all things and their inner stability. Yet, the problem once more emerges as a version of the myth of the given. For what is taken to be given and stable throughout all the different stages is the transcendental of fucked-upness. Leaving it intact all the time, one cannot avoid ultimately endorsing a myth of the given, because what is given is this very transcendental of universalized, universalizable fucked-upness. But if there were such a transcendental, the only thing that would not be fucked up is the very transcendental of universal fucked-upness. How to avoid such a reading of Žižek's project and the absolute recoil that conceptualizes its foundation? The only way to do so is by emphasizing that an absolute recoil is inscribed into every concept, including what I referred to as transcendental of universal fucked-upness. That is to say, things are so fucked up that from time to time things are not fucked up at all. Or, in other, more technical terms, This implies that one needs to pursue the Hegelian insight that what needs to be done is to reinscribe the transcendental frame back into the thing itself, whereby one emphasizes an immanent structural inconsistency, such that the formal matrix is thwarted immanently. To make my point overly clear here, a reason that revolts against itself can only be a universal principle if it also revolts against the reason that makes it revolt against itself, otherwise it immediately transcendentalizes itself and ends up in one or another version of Aristotelianism. Or, again, in different terms, the danger is that one ascribes an already given normative and stable framework to what one is able to think and thereby violates the very rules that have been set up for dialectical materialism. The danger is Aristotelian, classical transcendentalism. Somehow formalism, because the form of the transcendental then determines the essence of all things, and maybe even Stalinism, because one would by transcendentalizing fucked-upness end up with stable laws of historical movement. Where do norms come from? The RST chapter of Zizek's Absolute Recoil already provides an answer and grounds for why and how one can read his work differently. He begins by referring to Althusser's theory and ideology and asserts that this theory fully asserts the gap that separates our ideological sense experience from the external material apparatuses and practices that sustain this experience. It is this gap from which Zizek can then infer the conceptual gap that always binds together but also separates knowledge and belief, such that the former is always constitutively accompanied by the latter, whereby it peculiarly becomes constitutive of the very efficacy of knowledge. Yet, against Althusser, Zizek emphasizes that the forms of belief that must always support any kind of knowledge for it to be effective does not only arise from material practices, for Althusser the material support of ideology, but that there is also a specific materiality of ideas themselves. He thereby emphasizes that it is not enough to argue for a material grounding of something non-material, belief, that is constitutive on what and how we relate via knowledge to the world. It is also important and a dialectical necessity to insist on the very material effects that are engendered precisely by something ideal. To illustrate this point, Zizek turns to Hegel's critique of Kant's conception of morality, as developed by Rebecca Comey. In his critique, Hegel argues that is not the case, that morality is such a pure ideal that it can simply never be fully realized in the world and only endlessly approximated. The problem with the realization of morality does not simply lie in its stark opposition to the phenomenal world and its non-ideal character, it is rather directly inscribed in the concept of morality itself, as developed by Kant. Why? This is because if it were completely realized in the phenomenal world, it would immediately cease to function. The categorical imperative would have no function and sense in a world which is completely moral all the time. This is what makes it conceptually necessary that within the very form, and fundament, of morality there must be something, a contradiction, a self-sabotaging desire, that prevents morality from ever attaining and actualizing what it declares to want to attain and actualize. Another performative contradiction. This means for Zizek that there is a distortion immanent to language, a tendency to cheat, lie, engender false appearance, which cannot be dismissed as a secondary empirical corruption of some original normativity. Here one is approaching the danger of transcendental fucked-upness. It is linked to how to answer the question where the very efficacy of norms and normativity comes from. First of all, Zizek argues that there is precisely no normativity inscribed in language. This is the reason why he explicitly differentiates his enterprise from that of Habermas, who believes that in intersubjective language practices, there is always an immanent dimension of normativity at work, namely if we speak we aim at being understood and at understanding the other, and if we argue with one another we seek to end the argument which will compel the other to agree with us. Habermas calls this the zwanglosen Zwang, the non-compelling compelling of the better argument, whose ultimate paradigm is of course Habermas's theory itself. From such a perspective on normativity, lying or cheating cannot but appear as being derivative, secondary practices, ultimately as forms of empirical corruption. This is amongst other things because for Habermas we will not even know how to lie if one does not know how language exchanges and arguments are ideally and rationally supposed to work. Such a transcendental position, transcendental because there is no other way of grounding normativity than in and through language practice, is countered by Žižek by turning, via Lacan, to Kant. Why Kant? Because Kant is the thinker of transcendental normativity if ever there was one, but at the same time he is also, in his later anthropology, the thinker who has embarked on a radical journey to a terrain of what are literally lies, cheats, pretenses, but pretenses that are at the origin of all kind of normativity. He is not only the philosopher who sought to give an account of the role and function of norms immanent to the very conditions of possibility of subjectivity, he is also, although this is rarely taken into account, the philosopher addressing a truly weird causality. What is it? As Žižek argues in his Anthropology from a pragmatic point of view, Kant makes a series of surprising claims, surprising at least with regard to the image of Kant as moral rigorist. In paragraph entitled On Artificial Play with Sensory Illusion, Kant introduces a distinction into the realm of what he calls delusion, which he claims is produced in the understanding as an effect of sense representation. This distinction is that delusion is either illusion and then it is natural, or it is deception and then it is artificial. He goes on to argue that illusion is delusion that persists even though one knows that the supposed subject is not real. One may immediately think of certain perceptive illusions which persist although one knows how things really are, or of Spinoza's famous example that although we know, when we know a bit of physics, that the sun is not a very tiny potato up in the sky, nonetheless when we leave the house this is, or in a slightly more rend manner, how it appears to us. Kant himself later uses an example for this, which is clothing whose color sets off the face to advantage. In opposition to illusion, deception stops as soon as one attains knowledge of how the object of deception is constituted. Kant's example here is makeup, which is not seductive like clothing, but rather gives one the feeling that one is mocked. Illusion is what persists even if there is knowledge of illusion as illusion. Deception does not survive its identification by knowledge as deception. But in illusion, not knowledge and perception but knowledge and belief are separated, and somehow separated constitutively. One can know that something is an illusion, yet one nonetheless does not believe what one knows. This implies that illusions have a power and endurance that exceeds that of deception. This is the materiality of the idea, and this power is linked to, maybe even derived from, the splitting of knowledge and belief. Kant, as Žižek shows, can draw surprising conclusions from this in the paragraph entitled On Permissible Moral Illusion. On the whole, the more civilized human beings are, the more they are actors. They adopt the illusion of affection, of respect for others, of modesty. Without deceiving anyone at all, because it is understood by everyone that nothing is meant sincerely by this. And it is also good that this happens in the world. For when human beings play these roles, eventually the virtues, whose illusion they have merely affected for a considerable length of time, will gradually really be aroused and merge into the disposition. But to deceive the deceiver in ourselves, the inclinations, is a return to obedience under the law of virtue, and is not a deception, but rather a laudable illusion of ourselves. Here one encounters the weird causality, although here one deals with illusionary practices, and although everyone knows this, they are nonetheless effective. Their effectiveness does not derive from an act of deceiving others, but from deceiving the deceiver in ourselves. The effect of this is that I become the illusion that I generated in my relations to others. Through, and maybe only through, empty illusions, one can generate something real, a real disposition of a virtuous kind. The emptiness of the illusions, empty because they are not linked to true subjective commitment, functions thus like a placeholder for virtue to emerge. This is why even the illusion of good in others must have worth for us, for out of this play of pretenses, which acquires respect without perhaps earning it, something quite serious can nally develop. Real virtue emerges from pretensions and illusions. For even if one and everyone else know one is only faking it, one makes it possible to fake oneself into nonetheless believing in what one fakes. The point is that Kant here neither argues for a grounding of real ethical disposition in a transcendental a priori normative framework of subjectivity, nor does he ground this transcendental normative framework in its empirical human embodiment. Rather, Truly ethical dispositions are grounded in a belief in a fully transparent illusion that is structuring our practice, an illusion which we know to be an illusion but nonetheless believe in. Such an illusion is for Kant the true performative groundwork for something, and maybe for anything, real to emerge. How does this structure avoid both positive pragmatic, transcendental normativity in the Habermasian sense and the negatively substantializing, transcendental fucked-upness, the two versions of the myth of the given? Against Habermas, the normative ground is not simply already structuring our practices, but rather a real binding normativity, virtue, emerges out of a play of illusions. Why is this not transcendental fucked-upness? Because the move from illusion to virtue shows that there is an absolute recoil movement inscribed into the play of illusions. One knows what one does but does not believe in it. This is what makes it an enacted pretension. Then one still believes that the knowledge of pretending is adequate, but one has already started believing in what one pretended, and hence one knows that one is not pretending anymore, but one does not know that one knows. This move thus implies that even the seemingly stable setting of transparent illusions works such that illusions turn out to have a real binding power. They deceive the deceiver in us, and thereby the illusions weirdly change their own quality. That things seem to go wrong here does not mean that everything remains intact on the transcendental level. Rather, things go so wrong that virtue actually emerges from it. One thus needs to apply fucked-upness onto itself, which makes it possible to conceive of something actually working out. It is similar to Hegel's argument that not everything is night, even nitude is night, and hence with the end of nitude inity emerges. With such an absolute recoil at the ground, everything changes, even the concept of change itself. Going to one's ground, Žižek. Dialectical materialism. Agon Hamza. Dialectic is one of those ancient sciences that have been most misunderstood in the metaphysics of the moderns, as well as by popular philosophy in general, ancient and modern alike. Hegel. The aim of this chapter is the following: to set the contours of Slavoj Žižek's understanding of dialectical materialism, with the focus on his latest work. In order to do so, a few preliminary remarks should be established. The remarks concern the subtitles qua concepts that are included in Žižek's last two big books, Less Than Nothing, Hegel and the Shadow of Dialectical Materialism, and Absolute Recoil, Towards a New Foundation of Dialectical Materialism. As Žižek himself put it in the latter, we should understand these books as an exercise in and not on dialectical materialism. That is to say, dialectical materialism is not the topic, but it is practiced in the book itself. In traditional understanding, dialectic is conceived of either as a method or as a system. However, this is not the case with Žižek. For him, putting dialectical materialism to work is interpenetrated with it as an object. In other words, there is no distinction between the method and an object, they are mediated. This means that the method appears within what it studies as an object, and the object is nothing other than a distortion, a particular logic which spells out the method. In doing so, Žižek's solution is the elevation of Hegel's speculative notion of absolute recoil into a universal principle of ontological import. Drawing on traditions that are already known, he maintains that dialectical materialism is the only true philosophical inheritor of what Hegel designates as the speculative attitude of the thought towards objectivity. This is the core of Žižek's argument. Dialectical materialism concerns the most radical attempt to ground subjectivity qua subjectivity into objectivity, not merely to nd the hidden objective reality of thought, but he uses Lacan and Hegel to ground subjectivity in its negative character in the real. But, what does it mean to go on one's ground? Dialectical framework. Žižek's name for the dialectic is absolute recoil. Hegel uses this term twice in his Science of Logic, through which he philosophizes about the speculative coincidence of opposites in the movement by which a thing emerges out of its own loss. In a longer paragraph from Logic, Hegel writes that the ground is itself one of the reacted determinations of essence, but it is the last of them, or rather the meaning of this determination is merely that it is a sublated determination. The reacted determination, in falling to the ground, acquires its true meaning, namely, to be within itself the absolute recoil upon itself, that is to say, the positedness that belongs to essence is only a sublated positedness, and conversely, only self-sublating positedness is the positedness of essence. Essence, in determining itself as ground, is determined as the non-determined, its determining is only the sublating of its being determined. Essence, in being determined thus as self-sublating, has not proceeded from another, but is, in its negativity, self-identical essence. What Hegel is saying is that in a logic of Reaction, there is nothing before the loss, that is to say that becoming is essence, its reactive movement, is the movement of nothing to nothing, and so back to itself. Zizek's example to illustrate this is the case of Malcolm X, who adopted the X as his surname. By doing so, Malcolm X didn't struggle to return to the old African roots, but X stands for the exact possibility that slavery creates. By losing African roots forever, the X opens up to create a new identity. For Hegel, the becoming as transition sublates itself in becoming, which means that when something, say, origin, cultural, or national roots, etc., is negated, and through the very act of negation, the thing is posited backwards. Hegel distinguishes between three forms of absolute Reaction: positioning Reaction, external Reaction, and determining Reaction. This triad is the fundamental dialectic matrix of Hegel's philosophy. A reference to religion can serve as a good example. Let us take the pagan universe as the positioning Reaction, whose inner harmony is cut off or disturbed by the emergence of Judaism, external Reaction, where God has the status of the transcendental. The determinate Reaction is Christianity, in which God is not alien to men, but he becomes man with the gur of Jesus Christ. Another example of this dialectical matrix is the constitution or formation of nations, as a process of reviving or returning to their lost roots. Another example is that of today's Islamic fundamentalism as exemplified in the doctrine and practices of Islamic State, IS. Far from being true fundamentalists, they claim to refer to an old Islamic tradition, to which they try to remain faithful. However, anyone who is moderately acquainted with the history of Islam knows the tradition that IS refers to never existed. This tradition is exactly the one that Eric Hobsbawm calls the invented traditions. It is in this sense that Zizek reads the absolute recoil: there is nothing prior to the loss to which we should return. Therefore, dialectic is an inconsistent mess, RST phase, the starting point, which is negated and, through negation, the origin is projected or posited backwards, so that a tension is created between the present and the lost origin, second phase. In the third phase, the origin is perceived as inaccessible, relativized. We are in external Reaction, that is, our Reaction is external to the posited origin which is experienced as a transcendent presupposition. In the fourth phase of absolute Reaction, our external reexhibe movement is transposed back into the origin itself, as its own self-withdrawal or desentering. A good example to illustrate this dialectical operation can be provided by going to my own backyard, with a dose of conscious self-exotication, which is to say to the relations between Kosovo and Serbia. Simply put, the conviction is that the whole tension between Albanians and Serbs goes back all the way to the Kosovo Battle of. Thus, the origin of the Serb presence in Kosovo is the battle as a mess, projected retroactively as an origin, then perceived as inaccessible, the liberation of Kosovo in. The Serbian identity, especially in its revival during the late SNS, is experienced or determined based on this precious loss. The point is that there is no lost origin, but the origin itself is constituted through the idea of this loss and desperate attempts to return to that which has been lost. Here comes the infamous attribution to the myths in the Balkans. Myths are employed not as a result of direct belief in them, but to constitute the lost origin. Based on this understanding of dialectic, Zizek is able to deem the event, which ultimately is the fall itself, the loss of some primordial unity and harmony which never existed, which is just a retroactive illusion. In other words, the event is the fall itself, that something emerges out of nothingness by the way of reasoning the latter. In this sense, retroactivity is the name of dialectic. Dialectical process determines or rather constitutes its own presuppositions or its own past. To put this in a form of a proposition, a dialectical process retroactively creates its own conditions of possibility. In Žižek's own terms, what retroactively comes into existence is not the previously existing form of a thing or a matter, but the thing/matter which, even though articulated in the old, the emergence of the new altered from the form of the present. With the rise of the latter, the previous form is perceived as hitherto formless matter, that is, the formlessness itself is a retroactive effect, a violent erasure of the previous form. Another understanding of an event is formulated in such a way that the event is prior to the unfolding of its consequences, but this can be asserted only once these consequences are here. It is here that we need to complicate things. In the early phase, Žižek operated with the notion of an act. In psychoanalytic terms, the most rudimentary definition of the act is the break with the deadlocks of superego. In the spirit of Lacan's Seminar 15, Žižek distinguishes act from action, the former being a gesture that is not conceived in advance in the existing symbolic order, whereas the latter is part of the conjuncture. The act has no guarantee in the big other, it breaks off the horizon established by the big other and thus reconquers reality. In other words, an act proper is not just a strategic intervention into a situation. Bound by its conditions, it retroactively creates its conditions. Drawing from this, one can say that Žižek's dialectic is always already a dialectic that works retroactively. The dialectical relation between the old and the new is not a teleological narrative where the new is already inscribed in the old and the social formation coming out of the old is in a successive or linear line. Every social formation creates, positions, its past. Therefore, Hegel's dialectic is the science of the gap between the old and the new, of accounting for this gap. But in Žižek's understanding, it is not only the gap between the old and the new but its self-reactive redoubling, which is to say the cut between the two, that is elaborated. It simultaneously describes the gap, within the old itself, between the old in itself, as it was before the new, and the old retroactively posited by the new. The retroactive positioning of presuppositions is the exact opposite of teleology. Missing the retroactive positioning of presuppositions means that one is already in the ideological eld of what Žižek refers to as evolutionary teleology. An ideological narrative thus emerges in which previous epochs are conceived as progressive stages or steps towards the present civilized epoch. The process of retroactively positing the presuppositions is for Žižek the materialist's substitute for teleology, an accusation which Hegel often received. But why does Žižek need the Hegelian concept of absolute recoil? Prior to less than nothing and absolute recoil, Žižek's big book was the parallax view. According to him, the parallax, a term he borrows from Kojin Karatani, is the apparent displacement of an object, the shift of its position against a background, caused by a change in observational position that provides a new line of sight. However, the Hegelian twist to be added here, according to Žižek, is that the observed difference is not simply subjective, due to the fact that the same object which exists out there is seen from two different stances, or points of view. In this regard, the concept of absolute recoil is Hegel's term for what Žižek used as a parallax, the withdrawal that creates the object it withdraws from. This is the definition of the parallax in his The Parallax View. In other words, it is Žižek's way of not having a Hegelianism that depends on a Kantian concept, since parallax is a Kantian idea. Therefore, my thesis is that his absolute recoil, more than just a sequel to less than nothing, is also an essential move to break away with Kantian remnants of his Hegelianism. Return as a repetition. One of the main critiques toward Hegel is that his thought is teleological and constitutes an impasse or impossibility to the political and social change. A strict parallel is drawn between his phenomenology of spirit and philosophy of right. The latter is exemplified in Hegel's statement that what is rational is actual and what is actual is rational. According to Marxist thinkers, From Engels to Althusser, this is the endpoint of politics, that is to say, Hegel rationalizes and justifies the ruling order and class. This formula is the reconciliation of thought with the actuality, or, the relation of philosophy to actuality, which thus presents a foreclosure in transcending the actual reality. The absolute is, so they tell us, the reconciliation of thought with reality, as materialized in the Prussian monarchy. The self-development of the spirit always already ends its reconciliation, or, limit, in the absolute. Hence, Hegel is the embodiment of the reactionary thinker. Let us call this a Marxist anti-Hegelianism. On the same parallel, albeit on a different mode, the post-structuralist critique of Hegel is best represented by Gilles Deleuze. According to Deleuze's critique, Hegelian thought ends its limitations in the impossibility of thinking the difference in its logics of dialectics as a logical monster, which cannot recognize the difference. Difference is sublated by contradictions, etc., his concept of the subject as a self-knowing entity, and recognition, which in Deleuze's understanding, is a Dasein and philosophy as such if left without means which it can break with. Against this image of Hegel, as a philosopher of the night and of closure, Marxist and other philosophers took recourse to Spinoza, who was more apt to think a non-teleological nature, which was the object of study in their renewal of Marxism and philosophy in the SNS in France. A few important currents in philosophy characterized this period. First, there was an important tradition of phenomenology, whether it was Marxist or not, in the lines of Heidegger, Husserl, and Sartre. Second, there was the bourgeois appropriation of Hegel. Against this philosophical and political conjuncture that dominated French philosophy, Spinoza was indeed perceived as a liberator from that reactionary conjuncture, and being a Spinozist in philosophy was perceived to be a liberating experience. It is in this sense that in contemporary philosophy Spinoza functions as the subject supposed to be loved. The phenomenological tradition, working on the premises of Descartes' cogito, focused on the concepts of the subject and subjectivity, whereas the Hegel of post-war France was that of the end of the history. The Spinozist liberation consisted of refusing the notion of the subject altogether as the point of departure of philosophy. Further, the refusal of the concept of the subject and subjectivity brought together what we rather cannot put together: Althusser, Marxism, Levinas, ethics, Deleuze, schizoanarchism, and so on. The point here is not to offer an examination of Spinoza's system, but rather to propose the following thesis: what the French philosophers tried to look for elsewhere while obstinately refuting Hegel, they could have found in Hegel if they had read him closely. This is indeed a paradoxical thesis, taking into account that many philosophers struggled to create their own systems and positions at a distance from or as a negation of Hegel's. Therefore, we get Althusser's concept of overdetermination, Derrida's difference, Deleuze's difference and repetition, Levinas's ethics of the other, not to mention Marx's concept of socio-economic production, Adorno's negative dialectic, and so on. Having all this in mind, why is Hegel, together with Lacan, the foundation of Zizek's philosophical system? Zizek does not simply return to Hegel. His return has the form of repetition, a repetition which is not repeating the same, but rather a repetition of the Hegelian gesture. Why does Zizek need to repeat Hegel in order to rethink dialectical materialism? Or, why does every materialism worthy of a name return to, and repeat, Hegel? The return to Hegel is necessary for the eld of possibility for thinking. With the return to the Hegelian dialectic, we are able to think the unconscious, class struggle, scientific creativity, political radicalism, and so on. The question, then, is, how is it possible to create a monster of the Hegelian philosophy and take it for granted in order to legitimize the philosophical and political position? The Hegelian monster has a name, and it is the absolute knowing, which is understood as the position in which spirit heals all the wounds, that is to say, an ideal, complete, and closed society without excesses and contradictions. But is this really the Hegelian absolute? The standard approach to the absolute is that it reconciles all antagonisms. Hegel famously claimed, "The wounds of spirit heal and leaves no scars behind." We can read this statement either as a sign of a totalizing unication, idealism, or as a sign of the very groundlessness of the dialectical movement. The movement of spirit leaves no scars, leaves nothing behind, because it is the healing that produces the wound. Spirit leaves behind not a trail of scars, it does not stick to what was already there, but a trail of phantasmatic wounds, losses that were never present to begin with, losses that only had any being in so far as they were lost, which, precisely because they are not events in the sense of reality, of identifiable interruptions in the continuum of time, make no marks in history, scars. The wounds of spirit leaves no scar because spirit does not work through ruptures in the fabric of history, it works by positing the presupposed loss, what would have been before the rupture or event, and not by presupposing the posited, the wound that the scar would have healed. This strange process, through which we only lose what we never had, allows us to get to the most difficult point in Hegelian thinking, and hence the actual reason why it is a thought so prone to misreadings. If the proof of contingency is the lack of marks, then there are no marks of contingency. In this sense, teleological determinism is indistinguishable from historical contingency. If there are only retroactive events demarcated by what we lost after them, but never directly had access to before them, then there is no transcendental structure to guarantee not only that an event has taken place, but that there are events in the Hegelian system to begin with. To formulate this in dense, but nonetheless coherent terms, the proof of contingency is the very appearance of necessity, the illusion of the one totality, the very lack of the mark of the multiple without totalization. The Hegelian history is the history of the impossible, later deemed by Lacan as that which does not cease to write itself, just as the logic of the Hegelian spirit, which does not cease not to leave a scar behind. This analysis of the dialectical movement from the standpoint of loss allows us to return to the discussion concerning ground and the absolute recoil. Have we not seen how the passage from the contingent to the necessary is mediated by the impossible? The work of spirit is mediated by scars that do not cease not to write themselves. The work of the impossible in Hegel is precisely what the Gur of recoil names, the operation of withdrawal which creates that which it subtracts from, a form of wound which only appears after it has been healed. The absolute recoil is therefore truly the operation which claries the core of the Hegelian dialectic, which allows us to reintroduce contingency and therefore materialism into the dialectic, without letting go of the fundamental. Hegelian insights concerning retroaction, contradiction, and the logic of self-difference. Equally fundamental is the role of this conceptual operation in the clarification of the misreadings of Hegel. If recoiling names the standpoint from which we can discern how the appearance of necessity is the only scar of contingency, how the affirmation of identity is ultimately the proof of non-identity, then we can assume that a reading of Hegel that cannot count on such standpoint will lack the resources to distinguish materialism from idealism, the affirmation that ideas are born from the senseless and temporal healing of a non-existing wound from the affirmation that time and sense are nally gathered at the necessity of an idea to realize itself. Žižek, R. Hegel. In this regard, we should unequivocally argue that Hegel's notion of ground, exactly in understanding it as the totality of relations, is far more radical than Althusser's attribution of totality as a teleological move. Against Hegelian concept of totality, Althusser elaborated the concept of the situation structured in domination. Structural causality is Althusser's most important endeavor to overcome Hegelian dialectics. But the question is whether he really succeeded in doing so. Through the concept of structural causality, Althusser opposed conventional conceptions of causality, linear and expressive. Althusser employs this concept in order to mark, or designate, Marx's specific understanding of social totality, dialectics, and contradictions. Althusser's claim is that Hegelian dialectics cannot be separated from his philosophical system, which is idealist. The radical difference between Marx's and Hegel's dialectics, according to him, must be manifest in its essence, that is, in its characteristic determinations and structures. To summarize this, one needs to say that basic structures of the Hegelian dialectic such as negation, the negation of the negation, the identity of opposites, supersession, the transformation of quantity into quality, contradiction, etc., have for Marx, insofar as he takes them over, and he takes over by no means all of them, a structure different from the structure they have for Hegel. Departing from the distinction between Hegel's and Marx's dialectics, Althusser elaborates further on the relations between the structure and its elements. For Althusser, the linear causality is associated with Descartes, whereas the expressive one is adopted and employed by Hegel. Therefore, he introduces the concept of the structural causality as one that analyzes the effect of the whole on the parts. Althusser argues that through this concept we can understand that this concept is in fact premised on the absolute condition that the whole is not conceived as a structure. In this regard, the concept of structural causality overcomes the limits of the other two concepts. Analyzed from the perspective of structural causality, elements of the social whole are not extrinsic to the structural whole, nor do they exist as a manifestation of the immanent basis of the structure. The relation between the elements and the structure is complementary in the sense that the latter determines the elements of the whole. This is what Althusser says, and it is worth quoting this paragraph. Domination is not just an indifferent fact, it is a fact essential to the complexity itself. That is why complexity implies domination as one of its essentials, it is inscribed in its structure. So to claim that this unity is not and cannot be the unity of a simple, original, and universal essence is not, as those who dream of that ideological concept foreign to Marxism, monism, think, to sacrifice unity on the altar of pluralism. It is to claim something quite different, that the unity discussed by Marxism is the unity of the complexity itself, that the mode of organization and articulation of the complexity is precisely what constitutes its unity. It is to claim that the complex whole has the unity of a structure articulated in dominance. It is for this reason that for Althusser the concept of overdetermination is the opposing point between Marx and Hegel. According to Althusser, the move from contradiction to totality in the Hegelian system would take place under a transcendentally guaranteed unity, a teleological passage from contingency to necessity which would hide the class dominance which operated and structured this passage. To begin with, the structured whole is a totality constituted in dominance. His proposal was that Marx's theory of history included the unification in dominance as part of the structure that was thereby constituted, rather than as a teleological and naturalized principle, so that the class character of structures could appear. Althusserian triad of expressive, linear, and structural causality perfectly corresponds to Hegel's own triad of formal, real, and complete grounds. Hegel's complete ground is exactly the complex structure in which every determining instance is deemed in relation to all other determinations. At the conclusion of the preface of The Sublime Object of Ideology, Žižek writes that the only way to save Hegel is through Lacan, and this Lacanian reading of Hegel and the Hegelian heritage opens up a new approach to ideology, allowing us to grasp contemporary ideological phenomena without falling prey to any kind of postmodernist traps, such as the illusion that we live in a post-ideological condition. As it is well known, this triad of psychoanalysis, Hegelian philosophy, and Marx's critique of political economy constitute the space of Žižekian thinking. Indeed, one couldn't ask for a worse path to follow with his attempt to redeem and reinvent this triad of theories and practices. They are all discredited and subjected to the harshest critique possible. Former Lacanians ended up writing their black book on psychoanalysis. The entire history of philosophy for the past 2 centuries has been denning and shaping itself in opposition to Hegel, and last but not least, no political and ideological enterprise has been more condemned than communism. Žižek's move is already well known. We should be critical of Marx, not at the level of making a compromise with him, but rather with radicalizing Marx himself. This radicalization takes the form of going back from Marx to Hegel. Not supplementing Marx, or reading Marx with. But rather, the only way to radicalize Marx is to uncompromisingly subject him to Hegel's system. Accordingly, Let us return from Althusser's Marxism back to a Žižekian reading of Hegel's Wound of Spirit leaves no scars behind and take it as a departure point for further analysis. In his short text How to Begin from the Beginning, Žižek quotes Lenin's even shorter text on Ascending a High Mountain, in which Lenin tries to make sense of retreats in the revolutionary process, as happened with the new economic policy, and he writes against those communists who are doomed to imagine a revolutionary process thus creating a socialist economy without making mistakes, without retreats, without numerous alterations to what is unished or wrongly done. For Lenin, mistakes are part of the revolutionary process itself. Communists who have no illusions, who do not give way to despondency, and who preserve their strength and ability to begin from the beginning over and over again in approaching an extremely difficult task, are not doomed, and in all probability will not perish. The crucial task of every emancipatory movement or revolutionary process is not, only, to preserve the achieved success or progress, but to go back to the point of departure. In this regard, a revolutionary process is not a gradual progress, but a repetitive movement, a movement of repeating the beginning again and again. To begin from the beginning does not mean to go back to where we were stopped, that is to say, to the 20th century socialist projects in all their varieties, but to go back to their starting point and begin anew. To begin from the beginning is an excellent example of showing how the idea of what we lost with bureaucratic socialism, all forms of democratic socialist experiments in the last century, such as the Soviets, was only retroactively posited as a loss. It was never in actuality a possibility, but it is only now, from the standpoint of the healing of the Stalinist wound, that we see the Soviets as a pure democratic tool that we lost. Žižek's position is that the dialectical procedure is not, as Bertolt Brecht suggested, to account for the agent who carried out the revolution that later became an obstacle to it. This logic should be rejected, and it should instead be argued that in the dialectical analysis of history, on the contrary, each new stage rewrites the past and retroactively delegitimizes the previous one. This retroactive delegitimization makes vanishing mediators of past phenomena. Although a past phenomenon can be a necessary moment in the emergence of a new form, its role becomes invisible once the new has arrived. This is where we should look for the liberation potential of the wound. The fall is something which creates the good out of its own fall, which means that there is not a situation or level in which the goodness resides and from which we fall. In this sense, the new incarnation of the idea of communism will have to let go of the previous century socialist experiments and cease to consider that phantom as that of something that happened but was hurt or wounded by Stalinism. Rather, as the loss that was never positive, it only appeared as a lost democratic tool after it was lost. Our RST task, therefore, is not that of getting the dominance in the current historical structured whole, the dominance which makes itself responsible for what we have lost, for the contingencies that never became part of the actual whole. In making itself responsible for the phantasmatic status of true communism, this instance also makes itself an indispensable part of our identity as Democrat Socialists, as militants betrayed by the course of the socialist experiments of the 20th century, alleviating our guilt and failures. Our RST task is rather to let go of the identity sustained by this loss itself, to lose the loss, which means both to let it go and to recuperate it as being constitutively a ghost, as something that is neither being, nor non-being, but the unrealized. In other words, our task is to operate a withdrawal which itself constitutes the opening for a new eld of experimentations of, what Marx used to call, possible communism. Afterward, objects. Everywhere. Slavoj Žižek. The core of object-oriented ontology, OOO, developed by Levi Bryant can be summed up by the formula from subject back to substance. And, insofar as subject is correlative with modernity, recall Lacan's thesis about the Cartesian subject as the subject of modern science, we can also say that OOO follows the premise rendered by the title of Bruno Latour's famous book, We Were Never Modern. It endeavors to bring back the pre-modern enchantment of the world. The Lacanian answer to this should be a paraphrase of his correction of the formula God is dead, God was always already dead, he just didn't know it. We were always already modern, we just didn't know it. The main target of OOO is thus not transcendental philosophy with its subject/object dualism, but modern science with its vision of gray reality reduced to mathematical formalization. OOO tries to supplement modern science with a pre-modern ontology which describes the inner life of things. Bryant, who, before his engagement in OOO, was a Lacanian psychoanalyst, resorts to Lacan's formulas of sexuation to articulate the basic difference between traditional, or modern, metaphysics and OOO. Metaphysics follows the masculine side of universality grounded in a transcendent exception, God or subject who grounds or constitutes objective reality, while OOO follows the feminine side of non-al without exception. There is no transcendent exception, reality is composed of objects who are all on the same ontological level, and there is no way to totalize this multiverse of objects since they are withdrawn from each other, with no overreaching object to totalize them. This is why, when Bryant speaks about the difference between ontologies of presence and transcendence and ontologies of immanence and withdrawal, he couples the four concepts in an unexpected way. Instead of bringing together immanence/presence and transcendence/withdrawal, which would be much closer to our spontaneous intuition, is presence not by definition immanent, is transcendence not withdrawn from our reach, he brings together presence and transcendence. The transcendent ground of being is fully self-present, plus immanence and withdrawal. There is no transcendent ground, all there is the immanent multiverse of objects withdrawn from each other. In his deployment of the ontology of immanence/withdrawal, Bryant begins by asserting the primacy of ontology over epistemology, and rejecting the modern subjectivist notion according to which, before we proceed to analyze the structure of reality, we should critically read upon our cognitive apparatus. How is our cognition possible in the RST place, what is its scope and limitation? Following Roy Bhaskar, Bryant turns around the transcendental question, how does reality have to be structured so that our cognition of reality is possible? The answer is provided by the basic premise of OOO. It is necessary to staunchly defend the autonomy of objects or substances, refusing any reduction of objects to their relations, whether these relations be relations to humans or other objects. This is why there is no place for subject in Bryant's Oedipus. Subject is precisely a non-substantial entity fully reducible to its relations to other entities. From the Hegelian, Lacanian standpoint, the tension between the epistemological and ontological dimensions is resolved in a totally different way. The object is inaccessible, any attempt to seize it ends up in antinomies, and so on. We reach the object in itself not by somehow seeing through these epistemological distortions but by transposing epistemological obstacles into the thing itself. Quintin Melassu does the same with regard to the experience of facticity and/or absolute contingency. He transposes what appear to be transcendental partisans of nitude as the limitation of our knowledge, the insight that we can be totally wrong about our knowledge, that reality in itself can be totally different from our notion of it, into the most basic positive ontological property of reality itself. The absolute is simply the capacity to be other as such, as theorized by the agnostic. The absolute is the possible transition, devoid of reason, of my state toward any other state whatsoever. But this possibility is no longer a possibility of ignorance, viz., a possibility that is merely the result of my inability to know. Rather, it is the knowledge of the very real possibility in the heart of the in itself. We must show why thought, far from experiencing its intrinsic limits through facticity, experiences rather its knowledge of the absolute through facticity. We must grasp in fact not the inaccessibility of the absolute but the unveiling of the in itself and the eternal property of what is, as opposed to the perennial deficiency in the thought of what is. In this way, facticity will be revealed to be a knowledge of the absolute because we are going to put back into the thing itself what we mistakenly mistook to be an incapacity in thought. In other words, instead of construing the absence of reason inherent in everything as a limit that thought encounters in its search for the ultimate reason, we must understand that this absence of reason is, and can only be the ultimate property of the entity. The paradox of this quasi-magical reversal of epistemological obstacle into ontological premise is that it is through facticity, and through facticity alone, that we are able to make our way towards the absolute, the radical contingency of reality. This open possibility, this everything is equally possible, is an absolute that cannot be de-absolutized without being thought as absolute once more. Here, one should also establish a link with the great connect about how to interpret indeterminacy in quantum physics. For the orthodox quantum physicists, this epistemological indeterminacy is simultaneously ontological, a property of reality itself which is in itself indeterminate, while for those, from Einstein onwards, who persist in classical realism of necessity, the epistemological indeterminacy can only mean that quantum physics does not offer a complete description of reality, that is, that there are some hidden variables it does not take into account. To put it in a somewhat problematic and exaggerated way, the Einsteinian critics try to rekantianize quantum physics, excluding from its grasp reality in itself. Malassu is well aware that quantum physics, with its uncertainty principle and the assertion of the role the observer plays in the collapse of the wave function, seems to undermine the notion of objective reality independent of any observer and thus give an unexpected boost to Kantian transcendentalism. However, as he points out, their similarity is deceptive as it obfuscates a fundamental difference. Certainly, the presence of an observer may eventually affect the effectuation of a physical law, as is the case for some of the laws of quantum physics, but the very fact that an observer can enunciate the law is itself a property of the law which is not supposed to depend upon the existence of an observer. In short, while in Kant's transcendentalism the observer-subject constitutes what he observes, in quantum physics, the observer's active role itself is reinscribed into physical reality. Bryant may appear to have performed this same move. Does he not assert repeatedly how the withdrawal of the object from the subject, i.e., the knowing or perceiving object, is simultaneously self-withdrawal, the self-splitting of the object, the withdrawal of the object with regard to itself? Withdrawal is not an accidental feature of objects arising from our lack of direct access to them, but is a constitutive feature of all objects regardless of whether they relate to other objects. Bryant draws here the parallel between this universal ontological structure of the divided object and the Lacanian divided/barred subject, concluding that all objects are akin to Lacanian divided subjects. No object ever actualizes the subterranean volcanic core with which its virtual proper being is haunted. This virtual domain is like a reserve or excess that never comes to presence. It is not simply that objects are, in themselves, fully actual and only withdrawn for other objects relating to them, but rather that objects are withdrawn in themselves. Bryant thus proposes a kind of universalized transcendental structure. Each object perceives other objects not the way they are in themselves but as interpreted through its own frame, and, this frame as such is also inaccessible, so that the object does not see what it does not see, i.e., what it does not see is akin to Rumsfeld's unknown unknowns. This pan-transcendentalism justifies him to apply the Kantian term transcendental illusion to capture the way objects relate to one another. The transcendental illusion thus generated by the manner in which objects relate to one another is one in which the states experienced by a system are treated as other objects themselves, rather than system-specific entities generated by the organization of the object itself. In other words, the object treats the world it experiences as reality implicit here, rather than as system states produced by its own organization. Bryant applies this notion of the impenetrability of objects to the Lacanian topic of the impenetrability of the other's desire, to the enigma of che vuoi, what does the other want from me beneath all that he says to me? Desire, it could be said, embodies our non-knowledge with respect to the other's desire. Embodied in all intersubjective relations is the sense that despite the fact that we are being addressed by the other, we nonetheless do not know why the other is addressing us. Put differently, we do not know the desire that animates the other's relation to us. In this regard, the desire of the other closely mirrors the phenomenon of operational closure with respect to systems. The other perturbs us in a variety of ways, but we are unable to determine what intentions lie behind the other's interaction with us. In a further radicalization, Bryant includes in the series God himself, if he exists. A very entity, up to and including God if God exists, is like a Lacanian divided or barred subject, dollar, such that, regardless of whether or not it is related to another entity, each entity is withdrawn with respect to itself. Put differently, no entity is fully self-present to itself, but rather every entity necessarily contains blind spots or is opaque to itself. Withdrawal here is the very structure of entities, not an accidental relation of how one entity relates to another entity. Incidentally, such a notion of God who is opaque to himself was elaborated by Schelling, who wrote about the impenetrable ground of God, that which is in God more than God himself. This vision of the non-al pluriverse in which objects have no direct access to one another and that each object translates other objects with which it enters into non-relational relations, without any totalizing agent which would be fully self-present, is not limited to abstract ontological considerations. Bryant derives from it a series of pertinent political insights. One of the interesting implications of the notion of democracy of objects, of our reality as the multiverse of actants, is to render problematic the standard notion of demystifying critique. An activist political theory that places all its apples in the basket of content is doomed to frustration insofar as it will continuously wonder why its critiques of ideology fail to produce their desired or intended social change. Moreover, in an age where we are faced with the looming threat of monumental climate change, it is irresponsible to draw our distinctions in such a way as to exclude non-human actors. Bryant provides here a convincing and pertinent example of ecology in our capitalist societies. Why do all ideologico-critical calls fail to mobilize people? Why is the large majority not ready to engage in serious action? If we take into account just the ideological discursive mechanisms, this failure becomes inexplicable and we have to invoke some deep processes of ideological mystication. But what if we widen our focus and include other actants, other processes in social reality that influence our decisions, like biased media reports, economic pressures on workers, the threat of losing employment, and material limitations, so that the absence of engagement becomes much more understandable? One should also mention Jane Bennett's description of how actants interact at a polluted trash site, how not only humans but also the rotting trash, worms, insects, abandoned machines, chemical poisons, and others each play their never purely passive role. There is an authentic theoretical and ethico-political insight in such an approach. There is another twist which enables the ruling ideology to survive. Its proper genius is discernible in how ideology's obscene underside works. We are dealing here with what we may call the logic of inherent transgression. The affected subject, the subject addressed by an ideological edus, does not take ideological injunctions seriously. He mocks them, dismisses them cynically, but this very resistance is in advance taken into account and serves the reproduction of the ideological edus. Suffice to mention two cases from communist regimes. Political jokes were definitely a kind of resistance to the ruling ideology, but a resistance which generated obscene enjoyment that made accommodation much easier. Similarly, communist education miserably failed. Instead of producing subjects dedicated to the building of socialism, it produced cynics who distrusted politics and were prone to withdraw into private life, and who were as such ideal subjects of the communist regime. It is at this level that we should also locate the phenomenon of misinterpellation elaborated by James Martell. Misinterpellation works in two directions. A subject recognizes him/herself in an interpellation that was not even effectively enunciated but just imagined by him/her, like the fundamentalist who recognizes himself in a call of God. However, one can argue that this case is universal. Does the interpellated subject generally not imagine the big other God, country, which addresses him/her, and a subject recognizes him/herself in an interpellation which did not target him, as in the well-known anecdote about how Che Guevara became Minister of Economy? At an inner circle meeting immediately after the victory of the revolution, Fidel asked, "Is there an economist here among you?" and Che quickly replied, "Yes," confusing economist with communist. A more pertinent example is here the interpellation of individuals into subjects of human rights. When black slaves in Haiti recognized themselves as the subjects of human rights declared by the French Revolution, they of course in some sense missed the point, the fact that, although universal in their form, all men, human rights effectively privileged white men of property. However, this very misreading had explosive emancipatory consequences. This is what Hegel's cunning of reason is about. Human rights were really meant to be accepted only by white men of property, but their universal form was their truth. It was thus the RST interpellation which was wrong, but the true interpellation could only actualize itself through the false one, as its secondary misreading. Bryant applies this model to ideology. We can effectively imagine ideology as an autopoietic system which encounters a problem when external perturbations became so strong that they cannot anymore be interpreted. Within its framework, say, the situation in Russia in early was such that it was no longer possible for the ruling ideology to integrate, or to account for in its terms, the external, non-discursive, perturbations, the costs of war which was more and more perceived as meaningless, the dissatisfaction of peasants without land. The Bolsheviks imposed a totally different ideological frame which succeeded in integrating and accounting for these pre-discursive perturbations. Hitler succeeded in a similar way in early imposing a new ideological framework which accounted for non-ideological perturbations that affected Germany at that time, economic crisis, moral disintegration, etc. The lesson of these examples is that although one should include into analysis external, trans-ideological, perturbations, the crucial factor is how these perturbations will be accounted for, symbolized, by an ideological ethos. In the struggle in Germany, Hitler won over the alternate communist reading of the crisis. His victory was, of course, also a product of extra ideological factors. The brute state force was mostly supporting him. He had much more access to natural resources. For example, the crucial moment was achieving ideological hegemony. Why does OOO ignore the key role of this totalizing symbolic gesture, of what Lacan called quilting point? For Bryant, each autopoietic system is self-enclosed in the sense that it selectively interprets external perturbations, so that the in itself remains its inaccessible blind spot. However, in the case of subject, this structure is different. The blind spot is not simply the mark of the inaccessibility of the transcendent in itself, but the inscription of the perceiving subject itself into reality. The whole in reality is not simply the excess of the in itself. But is this not also the claim of OOO? Does OOO not emphasize that an organism is doubly limited? Objects that affect it are inaccessible in their transcendent core, plus the very interpretive frame which constrains the approach to objects is inaccessible as such. It is not only that there are aspects of objects that I do not see, I also do not see what I do not see, that is, I am unaware of the very limit that separates what I can see from what I cannot see. Because information is premised on a prior distinction that allows events in the environment to take on information value, it follows that systems, in their relation to other objects, always contain blind spots. What we get here is a sort of object-specific transcendental illusion produced as a result of its closure. As Luhmann remarks in Ecological Communication, one could say that a system can see only what it can see. It cannot see what it cannot. Moreover, it cannot see that it cannot see this. For the system, this is something concealed behind a horizon that, for it, has no behind. If systems can only see what they can see, cannot see what they cannot see, and cannot see that they cannot see this, then this is because any relation to the world is premised on system-specific distinctions that arise from the system itself. As a consequence of this, Luhmann elsewhere remarks that the conclusion to be drawn from this is that the connection with the reality of the external world is established by the blind spot of the cognitive operation. Reality is what one does not perceive when one perceives it. The last sentence effectively sounds like a variation of Lacan's motif of the real as impossible. However, it is precisely this apparent proximity which enables us to draw a sharp line of distinction. In OOO, the distinction is the one between an object's virtual inner essence, what Harman calls its volcanic core, and its qualities actualized in the object's relation to other objects. Let us imagine a brand new electric shaving machine which by mistake falls into a manhole and is left there to disintegrate slowly. Its potential to shave would remain a purely virtual property of the object in itself, never actualized in a relation to other objects. One can, of course, argue that such examples are weak. The property to shave did depend on the machine's relations with other objects since it was produced for that purpose. But the main point is that this division is still a division between something and something, between the relational appearing and the inaccessible volcanic core of an object. So in what sense can it be said that it implies the self-withdrawal of the object, not just the withdrawal of its virtual core for other objects which interact with it? In some, very imprecise, sense, it can be said that the object's inner virtual volcanic core is withdrawn from the surface of its relations to other objects, but this inner core is still fully there, not withdrawn from itself in any sense. Such self-withdrawal is only compatible with the self-division of the Freudian subject if we conceive of this latter division as the division between the surface of the conscious subject's self-awareness, what we call self, and the substantial depth of the subject's unconscious traumas, desires, and so on. If there is a self-withdrawal, there has to be a self from which its own substance is withdrawn, and one cannot in any meaningful sense call the actual relations of an object to other object this object's self. How, then, are we to read the passage from Luhmann quoted by Bryant? The connection with the reality of the external world is established by the blind spot of the cognitive operation. Reality is what one does not perceive when one perceives it. It can be read in the standard OOO way: reality in itself is the inaccessible virtual core of objects, and it is in this sense the blind spot of our seeing, what we do not see in what we see. Or we can read it in a more complex Lacanian way and discern in it an additional re-exive twist: the real is not the in itself of objects beyond our perceptive reach, it resides in the very subjective excess which distorts our access to reality. The main trap to be avoided apropos the Lacanian real is to Kantianize it, that is, to read the Lacanian distinction between the real and reality as a new version of Kant's distinction between the noumenal thing in itself and the phenomenal reality. When, in his seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan dwells on the subtle difference between Ding and Sach in German, he resists the obvious solution that Ding is a brutal raw real outside of or preceding the symbolic, while Sach is already a thing symbolized, the matter that is to be debated. This is why we talk of die Sach de Denkens, a matter of thought, not of das Ding de Denkens. While conceding that die Sach is a symbolically mediated thing, the work of all and everyone, not the thing in itself, independent of us, but the thing itself, what we are all struggling with, he adds that das Ding is, in one of its original meanings, at least, even more social than die Sach. It names the assembly itself, the gathering of those set to debate die Sach. In Iceland, for example, Parliament is called Althing, the gathering of all, in remembrance of the ancient yearly gatherings of the representatives of all groups in order to debate and make key decisions about their communal life. So we should not oppose Ding and Sach as real and symbolic, or Ding and Objet as the real which is totally external and prior to the symbolic, to human community, versus what remains of the once the symbolic universe is here, Objet as the remainder of the process of the symbolization of the real, as the real which is externally internal to the symbolic. Consequently, we should also not oppose das Ding and inner-worldly things of external reality, real things out there, as the real radically external to the symbolic, radically outside the scope and grasp of our unconscious desires and fantasies, and the real which is already symbolized, structured, and perceived through a network of symbolic determinations, as well as libidinally invested. For Lacan, the real qua das Ding is not only definitely not the same as reality in itself, things out there independently of us, with no relation to us. Das Ding is, on the contrary, a weird thing whose status is thoroughly libidinal. It is a purely phantasmatic notion of the absolute incestuous object that would fully satisfy our desire or that would bring full jouissance. This is why Lacan says that the ultimate Ding is mother. In other words, Das Ding as radically external to the symbolic is simultaneously radically internal to it. It is a specter of absolute otherness generated by the distance from the real introduced by the symbolic. The only things out there independently of us are particular material things. If we can construct how they are independently of us, Das Ding as the absolute point of reference behind and beneath these things is precisely what the subject adds to things, its phantasmatic projection/construction. So, again, why does OOO ignore this reexive twist? According to the ontology proposed by Bryant, all objects are situated on the same plane. Possessing the same reality, however, language and a process in material reality are not at the same level. There is no point of direct contact between the two. While language mirrors the entire reality, it is constrained by its own horizon, by what is visible from within this horizon, so that when we are inside, we don't see this limitation, we don't see the outside. But does this not hold for every object? Does not every object perceive, relate to, its environs in a selective way, from within a constraining frame? So where is the misunderstanding of OOO's critique of Lacan, of Lacan's alleged unjust privileging of the symbolic as the ultimate generator and horizon of our experience of reality? To put it succinctly, OOO reads the privilege of the symbolic asserted by Lacan as a form of transcendental exception. Everything in language comes from contingent empirical sources, everything except the form of language itself. There are good reasons to read Lacan in this way. Lacan fully assumes the fact that every language is embedded in a particular life world and is as such traversed by its traces. Language is not a neutral transcendental frame of reality, it is fully penetrated/distorted by contingent historical forces, antagonisms, desires, which forever twist and pervert its purity. Recall Walter Benjamin's essay on language in general and human language in particular, in which the point is not that human language is a species of some universal language as such which also comprises other species. There is no actually existing language other than human language, but, in order to comprehend this particular language, one has to introduce a minimal difference, conceiving it with regard to the gap which separates it from language as such. The particular language is thus the really existing language, language as the series of actually uttered statements, in contrast to the formal linguistic structure. This Benjaminian lesson is missed by Habermas, who does precisely what one should not do. He posits the ideal language in general, pragmatic universals, directly as the norm of the actually existing language. Along the lines of Benjamin's title, we should describe the basic constellation of the social law as that of the law in general and its obscene superego underside in particular. The part as such is thus the sinful unredeemed and unredeemable aspect of the universal in concrete political terms. Every politics that grounds itself in a reference to some substantial, ethnic, religious, sexual, lifestyle, etc., particularity is by definition reactionary. This, however, is not all, and we should give to this not all the weight of the Lacanian pot-out. The fact that not all of language is traversed by social antagonisms, scarred by traces of social pathology, does not mean that there is an exception, an aspect of language, in this case, its form, which cannot be reduced to social reality and its antagonism, since it provides the a priori frame through which we relate to reality. It is precisely because there is nothing which escapes social mediation that non-all of language is socially mediated. What escapes social mediation is not something exempted from it but the meta-transcendental social mediation of the very linguistic frame through which we perceive and relate to reality. When we conceive language as a mirror which is always already distorted/traversed by the pathology of social antagonisms, we ignore the way this mirror is itself included into reality as a mode of its distortion. Language is not only traversed by antagonism/traumas, the supreme trauma is that of language itself, of how language brutally destabilizes the real. The same goes for individuals' relation to language. We usually take a subject's speech with all its inconsistencies as an expression of his/her inner turmoil, ambiguous emotions, and so on. This holds even for a literary work of art. The task of psychoanalytic reading is supposed to be to unearth the inner psychic turmoil which found its coded expression therein. Something is missing in such a classic account. Speech does not only register or express a traumatic psychic life, the entry into speech is in itself a traumatic fact, symbolic castration. What this means is that we should include into the list of traumas speech tries to cope with the traumatic impact of speech itself. The relationship between psychic turmoil and its expression in speech should thus also be turned around. Speech does not simply express/articulate psychic turmoil. At a certain key point, psychic turmoil itself is a reaction to the trauma of dwelling in the torture house of language. It is in this sense that the non-al of language is traversed by social antagonisms. Language is not only a medium exposed to social, and sexual antagonisms, one has to include the way language itself is antagonistic in its very form. This supplement makes the totality not all, inconsistent. Or, to put it in another way, one cannot include language into reality since what appears to us as reality is already transcendentally constituted through a horizon of meaning sustained by language. We have to introduce here the distinction between the transcendentally constituted phenomenal reality and the real. The way to be a consequent materialist is not to directly include subject into reality, as an object among objects, but to bring out the real of the subject, the way the emergence of subjectivity functions as a cut in the real. And this, Nally, brings us back at our starting point, to the relationship between subject and substance. Subject is not a substance which withdraws/appears, subject is appearance, appearing to itself, which autonomizes itself and becomes an agent against its own substantiality. The subject's self-withdrawal or split is thus much more radical than the self-withdrawal of every object split between its appearance, in interaction with other objects, and its substantial content, it's withdrawn in itself. Subject is not just split like every object between its phenomenal qualities, actualizations, and its inaccessible virtual in itself. Subject is divided between its appearance and the void in the core of its being, not between appearance and its hidden substantial ground. It is only against this background that one can understand in what sense subject effectively is an object. This, then, is the Lacanian answer to the object-oriented ontology. Yes, subject is also an object, but which object? The object that subject is what Lacan calls objet, a strange object which is not only lacking, never fully here, always eluding the subject, but is in itself nothing but the embodiment of a lack. That is to say, since subject is the self-appearing of nothing, its objective correlate can only be a weird object whose nature is to be the embodiment of nothing, an impossible object, an object the entire being of which is an embodiment of its own impossibility, the object called by Lacan objet, an object whose status is that of an anamorphosis, a part of the picture which, when we look at the picture in a direct frontal way, appears as a meaningless stain, acquires the contours of a known object when we change our position and look at the picture from a side. Lacan's point is even more radical. The object cause of desire is something that, when viewed frontally, is nothing at all, just a void. It acquires the contours of something only when viewed sideways. The most beautiful case of it in literature occurs when, in Shakespeare's Richard II, Bushy tries to comfort the Queen, worried about the unfortunate king on a military campaign. Each substance of a grief hath 20 shadows, which shows like grief itself, but is not so, for sorrow's eye, glazed with blinding tears, divides one thing entire to many objects, like perspectives, which rightly gazed upon show nothing but confusion. I'd awry distinguish form, so your sweet majesty, looking awry upon your lord's departure, find shapes of grief, more than himself, to wail, which, looked on as it is not but shadows of what it is not. This is objet, an entity that has no substantial consistency, which is in itself nothing but confusion, and which acquires a finite shape only when looked upon from a standpoint distorted by the subject's desires and fears as such. As a mere shadow of what it is not. Objet is the strange object which is nothing but the inscription of the subject itself into the eld of objects, in the guise of a stain which acquires form only when part of this eld is anamorphically distorted by the subject's desire. The extraordinarily modern definition of poetry from Midsummer Night's Dream, points in the same direction. The lunatic, the lover and the poet are of imagination all compact, one sees more devils than vast hell can hold, that is, the madman, the lover, all as frantic, sees Helen's beauty in a brow of Egypt, the poet's eye, in any frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Indeed, as Mallarmé put it centuries later, poetry talks about ce seul objet dont elle niant s honor. Shakespeare deploys here a triad: a madman sees devils everywhere, misperceives a bush as a bear, a lover sees sublime beauty in an ordinary face, a poet gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. In all three cases we have the gap between ordinary reality and a transcendent ethereal dimension, but this gap is gradually reduced. The madman simply misperceives a real object as something else, not seeing it as what it is. A bush is perceived as a threatening bear, a lover maintains the reality of the beloved object, which is not cancelled, but merely transubstantiated into the appearance of a sublime dimension. The beloved's ordinary face is perceived as it is, but it is as such elevated. I see beauty in it, as it is. With the poet, transcendence is reduced to zero, that is, empirical reality is transubstantiated, not into an expression/materialization of some higher reality, but into a materialization of nothing. A madman directly sees God, he mistakes a person for God, or devil. A lover sees God, divine beauty, in a person. A poet only sees a person against the background of nothingness. How is such an entity which functions as the appearance of nothing to itself possible? The answer is clear: such a non-substantial entity has to be purely relational, with no positive support of its own. What happens in the passage from substance to subject is thus a kind of reactive reversal. We pass from the secret core of an object inaccessible to other objects to inaccessibility as such. Is nothing but its own inaccessibility, its own failure to be substance. Therein resides Lacan's achievement. The standard psychoanalytic theory conceives the unconscious as a psychic substance of subjectivity, the notorious hidden part of the iceberg, all the depth of desires, fantasies, traumas, and so on, while Lacan desubstantializes the unconscious. For him, the Cartesian cogito is the Freudian subject, thereby bringing psychoanalysis to the level of modern subjectivity. It is here that we should bear in mind the difference between the Freudian unconscious and the unconscious neurological brain processes. The latter do form the subject's natural substance, that is, subject only exists in so far as it is sustained by its biological substance. However, this substance is not subject. Subject is not somehow more actant than objects, a mega-actant actively positing all the world of fundamentally passive objects, so that against this hubris one should assert the active role of all objects. Subject is at its most fundamental level a certain gesture of passivization, of not doing, of withdrawal, of passive experience. Subject is cek du real patit du scinient, Lacan, its activity a reaction to this basic feature. So it is not that OOO does take into account subjectivity, merely reducing it to a property/quality of one among other objects. What OOO describes as subject simply does not meet the criteria of subject. There is no place for subject in OOO. Here we encounter the mistake of Althusser and others who reduce subject to the imaginary illusion of self-recognition. The idea is that subject is an effect of imaginary misrecognition, of a short circuit which gives rise to the illusory self-experience as a free autonomous agent, obfuscating the complex presubjective, neuronal or discursive, processes which generate this illusion. The task of the theory of subjectivity is then to describe these processes, as well as to outline how one can break out of the imaginary circle of subjectivity and confront the presubjective process of subjectivization. The Hegelian, and Lacanian, counter-argument is here that subjectivization, the formation of the subjective space of meaning, effectively is grounded in enclosure of the circle of self-recognition, in an imaginary obfuscation of a traumatic real, of the wound of antagonism. However, This wound, this trauma, this cut and slash of the real, is the subject itself at its zero level, so that, to paraphrase the famous line from Wagner's Parsifal, the subject is itself the wound it tries to heal. Note that Hegel says the same about spirit. This absolute contradiction, this radical coincidence of the opposites, the wound of nature, the loss of organic unity, and simultaneously the very activity to heal this wound by way of constructing a universe of meaning, the production of sense with a traumatic core of nonsense, the point of absolute singularity of the I excluding all substantial content in which universality comes to itself, is posited as such, is what deans and constitutes subjectivity. One of Hegel's names for this abyss of subjectivity that he takes from the mystic tradition is the night of the world, the withdrawal of the self from the world of entities into the void that is the core of the self, and it is crucial to notice how in this gesture of self-withdrawal, in clinical terms, the disintegration of all world, of all universe of meaning, extreme closure and extreme openness, extreme passivity and extreme activity, overlap. In the night of the world, extreme self-withdrawal, cutting of the links with reality around us, overlaps with our extreme openness to reality. We drop all symbolic screens which filter our access to reality, all protective shields, and we risk a kind of total exposure to the disgust of the real. As to its content, it is a position of radical passivity, of a Kantian transcendental subject suspending its constitution of reality, but as to its form, it is a position of radical activity, of violently tearing oneself out of the immersion into reality. I am utterly passive, but my passive position is grounded in my withdrawal from reality, in a gesture of extreme negativity. It is in this sense that the democracy of objects in which subjects are conceived as one among the objects actants obfuscates the real of subjects, the cut that is the real. And the crucial point to be noted here is that every direct access to subjectless objects which ignores or bypasses this cut/wound that is the subject already has to rely on transcendental constitution. What it describes is a pluriverse of actants is formed by a certain transcendental vision of reality. In other words, the problem with subjectless objects is not that they are too objective, neglecting the role of subject, but that what they describe as subjectless world of objects is too subjective, already within an unproblematized transcendental horizon. We do not reach the in itself by way of tearing away subjective appearances and trying to isolate objective reality as it is out there, independently of the subject. The in itself inscribes itself precisely into the subjective excess, gap, inconsistency that opens up a hole in reality. This gap is missed both by OOO and by transcendentalism in all its contemporary versions, from Heidegger to Habermas. Although the two are big opponents, they both retain the transcendental horizon, the historical disclosure of being in Heidegger, the a priori of symbolic communication, as the ultimate horizon of our thinking.